Test 1 2. Test 1 2. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the only meeting in the month of August. The Finance Committee is now open for business for August 19th, 2024. May I have a motion for the acceptance of the minutes for the committee meeting held on June 3rd?
Move favorable action.
Second. Thank you. May I have a motion for the committee meeting held on June 17th for favorable action?
Move favorable action.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Back to the first one, sorry. June 3rd, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. May I have a motion for acceptance of the minutes for the committee meeting held on July 15th, 2024?
Move favorable.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. First is PCR 73-24. May I have a motion for the acceptance of the minutes from the committee meeting held on June 3rd, 2024?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
May I have a motion for acceptance of the minutes for the committee meeting held on June 17th, 2024?
Move favorable.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
May I have a motion for acceptance of the minutes committee meeting held on July 15th, 2024?
Move favorable.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you all. Moving on to PCR 73-24, which is the bid docket. The first item is bid 2024-385 street improvements. Director, just please identify at the microphone. Thank you.
Public Works is here to request permission to increase PCR 2624 sub A from 4 million to 8 million. This is the street improvements. We have a good amount of paving going on now. We've received a significant amount of reimbursements already. We anticipate more reimbursements, so we just want to create the spending authority to continue to pave as the money is available.
Thank you, Director. So of the increase, that's mostly of the money that from reimbursement. So we're authorizing you to spend the money the city already obtained in reimbursement.
That's correct, and money that we anticipate getting a reimbursement.
Thank you. Any questions from members of the committee? Councilman Gebhardt.
No.
Oh, sorry. Thank you. Any questions from members of the council? Councilman Lattisaw.
Thank you, Chairman. Hi, Director.
Good evening.
You just answered the chairman's question, and you said that you anticipate getting those reimbursements. Now, I assume that I'm interpreting the breakdowns accordingly. The 1.7 is opera money, the 2 million is DOT, and the 300 is Rhode Island Energy. Is that correct?
Where are you getting those numbers?
It's on your position paper dated July 18th.
Oh, yeah. Yep.
So I have those correct?
Yes, I believe
Okay.
so.
And so you make me question whether or not those are guaranteed, because you said you anticipate. Is there an episode or something that could come up that would stop you from getting any of those 3 reimbursements?
No, when I say we anticipate getting reimbursement, we are paving roads that Rhode Island Energy is obligated to restore. And so our calculation is based on, the length and the width of those roads. But the reimbursement is guaranteed.
Okay.
We just don't, I don't have the exact numbers yet because there are so many variables. But yeah, when we when we do a Rhode Island Energy road, those reimbursements are guaranteed.
And in the past several years, have you had any problems getting reimbursed from any
No,
of them?
actually, Rhode Island Energy has been very responsive with their reimbursements.
How about DOT?
DOT, we don't have as much experience with, but so far the communication has been very good, and we haven't had an issue with reimbursements.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Are there any further questions from members of the council? Are there any questions from members of the public? Any questions from members of the public? Thank you, Director. Next is bid 2025-066, Warwick Fire Department Fire Apparatus, 1500 GPM pumper. This is found on page 5. Good evening, Chief.
Good evening, Peter McMichael, Fire Chief. The Warwick Fire Department is requesting to award bid 2025-066 fire apparatus for one 1,500 gallon per minute, 750 gallon pumper to Greenwood Emergency Vehicles of North Attleboro, Massachusetts. Greenwood Emergency Vehicles met all specifications as outlined in the bid. The fire department is requesting spending authority for a one-time purchase in the amount of $824,507. The fire department did apply for and received a Diesel Emission Reduction Act grant from Rhode Island DEM in the amount of $188,044. Reimbursement of this amount can be requested after the city takes delivery of the vehicle and decommissions a non-compliant vehicle. The remainder of the funding of the vehicles will be from the city's lease purchase fund, account 2533, and that'll be in the amount of $636,463.
Thank you, Chief. What makes this vehicle qualify for the Diesel Emission Reduction Act?
So the vehicle that we currently have is the one that would have to qualify, that it did not meet the emission standards set forth by the government. And so this is a incentive program to take those vehicles off the road and replacing them with newer energy efficient vehicles. So the new vehicle that we are purchasing will qualify under that, meeting those specifications, and the vehicle we'll be taking off the road is we're replacing the bad with the good, if you will.
How old is the vehicle?
The
How
vehicle,
old is the vehicle that you're taking off the road, please?
it is 22 years old.
Okay, so this new vehicle isn't necessarily a hybrid vehicle. It's a cleaner emissions, modern engine vehicle.
That's right. Exactly.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Good information. Any questions from members of the committee? Councilman Gebhardt.
Thanks, Chief. Just looking at the capital budget, it looks like we had reserved $810,000 for the purchase of this vehicle in the 25 budget. Looks like with the $188K in relief, we'll be well under that. Are you anticipating that we're going to go after something else with the essentially grant savings, or would that just decrease the overall amount that will hit that lease purchase program for in 2025?
That'll decrease the overall amount, but in the next item that comes up before you, you'll see that we're slightly in the opposite with the rescue, with the ambulance, where we allocated, and I don't want to get too much into that now because that's up next.
Understood. Yeah, I mean, even the pumper is slightly over
Yes.
What the budget had been. So, okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you. Council President McAllister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good evening, Chief.
Good evening.
Chief, can you just talk about the lead time that we need to do to order these trucks and how long it takes to get built and gets delivered?
Absolutely. So in the position paper, I believe we did list the lead time on this vehicle. It's
34 months?
Yes, there we go. Thank you. 34 months after the signed contract. So this is pretty much the standard across the industry that we encounter now, whether we're ordering pumpers, ladder trucks, or rescues. We're finding that we're still faced with unprecedented wait times, where at one time there used to be a penalty clause associated with the vehicle where if the dealer did not deliver it within that promised time, they paid a penalty. None of the dealers will no longer offer that penalty clause because they don't want to be held to these stringent standards where oftentimes it's outside of their control, especially when it comes to ambulances where the manufacturer of the rescue might be waiting on Ford or Dodge to come along with the cab and chassis, and they have no control over that. So that's one thing that we've encountered is that we no longer see the penalty clauses that we once were expected and routine in the fire apparatus industry that no longer exists today.
Yeah, I think it's important to point out that this long lead time, I believe we purchased a truck last year in one of the summer meetings, and we haven't even received
We have
that
not
truck
received
yet.
it. That's
So-
right. So it's putting us in a hard position. It's causing us to have to plan for not just the next year coming, but 2 and 3 years down the road.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. President. Any further questions from members of the council? Councilman Lattiser.
Hi, Chief.
Hello.
So, Chief, this delivery time, lead time, 34 months. As you may recall, we've recently had an issue where we had approved a vehicle, and then all of a sudden, there's no vehicle available, just disappeared off the face of the earth. And we ended up spending several $1,000s or more. Is the price locked in for this vehicle that you anticipate receiving in 34 months?
Yes, it is, Councilman.
And you have that in writing?
Yes, we will.
Okay. And the vehicle, you had indicated to the chairman that you were discontinuing is 22 years old. So that means at the time of delivery, this vehicle will be approximately 25 years old? Or are you decommissioning that sooner?
That your numbers are correct. That's about how old it will be at that time. And this vehicle will be decommissioning. It has a lot of structural issues to it as well. So whether or not it makes it to that time when the new vehicle comes in, or we have to take it off the road earlier, will remain to be seen. Whether or not we have to use a reserve truck in the meantime until the new one comes in is a possibility. But it's facing some structural issues where it's approaching its end of life.
And what's the identification of this vehicle? What is it? Which truck is it, or ladder, or engine, or what? Which one is it?
So this one that we're going out to bid for right now.
No, the one that you're going to take out of service.
That'd be engine 2.
Engine 2?
Yes.
Okay. And where will the new truck go?
So the new truck, we have 2 other trucks on order as well. So, and the plan is to replace one of those trucks, engine 2. One of those trucks will be for engine 2, and then this one most likely will be for one of 2 other locations. We have not made a final determination yet. We have it could be engine 3, it could be engine 10. We have several trucks that are of the same age that will be in need of replacement at that time.
And I see where you received a DEM grant of $188,044. When did you receive that grant? When did you receive knowledge of being awarded that grant?
It was within the past, I want to say roughly 6 months ago, Councilman.
About 6 months ago?
I don't have the exact, I can't recall the exact date, but I can certainly get that to you.
But it was certainly prior to the city council approving the new budget, right?
I don't recall.
Well, for 6 months ago, it was.
May. So it was May that we
Okay.
received it.
So it was. So I'm curious that you knew you had a $188,000 grant coming. What prompted you to put in the capital budget $810,000?
That was our best estimate for what the cost of a pumper would be at the time we put it in. Of course, we can see from these numbers that the cost of the pumper is actually slightly higher, but we still have to pay up front for the pumper, and then the grant will reimburse us.
But the truck is not costing you 810,000, right? It's costing you 636,000.
No, the truck is costing $824,507.
I'm sorry, after you receive the grant.
Yes, but we'll still have to pay that amount to the manufacturer and then receive the DERA grant money that'll offset that for the city funds.
So to Councilman Gebhardt's point, has it been determined where that $188,000 is going to be reappropriated? Because you got 810 in the capital budget.
No, that has not been determined. That would be up to the.
So we don't
finance.
know where that 188 is going yet.
No. What's going towards the cost of the truck, but as far as the extra funds that the city has available to it in its lease purchase will be available, that would be up to the administration of the city.
And in this position paper, let me back up on this. This reimbursement of 188,000, that takes place only after we've received the new vehicle?
Yes.
So that 188,000 is going to be felt in the 2028 budget? If we don't get it till 2028, I would assume
Yeah.
it can't be impacted on any budget before that, right?
2027 budget.
2027? But we're in current year, fiscal year 2025 now. 3 years from now will be fiscal year 2028. Don't sabotage my mic. Whoa.
Hold on. Get encumbered now.
34.
Councilman, your mic is now going to have sponsoritis. So again, that 188, that's a number that will impact the budget 27, 28, somewhere thereabouts. Not now. And I'm going back in the opposition paper. It says reimbursement of this amount can be requested after the city takes delivery of this vehicle. So this request that's made after 3 years down the road, what is the mechanism that the fire department is going to have in place, or perhaps it's purchasing, I guess, may have to deal with that, to make sure that's flagged so that request is made? Because it says that amount can be requested. So somebody's going to ask for it, right? 3 years from now.
Yes, that would be us. That would be the fire department.
That'll be the fire
administration.
department. And it says in here that all agreements and requirements of this grant have been met. Rhode Island DEM has authorized the purchase and reimbursement of this vehicle. So this reimbursement is guaranteed by DEM. We don't have to sit here and worry about, are we going to get it? Is someone going to make the request? The request is going to be made, and we're guaranteed the money once you make the request.
That's right.
Okay. And you've got that guarantee for that reimbursement in writing from RIDE?
We do. Yes, sir.
I'm sorry, not RIDE. Oh my
From
God.
DEM.
They're another issue.
Yeah.
But DEM?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Chairman. That's it. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you, Councilman. Are there any questions from members of the council? Any questions from members of the public? Thank you, Chief. Next will be bid 2025-065, fire apparatus type 1 ambulance. Chief?
Peter McMichael, Fire Chief. The Warwick Fire Department has reviewed bid 2025-065, fire apparatus type 1 ambulance, and recommends awarding the bid to Greenwood Emergency Vehicles of North Attleboro, Massachusetts. The bid award is for one 2026 Horton Ford F550 4x4 type 1 ambulance with striker power loading cart and lettering to match department fleet and delivery. This vehicle will be completed no more than 840 days after a signed contract. Funding will be from the city's lease purchase account 2533, not to exceed $411,447.
Thank you, Chief. So so I see that it's a 2026. Obviously, the 2026 models aren't out yet. So what you're doing is exactly what the previous conversation existed, is you're anticipating with 840 days out that you're going to want the 2026 model rescue, and you already have the standards of what you're looking for in the rescue to meet that.
That's right.
So you'll give them the order, and then they know that come 2026 that they have one already reserved for the Warwick Fire Department.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And by the time this fire, and this is a question I didn't send you, so I do apologize about, you know me, I usually like getting the questions out there beforehand. By the time that, what is the rescue that you'd be looking to replace so that we keep our fleet, with the number of rescues we have on the street now, and this one coming in 2026, which rescue would you be looking to replace? And if you don't mind, just do you, off the top of your head, the year or an approximate miles it may have?
So this one will probably replace Rescue 2, which right now I can give you the mileage. $148,674. This is a 2021 model that currently has 148,000 miles on it.
A 2021 model?
Yes,
Thank you, yeah. So it'll be a 6-year-old vehicle, which is about the lease purchase. That's usually about the life of this lease purchase program, where we're not paying up front.
that's
We're
right.
paying over time
That's
with the
right.
understanding that we're leasing it, selling it, or giving it back, if you will. And then we bring in a new vehicle.
Right.
Well, I can tell you as someone, God bless you, I can tell you as someone who's, my wife for 20 years has worked third shift at the emergency room, and there's one thing she always tells me is they're rolling up nonstop. So if that's third shift, you can imagine what first and second are like.
Right.
So not surprising to hear the 2021 vehicle's got 140,000. And I'm really, I commend you, and I didn't tell you this, I commend you for being ahead of the game and looking out for the department, but more importantly, the citizens, as importantly, I should say, the citizens of the city, to make sure that there is some apparatus there to serve them, to take care of the emergency services.
Thank you.
So kudos to you and your department. Questions from members or comments from members of this committee? Questions from members of the council? Councilman Lattiser.
Thank you, Chairman. So Chief, with this new vehicle, assuming it's approved, will that increase the total amount of rescues that we have?
Yes, it's going to allow us to, it'll allow us to increase our fleet of reserve rescues. Right now, we only have 2 reserves. Ideally, we'd like to have a couple of more. So this will help us get there. So we will be, so when this truck, the truck that we're coming before you tonight for, when that truck comes in, the truck that it's replacing, we'll keep that truck in a reserve status.
And define reserve status.
So a reserve status allows us to have vehicles available to use when the frontline vehicle is down. So the frontline vehicle could be down for a variety of reasons, but the most common is repairs. It goes into DPW for repairs. It could be because of a breakdown, or it could just be preventive maintenance, oil changes, things of that nature. So when a truck goes down, it allows our crews to switch over to a reserve truck and stay in service to be able to respond to calls while their main truck is down for repairs or preventive maintenance, whatever the case may be.
So by adding on this new rescue, that does not increase minimum manning or staffing or anything like that?
That's correct. No, sir.
In your position paper, it also states, first of all, I want to clarify, I heard something about a 2025 vehicle, but this is a 2026 that you're getting, right?
Yes, 2026.
Okay. You state that funding of the vehicle in cost overage above the capital budget requested will be from city lease purchases. What does that mean? Funding of the vehicle in cost overage. What's cost overage?
So this vehicle is $411,477. In the capital budget, we had requested a slightly less amount of $405,000.
Right.
So that $405,000 was our best guesstimate based on the price increases we were seeing. We felt that was a safe number. We were slightly off, as you can see. It came back at 411 instead of 405.
Okay.
We were close, but we were still slightly off. And so that's what we meant by the cost overage.
All right, I just wanted to get that clarified. It's not cost overage on the 411, it's the cost overage on the 405.
That's
Got
correct.
it. Okay. At least in my binder, what I have is a document that shows Bulldog Fire Apparatus and Greenwood Emergency, and that's it. There's no other documents. In the bid document for Bulldog Fire Apparatus, and I understand that their number is significantly higher, but it still doesn't change the fact that we've got a document here that doesn't provide us with any warranty information from that particular vendor. On Greenwood Emergency Services, they do. So why weren't we provided with the warranty information on Bulldog Fire Apparatus? Did you submit that information, or did you receive it? First of all, did you receive the warranty information?
I believe Bulldog Fire Apparatus submitted all the required documentation they were supposed to submit along with the bid. As far as the warranty information, I don't know if that would get sent out from purchasing or not.
Can't hear her.
But if I may, and I'm going to do this very structured and organized. I now have the microphone. If I could ask Ms. Gomes to please approach the microphone. I saw the chief. Chief, if you could ask on the record what the question you just asked.
So I was just inquiring as to whether or not that information would normally be sent out in the bid package and that information being from the bidders that did not get awarded the bid.
Thank you, and please identify and then answer the question.
Francis Gomez, Purchasing Director. The department sends out the specifications, and there was a criteria base where they check off yes or no. And then there is a pricing sheet. The council that requests the bid tabulations for advertised bids only received the pricing sheet. Everything else that was required is in the bid submission from each vendor. And whether the warranty was written on the pricing sheet or mentioned somewhere else in the submission, that would be looked into. But what we provide for those who want bid tabulation of advertised bids is only the pricing sheet.
Thank
So
you.
there might be a warranty from the other vendor, but it wasn't shown on the pricing sheet specifically, but it might have been in their submission where the criteria-based questions were asked.
Thank you, Director. Councilman Lattiser.
Thank you. So the point that I'm making is, obviously there's somewhere around a $58,000 difference between these two vehicles, but there's always a possibility that the warranty from one company over another might justify a price difference, particularly with this type of a vehicle and this type of an expense. But to me, it would make sense that we're the city council, that we are provided with all the information that pertains to something that we are either going to approve or disapprove. And warranty is a very important part of the decision process on not just these vehicles, but so many other things. So I would just certainly appreciate seeing that type of information in the future. Just bear with me 1 minute. Okay, that's all the questions I have. Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councilman. Thank you, Chief.
Thank
Oh,
you.
I'm sorry, Chief. I apologize. Are there any questions from members of the council? Any further questions from members of the public? Sir. Sir, I just want to remind the public that all questions come through the chair, and the answers, Chief, well, and anyone speaking will come to the chair also. Thank you.
Thank you. Jim Italiani, Ward 6.
Yes, sir.
How long is the useful life of the kind of vehicle that the chief is talking about? Not only as being a primary vehicle, but also in the reserve pool? Thank you.
Thank you. Great question. Chief, did you hear the question? Okay.
I did, yes, sir.
Please answer.
So that is going to be dependent on a lot of variables. So a vehicle that's going to last X amount of time in a city like Warwick is going to be a lot different than a vehicle that would last in a smaller rural area that does a much less call volume. Based on the call volume that we see in the city of Warwick, which is a very high call volume, and as you can see by the mileages that trucks put on as well, we recommend replacing trucks at 4 years. So to have a plan in place that the truck ordered today, we'll be ordering another replacement for that in 4 years from now. That's an ideal situation. That way, it allows us to replace the truck or rehab the truck, if you will, and invest a significant amount of money in it instead of going out and purchasing another truck. There's a lot of options we have, but basically every 4 years is what we anticipate getting out of a vehicle before it's placed into reserve status.
Thank you, Chief. Yes, sir. Please, to the microphone.
My second part of that question was, and then how long will it stay in reserve status?
Thank you, sir. Chief.
So ideally, we'd like to see another 4 years out of it possibly. And that's the idea of replacing these trucks in a timely manner. If we replace them in a timely manner, we're allowed to get a decent amount of time out of them in reserve status rather than having to drive a truck into the ground and then send it right off to the junkyard when we're done with it and never getting to use it as a reserve at all. As the council is certainly aware, I've come before you to purchase a lot of reserve used fire apparatus to build up our reserve fleet. At one time we had no reserve fleet, and now we have a comfortable amount of pumpers and ladders. And that's because we've built that fleet up over time by making smart investments in fire apparatus. Ideally, we'd like to not do that and be able to use our own trucks that we're buying today in a reserve status for a period of time after.
Thank you, Chief. Thank you, sir. Any further questions from members of the public? Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
Next is bid 2025-113, DPW, purchase of one Chevy 3500 HD 1-ton dump truck and one Chevy 2500 HD pickup truck. Good evening, Director. You have the mic.
Eric Earls, Public Works. Public Works is requesting permission to piggyback MPA number 563 to purchase one Chevy 3500 dump truck and one Chevy 2500 pickup truck. These items are this department was approved to purchase these through the capital improvement budget approved for fiscal year 25.
Thank you. And I also noticed, Director, it says the purchase will be drawn from the remaining unallocated ARPA funds.
Correct.
And when you say you're going on the state bid, we're getting it at the bulk purchasing power of the state?
That is correct.
Okay. Any further questions from members of the committee for the purchase of these two vehicles? Councilman Gebhardt.
I just, let me get back to where I was here. So, yeah, so both of these are in the fiscal year 25 budget. It looks like the dump truck came in higher than anticipated in the budget. And then it looks like the pickup truck came in lower, kind of in an offsetting manner. So I think combined, these two purchases stay on budget for what was planned in the capital program. So I just wanted to call that out, and thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Are there any questions from members of the council? Councilman Lattiser.
Director, recently we purchased another dump truck, an F-3500. And if I remember correctly, I think the number was around 95,000. Is that right?
I don't recall.
Okay. Let me rephrase it. The purchase of that truck was 95,000. And this truck is 98,000. So why is this truck 3,000 more than the one we just purchased? What's different with it?
I don't think there's anything different with it. I think that prices just go up. It's the same package, the same type of truck we typically purchase.
And this truck that we're purchasing is a leftover.
What do you mean?
It's a 2024. The 2025 vehicles are out now, aren't they?
I suppose.
So we're looking to pay more for a 2024 instead of buying a 2025. Why?
I assume the 2025 would cost more than the 2024. They're both essentially new vehicles.
Well, but we don't know that because I assumed nobody got prices on a 2025, right? If you're calling for a 2024. Well, that pickup truck that we just bought, was that a 2024?
I don't recall the information on that previous purchase.
It was because we had initially ordered a truck and it was like whatever, a year later or something. They said, oh, we can't find one. We don't have one. Nothing exists. So you got to get this one instead and pay 10 grand more for it, some crazy thing. But in any event, why not go out for bid on this truck? Why assume that the MPA thing is always the best deal? Because I have seen, not just in this job, but in the private sector, that always is not the case. But if you don't periodically test the waters, you don't know. So why is this something that you don't just go out for bid on? Let's find out. Because if the numbers come in higher, okay, so we've put in a little time to do some due diligence and some research, as opposed to just assuming that the state MPA is the best deal. Had the department considered going out for bid on this? Or did you go out for bid on it?
We did not, no. And we always consider that. We have the same, thought process as you. But historically, almost without fail, the MPA has provided the better price. Mm-hmm. We did not do that in this case. Kind of looking at past practice as the example. But like I said, historically, the MPA has provided the better price, especially when you start to add in all the specifications that we have for the vehicles.
I think I put it on the record at the last truck, the difference in pricing between what we were looking to buy versus what could be purchased elsewhere. So I don't think that it's always the best deal. That's all I have on this, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilman. Any further questions from members of the council? Questions from members of the public? Thank you, Director. Next is bid 2025-039, purchase of bulk road salt. Director.
Yep, Public Works is looking to purchase bulk road salt. Recommend Mid-American Salt in the award of $150,000. October 29th, 24 to October 28th, 25.
So the question that I have, I'm going to say this very lightheartedly, not seriously, but I did send out an email, but unfortunately I was unaware that this was a high vacation week. Are we purchasing, and I don't know the history, are we purchasing more salt anticipation for this coming year as compared because we have that salt barn?
No, I mean, this is the kind of purchase that we just have in place.
Okay.
The salt barn is actually probably 3/4 full right now, so
Yeah.
we're in good shape. But just in anticipation of what the winter could look like, because even if we don't get a lot of snow, we still use a lot of salt because there's still the freeze thaws at night. We're out hitting intersections and main drags. And so even if we don't have a snowy winter, that doesn't necessarily mean that we aren't using a lot of salt.
Certainly. So this is a preemptive, this is just authorization to spend if needed.
Correct.
Great, this is not the physical product coming under the barn.
Correct.
Perfect, thank you. Are there any questions from members of this committee? Are there any questions from members of the council? Councilman Lattisaw.
Thank you. So I think the chairman made it pretty clear. This is strictly spending authority. You're not going to go out and get $150,000 worth of salt dropped off
Correct.
today, right? So I know the game plan as far as vendors and one vendor versus 10 vendors, the game plan kind of has changed over the past several years. And for the most part, I concurred with it. I'm curious as to why you're changing the game plan with the salt and only going with one vendor versus two, where the typical response is because of availability of product, difficulties getting it, vendors, et cetera, we just feel, more comfortable with 2 or 3 or 4 or whatever. So what prompted you to have a game change with this salt?
It's primarily due to the salt barn in that we can stockpile material and we can allow for a longer lead time on deliveries. So we can better anticipate. So we can look at the low bidder and not have to say, we need salt tomorrow, and they say we don't have it. We can plan in advance and stockpile more material. So that's why it's easier to just go with the low bidder.
I'm good with that answer. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Any further questions from members of the council? Questions from members of the public? Thank you. The next item is bid 2025-107, structural firefighting coat and pants. This is found on page 19. Got it. Chief, you have the microphone.
Good evening, Assistant Chief Elbenhauer from the Fire Department. Fire Department reviewed bid 2025-107 and is recommending the award, it be awarded to Fire Tech and Safety. This is for replacement of the turnout gear for the fire department. It's the last bid expired in March 11th, 2024, and we're requesting a 1-year award for an amount not to exceed $129,600. Funding for the product will come from code 35282, which is turnout gear.
Thank you, Chief. And as you just mentioned, the last bid expired in March 11th, and you sent myself, which I gave to the committee, the email where you identified that you used to do, the manufacturer would have 2 price increases a year. And now that the manufacturer has informed you that there will only be 1 price increase a year, you felt that it was safe to go back to the 1-year bid, which is where we're at now.
Correct. Yeah, we typically order, we have the advantage that we typically order the gear in a bulk order one time in a fiscal year.
Yep.
So to avoid the double price increase, the last couple years, we've been only awarding 6-month bid, so they can give us pricing based on 1 increase, not forecasting 2 increases.
Okay.
But now that they've kind of reversed that and said we only get 1 a year, so we'll be able to promise that same price for the entire year.
Excellent. Thank you. Councilman Foley.
Thank you. Chief, without getting into the nitty-gritty, as you know, I have a family member who is a current firefighter in Providence, not Warwick. But I've been watching the stories about the turnout gears. And I think East Providence is now purchasing gear that does not have the detrimental material in them. Are we looking at going that route too?
Correct. You're talking about PFASs.
Yes.
So you hear a lot of that in the news with firefighting foams, and there's some evidence that some of the materials, the fire-resistant materials that make up turnout gear, also include some of those PFASs, like many other things that we probably have around our houses. At this time, that's a brand new product. Even the vendor themselves is telling us to be cautious because it's not as the gear is not as reliable as the gear we currently use, and they're not completely 100% satisfied with the product that they're making. They're just putting something out there that's PFAS free for people that are looking that way. Our Health and Safety Committee works alongside of our Fire Department administration on issues like this. They review these specifications when we put them out to bid. They're still at the point where they're still comfortable with the gear we currently have. And we haven't come to a determination that the PFAS-free gear that's being offered is at the level that it needs to be to be a reliable set of gear for a firefighter.
So to recap, the new stuff that doesn't have that material in it, there's a risk reward. And right now, that is
Correct. They're using new fire-resistant
Right,
materials.
but we're keeping an eye on it as new products come out. We'll be watching that.
Correct. As that product improves, we'll keep evaluating that product until it becomes to a point where we're satisfied with the product.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Questions from other members of the committee? All set. Questions from members of the council? Councilman Lattisaw.
Hi, Chief.
Good evening.
I was getting concerned that you weren't coming up to talk to us there for
I'll be here for a while.
little bit. So you answered the question as to why the bid expired some 5 months ago or so, but we also just heard about the cost of a truck going up $3,000 over the period of 6 months or so that we approved the other truck. Are you not concerned, or do you have reason not to be concerned that the price of this equipment hasn't gone up since March?
Yeah, so over the last couple of years, it has dramatically increased. So we've been seeing 3 to 5% increases every 6 months for the last couple of years since COVID. That's why we've been trying to get that price down with those 6-month bids so that we could get a more aggressive price from the vendor. But that has stabilized. And my talk with the vendors earlier this year was that the cost of materials has stabilized. The vendor and the manufacturers are more comfortable with more stable pricing and be able to do one normal 2 or 3% increase every year, which is very typical of fire service products.
When you say the cost of materials, I assume that you're referring to the actual finished product, not the cost of the raw materials going into the finished product?
The raw materials, the manufacturer, really all they do is sew it together. So it's
Okay.
it's a coat and a pant. They buy rolls of Kevlar, PVI, the fire-resistant materials that we use inside our gear. And basically what they're doing is sizing us and then assembling the gear. So it's really the cost of the raw fabric materials that really drive the price of the gear.
So have you received assurances from the manufacturer that they are holding the prices as of March 11th?
Yeah. So yeah, the price that this went out to bid. So when they go out to bid, they actually sign that bid contract. So they're held to those bid prices for a year. We actually went out to bid for 6 months. And when the vendor came back, they offered the price for a year. That vendor has got a satisfactory contract with the manufacturer that they can hold the price for a year. So the vendor has entered a contract with the manufacturer for 1 year. So they gave that to us.
All right, that sounds good. Chief, you also say that the standard requires replacement of turnout gear that does not meet inspection/testing standards, or turnout gear that has met the maximum service life of 10 years. So my questions are, do you have written reports or documents that indicate which turnout gears have been inspected? Who does the inspection, by the way?
The fire department does.
Fire department does,
Yep.
okay. So do you have written documentation as to when inspections were conducted, on what turnout gears, and the results of those inspections?
Absolutely.
You
Yeah, the fire department is required to do that annually. So we have certified inspection gear technicians. They go through a course and a certification to be able to inspect gear. And then every year, every firefighter comes in and somebody that's certified goes through their gear and test and looks at it and grades it. Basically, is it serviceable, non-serviceable? And if it is serviceable, is there any issues that need to be repaired? And what's the service life remaining on that product? So that is done in-house by our certified firefighters
Perfect.
every year.
And I would, let me rephrase, is the same process conducted for turnout gear that has reached its maximum service life of 10 years?
It can. Once it hits 10 years, it cannot be in service.
so
So that's the
that's done.
maximum it can be. So usually we get 7 to 8 years out of a set of gear. Again, just like trucks in a rural community, they can get 10 years out of gear without a problem and probably retire it before it's due. But in the city like ours with the volume we typically don't get more than 7 or 8 years out of a set of gear before it's damaged beyond repair, or worn beyond repair.
Mhm. So those inspections, they're done yearly. So obviously there's, that accumulation of years to get you to the 10. So you have all that record.
Correct.
Good. Okay.
Yep.
Thank you. All set, Chairman.
Thank you, Councilman. Thank you, Chief. Any further questions from members of the council? Questions from members of the public? Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
Next is bid 2025-140. This is found on page 21, and it is plastic playground borders and caps.
Good evening, Eric, Public Works.
Good evening. Thank you.
So recently, Public Works, the mayor's office, and the interlocal trust met regarding playgrounds in the city. And the discussion was about some of the deficiencies that we have at our playgrounds. So you're going to see a couple items in here tonight that we're going to work on to address those deficiencies. There are a lot of things that talked about, signs and damaged equipment. But one of the things that was most prevalent was the ground surface. So the first thing, these are borders and caps that are used to round out the perimeter of the playgrounds. So they contain the material. They also delineate playground versus not playground. And so that's what we're seeing tonight. And we're recommending exception to bid 56-6 to Willie Goat LLC in the amount not to exceed $100,000 to purchase the plastic playground border material.
Thank you. I have, I was looking at my email and I couldn't find it because I got a flurry of them. But am I correct to see that the cost is, there's a $600 shipping? Is that not included in the total price? If you look at document number 23, and if I'm wrong on this, I do apologize. But if you look at document number 23 into 24, you'll see it says shipping. Because this is being completed, the shipping cost is not included, but that was left on the document. Councilman Lattisaur, please.
No, actually, what you're looking at on page 24 is its subtotal, 761. The subtotal is the 676 and the 105 at the beginning. Carried forward to the 761 subtotal, add in the shipping of 600, 1361 total. So that is correct. Of course, unless Director Earls disagrees, but that's the way my math adds it.
No, you're probably right. I wrote something quick in my notes where it says 761, skip the 600, but you know.
I could see where it's confusing because it's on
yeah.
2 different pages.
Got it. Okay. I put you on the spot, didn't I, Director? My sloppy note-taking. Understanding we have...
Actually, Chairman,
Yes, sir.
it should be 781, not 761.
There you go.
676 and 105 is 681.
But
not
they have that.
671. Oh, and then
have
there's a
that-
$20 credit.
And then they deducted the
You got
20,
the
yes.
$20 credit, so it is 761.
There are 48 bid items, and I had a busy week, but I'm hoping, Director, if you don't mind, pause that question I asked you. I see Councilman Gebhardt, who usually has precise answers. I'm going to go to him and hope he does.
I don't have any answers, but so I guess I have 2 questions. One, the 56.6 request, is this out of expediency to try to get these playgrounds up to spec quickly?
Yeah, it's that, and it's also that it is a pretty proprietary item, and we don't feel that if we went out to bid, we would get the kind of response that that would really, adjust the price. This vendor is willing to work with us, and in the 56.6 capacity. So, and it is largely to expedite it. Yeah.
Okay. And then I guess the question, and maybe we can follow up on this though, is like the quote in here is just for like one set. Obviously, we're going to need many sets to get to $100,000.
Correct. Yes.
And so I think the hope of this council would be that the shipping doesn't scale, that shipping isn't repeated for every additional set we purchase, right?
Yeah, I think that's accurate. I think as when you start ordering truckfuls of them, the shipping goes down considerably, or relatively anyway.
Yeah, so it would be helpful, we don't want to slow down the progress here, but I think it'd be helpful just for our sanity to understand that officially, once you get into the purchasing rhythm with these folks, that the shipping does not scale with, it smooths out, and maybe it's $600 total or $800 total across the $100,000 we're going to spend. The second question that I had was in the study you did with the trust. Is this only relate to the city's playgrounds? Does this have anything to do with the school's playgrounds? And are they in a similar situation?
This does not have anything to do with the school playground, so I'm not sure.
Okay. Okay, I can follow up with the school committee on that one to see. Did we ask for this review with the trust, or is this something that they do periodically?
We did not ask. I don't know what the impetus was or what got them down looking at the playgrounds, but yeah, they conducted a pretty thorough review.
Just for the record, I have the microphone. Chief, would you please identify? And Chief of Staff is going to answer the councilman.
Sure. Bill Fasenzi, Chief of Staff to Mayor Picozzi. The trust, as Director Earls was mentioning, does periodic reviews, and this was one of their comprehensive reviews of all of our city playgrounds, not including daycares, private schools, public schools, just city-insured playgrounds.
Okay. Thank you.
Is that all, Councilman?
Yep, that's
Thank
all
you.
I had.
And actually, Councilman, what you said makes a lot of sense. I was just reviewing my emails. I don't have the email on that, but I have a lot of emails on 48 bid items. And I do remember when I did my scratch notes, I believe exactly what you said is exactly what the point was. Not $600 for that item. It's going to be a massive bulk item. Any further questions from members of this? And I do apologize for the confusion with my statement. Councilman Lattisaw.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll yield to the council president if he wants to speak before me? He had his hand up, Mr. Chairman.
Oh, Council President. Thank you, Councilman Lattiser.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilman. Director, no, I just wanted, I think this is very important that we have this bid here and the next bid on going back and looking at these playgrounds and stuff like that. We've just invested a lot of money. I know just 2 playgrounds in Ward 7 in the last few years. The one right behind us here at City Hall was over $500,000. The swing set that we built down at Arnold's Neck, $130,000 plus. So I'm glad to see that we're going to have a maintenance plan and that we have the trust that keeps checking it, because I know these are very popular. They get a lot of use, and that this is very important. So I just want to commend the administration on this, because we're using a lot of these ARPA funds and grants and everything like that to build these things, but we really need to maintain them the years going on and doing multiple touches up here and there, purchasing the mulch, doing different things like this with the caps. It's gonna make these last longer, be safer, so the residents can enjoy them for a long time. So thank you. And thank you, Councilman Lattiser.
Thank you, Council President. Councilman Lattiser, committee member Gebhardt just asked if he could have the mic, and you'll be next. Thank you again, sir. Councilman Gebhardt.
Just one more question, Director, on the work that the trust did. Was this an exhaustive visit to every playground, or did they survey a few and then make general recommendations?
No, it was an exhaustive visit. The presentation they provided went into pretty significant detail at all the locations, and included recommendations, and we're still reviewing a lot of those recommendations. But this one we know we have to start moving on. So
got it. Yeah, because from time to time I'll get an inquiry from a resident of, hey, the seat on this piece of apparatus is broken and someone could get injured on it. So I would assume that was flagged in there.
we just ordered that seat, yes.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Lattiser, you have the microphone.
So I'm very happy to hear that the trust stepped up and conducted whatever inspections that they did. And I also want to take a moment to thank the Chief Vicente, and Dean Pimentel for meeting with me and going over some of these very issues at Del Judas Park, which is in my ward. I've committed $145,000 of my COVID money, our COVID money, I guess is a better way to say it, towards this park. And some of the issues that you're speaking to here have been brought up more than once. And it's not just this administration, it goes further. But aside of the inspection and what prompted it or however it happened to take place, my questions are more towards the management side of this. And one question is, who is in charge of doing the inspections of these playgrounds? The mulch, the thickness, the height of the slides off the ground, 6x6 perimeter railroad tie frames that have disintegrated, benches that have disintegrated, swings that are broken. Who is in charge of doing those inspections on our playgrounds throughout the city?
That was actually part of the recommendation process, is they recommended that the city have a certified playground inspector. And so we started moving on that to get someone in the city certified as a playground inspector, which, is a somewhat exhaustive course, but we don't currently have anyone that has that certification. So we're moving forward with getting people certified. So like you said, we can conduct those inspections and know the types of things that we should be looking for.
So I don't believe it takes anyone with a certification or a college degree to see a broken swing or to see 6x6s that are disintegrated or a whole host of other things that I'm not going to belabor at this point. But I'll go back to my original question. Let me rephrase that question. Was there anyone who was responsible for doing a physical inspection of these playgrounds and identifying these things that need to be addressed? Did we have a plan?
Our field maintenance group, they maintain the facilities, they cut the grass, they change out broken swings when they see them, but there's a lot of detail that they don't know about. You know, they don't know that you need 12 inches of mulch or 12 inches of sand, or that the border that goes down the swing needs to extend 48 inches beyond that. You know, that's not the kind of thing that they're aware of because they were never trained on that. But we do try and replace apparatus when it's damaged or remove it when it's a liability. And they're always looking for those types of things.
And nor should they be. And nor would I ever sit here and suggest that they should be. Their job is to go out and do what they're told to do. Their job is to follow instructions and directions. I agree with you. I would never expect our workforce to go out and identify or know how high a slide should be off the ground or how thick the mulch should be. I would think that someone in a leadership position should know that. So believe me, I'm not saying anything about our workforce as far as what their responsibilities are in identifying these things. It's not their job. When did the trust, let me rephrase, when did you first become aware that the trust was conducting this inspection?
What was it, a month ago?
So I,
Chief, please identify.
Bill Facenti, Chief Staff to Mayor Picozzi. So I started July 1st. We had a meeting with the trust for initial presentation of their findings. I'm not sure when the actual assessments were done, but I believe it was before either the first or the second week of July. So when they did the presentation, that's why we wanted to make sure. I think we had about, I don't know, 5 or 6 days to get this on this docket. And this was the first step in a multi-step process to evaluate our playgrounds. And we'll be coming back to you for approval on additional expenditures for playgrounds. You have to understand that playgrounds that were put in 15, 20 years ago are no longer, some of them are no longer code compliant. So you'll notice that throughout the city, some of the swings are not being replaced. Some of the items are being closed. We're trying to do as best a job we can, as fast as we can within our abilities and our regulations on spending to get this done. We were made aware of it in July, and here we are before you in August. So this is one of many expenditures that we're going to be asking for.
I would think that these inspections, these overviews of these parks, particularly where it's all little kids that are playing around in these things, that's something that Parks and Recs would be just doing as part of their job description or in their travels.
The maintenance of the playgrounds falls under.
I'm sorry?
The maintenance of the playgrounds falls under field maintenance, which is under DPW, not Parks and Recreation.
And Director Earls just indicated to us that as a result of this inspection, that the city is going to be hiring, I don't remember his exact words, an inspector, an oversight person. When is that person going to get hired from the city? And where is that money coming from to pay for that individual?
Councilman, I'm gonna ask that I understand that's a valid question. I'm gonna ask we stick to the bid at hand. with the items that we're seeking monies for.
But you're seeking monies for something because of a lack of something.
I understand, well, I don't understand what we're talking about is given authorization to purchase something to fix a problem that was discovered by our insurance. You're asking about a position that hasn't even been
I understand.
created yet. So I'm asking you to please focus on the question of the bid.
So, Mr. Chairman, I've always been of the belief that you can't fix a problem unless you know what the problem is. And obviously, there's things leading up to the demise of some of these items, which is all part of the problem. So that needs to be identified. But in any event, I'll leave that up to the folks that know better than me. Playground borders. Playground borders. So am I accurate when I say that's, I'll use Del Judas Park again, Chief, that you and I had saw. That would be those 8x8s or 6x6s, right, that go around the perimeter of that slides and swings and stuff like that.
So throughout the city, there are various pieces of material, items that contain the safety surface, whether it's mulch, sand, plastic, rubber, whatever it is. There are metal edging, there's plastic edging, there are railroad ties at Del Judas Park. The railroad ties and the wood products, they rot, they deteriorate. So we're looking at more cost-effective ways of containing the material, because what happens is when someone goes into the playground, the safety surfacing is displaced and it can be kicked out of the playground. We're trying to contain it, and we're in the city do not have a delineated area that basically outlines where the safety surfacing needs to go. It's just open field. So that's what we're looking at, purchasing on an as-needed basis, the amount of plastic edging we can use to delineate. Obviously, we're going to start with the playgrounds that we know where the safety surfacing needs to go, and move throughout the whole list.
Well, Chief, again, thank you for, taking time to visit that particular playground and for Dean Pimentel's works and efforts. And I'm particularly happy that we were ahead of the curve with this trust inspection, that we got to it here before they got to it. Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Ricks.
Thank you. Does this also include taking care of that issue with the protruding metal by the slide, the playground located near the Boys and Girls Club in Norwood Field, also known as Rubery Field?
So this is for the plastic edging will not take care of that. DBW field maintenance will have to remove that. So what happens is we're starting this process of identifying and installing all the safety surfacing. Some of the playgrounds just need safety surfacing. Some of them just need signage. Some of them need signage, safety surfacing, and new components. This is our first step. So doing actual physical work to remove broken components of playground equipment, this is not part of that. That is, we're continuing to evaluate. We have another meeting with the trust to find out. They went through our initial evaluation review was, it was about an hour and a half, and they have 24 playgrounds, each one with 42 pictures. It was a little overwhelming on, went a little bit too fast. So we're going through that again, sitting down with the trust, making sure we understand exactly what they're looking for and what they're looking at, to make sure that we're doing it the right way.
Okay. I wasn't sure if the plastic end caps could be used for that. It's
so are you talking about the iron rod that holds the wood timber into the ground, or are you talking about a piece of metal that's sticking up somewhere else in the playground?
right. So it's a piece of metal that's part of the slide there. The ground cover generally hasn't been maintained very well at that particular playground.
Right.
But at the same time, even if it were properly covered, I would still think that it would be a significant trip hazard and the like. It's one of those issues that I've brought up pretty much perennially several times over different administrations. It's something of a wonder that, to my knowledge, no one has gotten hurt.
So if it's in the safety surface area, in the ground in the safety surface area, it will be taken care of before we put the safety surfacing in.
Okay.
So if it's part of a piece of equipment, that'll be the next step. So
Okay, thank you.
we're not just going to cover it up.
Great.
Thank you, Councilman. Any further questions from members of the council? Anyone that did not speak yet? Councilman Lattisaw.
All right, Mr. Chairman, I just need to re-clarify one item. I believe I had asked the chief as to when someone would be appointed to that position. And rethinking what Director Earls had said, I believe he said that someone within the department would be trained and certified. So I just want to put that out there and clarify it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Are there any further questions from members of the council? Questions, comments from members of the public on this bid?
Jim Italiani again, I'll try to keep it brief. What you brought up, Councilman Ricks, about asking that the citizens are bringing attention to, particularly our ward people, in my case, that things are dangerous, things need to be done. There was a street sign that was mentioned that was not visible anymore 3 years ago. It was just replaced. There was another sign, a curve sign, over 2 years ago that was reported by a neighbor I know. That was just done within the last month. If you look down at what's being redone again for the third time in 10 years, the playground and water park at Oakland Beach, I mean, it's the third time. And as you know, Donna, in 2010,
Sir?
that 10-year plan, I'm sorry.
We're discussing a bit of this.
Okay.
You are talking about playgrounds, but
But
I'm going to ask that we stick to the project
You're right.
of the bids. Thank
What
you.
what I'm saying is just to verify what Councilman Rick said. There's been so much deferred problems and there's so many dangers in the community. And even when they're brought up to, I hope, the proper authorities, they're not being addressed. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any further comments, questions from members of the public? Thank you. Next bid to be discussed is the purchase of playground mulch. This is bid 2025-139, found on page 25. Good evening again, Director.
Good evening. So we talked about playground borders. This is to purchase playground mulch. 56.6 Earth Products. This is a specific mulch designed just for playgrounds. And there are 10 playgrounds in the city that require additional or any mulch for their surfaces. So this would go towards remedying that at those 10 playgrounds.
Thank you, Director. Questions from members of this committee? Questions from members of this council? Questions from members of the public? Thank you, Director. Next would be bid 2025-141. This is the Warwick Fire Department radio control station for EOC. This is found on page 28. Good evening, Chief. Please identify. You have the microphone.
Good evening, Assistant Chief Umbenhauer from the Fire Department. Fire Department's requesting a 5610 to piggyback the state of Massachusetts MPA for public safety equipment, specifically two-way radio equipment for the purchase and installation of a radio control station at the Municipal Emergency Operations Center. We're requesting the award to Cybercom Communications of Warwick, Rhode Island, in the amount of $94,740.32. Cybercom, in addition to being on the state MPA, also is the sole authorized administrative vendor for repairs to the state's RISCON radio communication system. Last year, the fire department was awarded a $240,000 Homeland Security grant to upgrade the Municipal Emergency Operations Center. As part of that grant, we were required to purchase and install radio communications equipment inside the fire headquarters where the municipal EOC is. This fully functional dispatch position will be utilized both as a backup to the primary dispatch centers, but also as an additional workstation during 323. They're getting longer. This is the earmark for the Fire Emergency Operations Center grant.
Thank you, Chief. So to be clear, this is funded purely by the Department of Homeland Security grant.
Yeah, a portion of it is a co-share to these grants, but this, $240,000 is being reimbursed, yes.
Right. Okay, thank you. Any questions from members of this committee? Are there any questions from members of the council? Are there any questions from members of the public? Any questions from members of the public? Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
Next will be bid 2025-038, traffic, street, and pole light maintenance and repairs. This will be found on page 36. Good evening.
Good evening, Eric Earls, Public Works. Public Works is recommending award for traffic, street, and pole light maintenance and repair to Arden Engineering Contract Constructors, Inc. Request cap of $85,000 for 1 year period.
Thank you. This is affiliated with the LED lights that we converted to some time ago.
This includes lights, those lights, the street lights, traffic lights, red lights, and field lights.
Right. Thank you. Perfect. That's what yeah, so the LEDs are included within that. That's, yeah.
Yes.
Yep. Okay, thank you. Questions from members of this committee? Questions from members of the council? Questions from members of the public? Thank you, Director. Next will be item number 11. That's bid 2024-116. Warwick Fire Department Firefighter Occupational Medical Revaluations rebid. This is found on page 38. Good evening, Chief.
Good evening, Assistant Chief Abandonment from the Fire Department. Fire Department's requesting a 612 alteration of contract for bid 2024-116, which is Firefighter Occupational Medical Evaluations, to increase the spend authority to AtMed Treatment Center by an additional $84,960 and extend the contract period for one additional term, which is one additional year. The request, if approved, will increase the total award to $154,960. Fire Department did receive confirmation from AtMed Treatment Center that they agreed to extend the current pricing for an additional term, which would be one additional year, without any change in bid pricing. This request will be expended through budget 35335, which is Occupational Medical Program.
Thank you, Chief. So you say with no increase in pricing, yet we noticed an increase in price. Could you detail what that's about?
Yeah, the pricing is based on a per firefighter rate and for certain services within that exam, depending on their certifications they hold. The last time that we did the medical exams, we do them annually. We had a significant number of newer firefighters. We hired 30 last year. 20 of those were the safer funded firefighters. Those exams were done before the last annual examination, so we didn't have to re-examine 30 of them. So last year, you'll see the overall cost of the project was a little lower because we didn't have to. So we base it on the number of firefighters that are required to be examined in the upcoming year and then multiply it by the per firefighter cost, leaving a little bit of residual in case we have to re-examine any firefighters after a serious injury or illness or something like that. So that's why it's a little bit higher this year, is because those 30 firefighters would now have to be on the annual evaluations.
Understood. So it's if we were to look at the per person cost, that's the same. It's now just increased because
the numbers are bigger.
The numbers are larger. Understood. Questions from members of this committee? Questions from members of the council? Councilman Lattisaw.
Chief, excuse me, in terms of dollars and cents, what was spent on this item last year?
Last year, the fire department spent $59,194.
59,000 what, please?
$194.
And this medical evaluation, is this mandatory or is this voluntary?
It's required by NFPA 1582. NFPA 1500, which is the firefighter wellness, requires that we comply with NFPA 1582, which is the annual medical certification program. Yeah.
So this is two different things.
Yeah, it's an NFPA standard and it's mandated in Rhode Island general law that we comply with NFPA 1500.
And when was the last time with this particular item that the department's going out for bid on this?
A year ago. So this is typically it's an annual bid. We go out for this annually. Very similar to what happened last year is we actually went out to bid this year for it. We only got one response to the bid, and that bidder did not comply with the specifications. They were not eligible to administer NFPA exams. So we reached out to the current vendor, AtMed Medical, to see if they would go for one additional term at this and keep the price in instead of having to go to rebid again, and they agreed to hold their prices for another year.
So that brings me up to my questions on this email trail that is in our binder. So we have an email here, and the subject is, this is on July 29th at 11:30 in the morning. Let me read the one from 11:25 first. This is from you, Chief, to Wayne Estes. Good morning, Wayne. As an option, we can extend the current contract and pricing for one additional year upon mutual agreement between the city, between AtMed and the city. He replies back, that would be agreeable. Then there's an email after that on August 1st at 1:03, and it is from you to Wayne Estes. And again, it speaks to the subject, City of Warwick, open to bid 2025-108, firefighter medical examination. Bid opening July 24, 2024. What is taking place here in this email? Over here it says bid opening July 24th, 2024. Was there ever a bid opening?
There was. So
There was.
we put this out to bid like we do every year. AtMed Medical failed to bid. They failed to get their bid in on time this year. Wayne, who is the person that we've been dealing with for several years with AtMed Medical, we've had a good relationship with, reached out to me, apologized for not getting the bid in on time, and I explained to him that we have to go with the bids that were received. There's nothing that we really could do. We did receive a bid, but then we subsequently found out that the one bidder that did submit a successful bid did not comply with the specifications. So after just talking with that vendor, they acknowledged the fact that they were not able to provide the examinations as specified. So what I would normally have done is went out for rebid and allowed AtMed to have one more shot at bidding this occupational medical exam. But in lieu of that, I offered to say, as the contract says, when we go out to bid, part of the contract does say, between mutual agreement between the city and the vendor, you can extend one additional year. And I took the chance that he would not be increasing his prices and be able to extend 1 year, and he did acknowledge that he could do that. So we're taking that offer.
So, two questions.
Sure.
What was the bid that you received on this item? And what was it that disqualified them from being acceptable?
So they bid when we bid an evaluation, we do a price on the full NFPA 1582 evaluation, which is blood work, vision tests, spirometry tests for pulmonary function, X-rays. It's a slew of things that are mandated by the NFPA standard, which up to and includes a physical examination from a doctor. It concludes with that physical examination. The company that bid was out of Connecticut, and they do like medical, they do occupational medical exams. So like if a postal worker comes in and wants to get an exam that are not firefighter exams, they don't comply with the NFPA standard. They were confused, I guess, by it. Although the specification is very specific. When I did reach out to them, they said, no, this is the price for just the physical exam only. Doesn't include any of the blood work or any of the other ancillary examinations or labs. So I said, well, that is not what we specified. So
has the department ever made this type of exception before?
we don't typically do that.
Where a company didn't bid for whatever reason, they were too busy, lost track of it, whatever. They didn't bid, but then they were allowed to come back in with a number. Have we ever done that before?
The fire department does not typically do that. Similar thing has happened in the past, and I'm just looking back 1 year from now. We had 4 bids for this, and AtMed was the lowest bidder 4 years ago, 1 year ago, between 4 vendors. So I use my own judgment to think that if they're going to hold their prices for 1 more year, those other 3 vendors who were already more expensive were not going to come down on their rates. So I assume that AtMed would still be the cheapest, and it's a vendor that we know and trust.
And why wasn't that information provided in this position?
Because the request was just to extend them 1 year. It wasn't to disqualify the other. The disqualification of the other bid and the reject all those bids is done between the department and the purchasing department, not through city council.
Okay. Chairman, I'd like to have a PCR on this, please.
Madam Clerk, may I have a PCR on bid 2024-116? That's okay. For the record, bid 2024-116, firefighter occupational medical evaluations rebid is now PCR 76-24 per request of Councilman Lattiser.
What's the number again, Chairman, please?
PCR 76-24.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chief.
Are there any further comments or questions from members of the council? Are there any comments, questions from members of the public? May I have a recommendation on PCR 76-24 from this committee?
Move favorable action.
Second.
I have a motion for favorable. I have a second. All in favor? Aye. Thank you. Thank you, Chief. Just for information, at 6:50 this evening, we will pause this committee or close to that so we be prepared for the public hearings scheduled for 1900 to 7 p.m. tonight. Next is item number 12, 2025-1451, bedding sand for playgrounds. That is found on page 44. Hello again, Director.
Eric Earls, Public Works. Again, we're going back to the playgrounds. There are 9 playgrounds that have bedding sand or sand as their surface material. So we are recommending award to Materials Sand and Stone in an amount not to exceed $80,000 to purchase sand for the playgrounds as needed.
Thank you. Are there any questions from members of this committee? Councilman Gebhardt.
This was an expensive audit by the trust. Are we getting any relief in our rates or anything, or is this to avoid an increase?
I have not heard of that, but that might be a different department.
Okay. I mean, either way, it'll be very nice to have the playgrounds up to spec, but it seems like this came out of left field, so not anticipated in the budget, I would imagine.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, if this is what it takes to bring our playgrounds up to suitable standards, then obviously we need to do whatever we need to do.
Thank you so much, Councilman. And over the last 4 years, I know that this council and that administration To see playgrounds, even the discussion of playgrounds in the city of Warwick again is absolutely wonderful, because I know for a while there it was dismal and even unheard of. Questions from members of the council? Questions from members of the public? Thank you, Director. Next would be item number 13, which is bid 2025-084, water post-type fire hydrants. I guess you're doing this one too. This is found on page 47, Director.
So the Warwick Water Division is requesting award to both Putnam Pipe Corp. And John Hoadley and Sons, Inc. for post-type fire hydrants. The amount will be capped at $65,000.
Thank you, Director. Are there any questions from members of this committee? Are there any questions from members of this council? Councilman Lattisaw.
Director, I'm just curious as to why this bid is so late coming to us.
That would probably be my responsibility. I don't know, except that we haven't had the need, and so I think it may have fallen through the cracks, but it certainly didn't compromise any of the operations. But like I said, as Public Works Director, this is Division of Public Works, so I accept responsibility for that, and we're working through some things in the Water Division, and we'll try not to let that happen again.
Director, does the fire department also have a hand in inspecting these fire hydrants?
I'm not sure what that relationship looks like. The answer is no.
So the fire department doesn't drive around checking out fire hydrants?
Apparently not.
That's the answer. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Any questions from members of the council? Questions from members of the public? Thank you. The next bid is item number 14. That is bid 2025-142, purchase of 13 solar speed signs for Ward 2. Director, and then Councilman Ricks, I reserve the first conversation for you. Director.
The Department of Public Works is requesting purchase 13 solar speed signs for Ward 2. All Traffic Solutions, Inc., the amount of $51,415. Poles are not included and will be secured through a separate vendor.
Thank you, Director. Councilman Ricks.
Thank you. And to thank you, Director. I'm glad that these came in at a very competitive price. So the reason for selecting these 13 was based on a survey that I had distributed across Ward 2. We received well over 300 responses. We initially selected a number of different locations based on workshops, feedback from constituents as to where the solar speed signs may be most useful. Then, based on that and having a survey, we narrowed those down further to reach these 13 locations. And importantly, I don't want to be in the business of determining exactly whose house each one goes in front of. Thankfully, we have a Warwick Police Department traffic division whose job it is to determine exactly the best places for each of these once we've narrowed down which street they should be on and what directions they should be facing. So the traffic division is going to determine the precise placement of virtually all of these in accordance with their standards, and also make sure that it's coordinating with anything else that may be going up that this city council has approved, so that we're not going and putting up a sign somewhere that is going to be inappropriate based on putting another sign in the very near future. So with all of that said, I think that this is an excellent competitive bid. It's something that's widely supported by many, many neighbors across Ward 2, as shown by that survey with well over 300 responses. And I would respectfully request this City Council's approval. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Are there any questions from members of this committee? Are there any questions from the members of the council? Councilman Lattisaw.
Just a clarification, not so much a question. So the only thing not included in this bid is the pole, right? The bracket for the pole and the harnesses are all part of the bid.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Are there any further questions from members of the council? Are there any questions from members of the public? Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we have one item that's, Director, don't go too far. We have one item. Usually this is the time I do ask for members of the public, the council, and the committee to any items they wish to discuss. However, we do have a request to amend sent to me by the DPW department, and it does exceed the $50,000 limit. So we're going to continue this portion of the committee. And I'm going to identify and bring everyone's attention to item number 19. That is bid 2025-115, water tank rental site. The amount is for the amount that is requested as of right now is $35,761.60. That will be amended to increase to exceed the 50,000 threshold. What I am going to do is identify Director of DPW, and I received an email from your purchasing director of the DPW who said that you have the information to share. And to the solicitor, I have the information here. Would you need that, or do you have a copy yourself?
I don't, but if this is something you're seeking an amendment, we'll put a PCR on it. And
Right.
if you want to give me the details,
Will do. So I'm going to call item number 19 as bid 2025-115. May I have a PCR? PCR 7724. For the record, bid 2025-115 water tank rental site is now PCR 77-24. Director, if you don't mind.
Thank you. When this originally came in front of Christy, Christy Moretti, business manager, Public Works, she started looking at how they came to the $35,761.60 number. As she did her research, she worked with purchasing to find the actual language of the contracts. And so the new number, $63,687.05, takes into account June of 24 through November of 24, and that rental fee is $2,000 per month. Then December of 24 through November of 25, so the next year, that rental fee is $2,121.80 per month. And then the following year, December 25th through November 26th, that rental fee is $2,185.45 per month. So knowing that, she was able to obviously put together the calculation and come up with this new number of $63,687.05, which will carry us through the end of November of 2026.
The total number, Councilman, the total number is now $63,687.25. Agreed, Director?
Correct.
Thank you.
And so to to make the math easier, there's 6 months at $2,000 a month. There's 12 months at $2,121.80 per month. And then there's 12 months at $21.85.45. And that's how we arrive at the new number.
I'm going to give everyone a moment.
So, Mayor?
Yes, please, Councilman Fuller.
So the other thing that needs to be changed, if I'm reading this right now, I just got to find it again.
Yes, the date.
The dates, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Okay.
Because it says 1 year from date of award, so we'll now match up with the information you just gave us.
Yes.
Right.
Okay. Thank you.
So hearing what the director just said, I'm going to ask for discussion on this item for PCR 77-24. Are there any questions from members of this committee? Are there any questions from members of the council? Councilman Lattisaw.
Thank you. Director, I see the numbers you're referring to, and the last statement in the position paper says starting in December and into the year 2025, the cost will be increased to a monthly amount of $2,121.80. But then you said another number that is not in our paperwork. Where did that number come from? What is that number? First of all, 26 something, and where did that number come from? Because it's not in any of my paperwork.
Well, that's what we're amending, right? That's what we're changing. We're adding the December 2025 through November 2026 at the 2185.45.
So why are you increasing it from $2,121.80 to $2,185?
That's the following year,
Why?
because that's what the contract says.
But there's nothing in this document that shows us that contract or talks about that, doesn't even talk about that contract.
That's, again, this was research that Christy Moretti did after this had been submitted. So I don't know where the original numbers came from, but these numbers are what is the contract with Our Lady of Providence. So,
But
again,
we don't have a contract here. We don't have the contract.
Right.
So we don't have in front of us the number that you're referring to. So what you're doing is you're asking us to vote on a number that we don't have and vote for a contract that we don't have in our paperwork. Is that what we're doing here?
yes.
Well, I don't know how that can possibly be. I understand, and I commend Christie for finding that discrepancy, but nonetheless, we don't have any backup information here. You're asking the Finance Committee and eventually the City Council to vote on something that we don't have any substantiating paperwork to do. And I just have an objection to that. I think that this is an item that we should have all of the information. We should have that contract that shows what the price is going to be in the third year of $2,180 some or whatever you said. So to me, it would make sense to hold this until the next meeting, until we do have all the actual documentation, the contract, as well as what the number is going to be in year 3. That is my suggestion, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Thank you. And I would agree with that because the numbers came to us and the people that worked it out are definitely out on vacation. Are there any other members of the council that wish to speak on this? Are there any members of the public that wish to speak on this item? Please identify.
Is this on? Richard Langseth, Budlong Farm. I certainly agree with Mr. Lattiser. everything before the city council should be in writing. Everybody should understand all of it. And I really urge you to suspend this until the next meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any further comments, questions? Is there a recommendation from this committee?
Move to hold to the next meeting, or recommend hold.
Second.
Thank you. We have a motion to hold PCR 77-24 until the next council meeting. City Clerk, when is that? September 4th. That is a Wednesday. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. The time is
Thank you.
6:50. Oh, sorry.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you, Councilman. I'm sorry. The time is 6:52. We're going to pause the Finance Committee to get ready for the public hearings that are coming up in the council meeting. We will be back after the public hearings. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So what we're going to do now, the Land Use Committee is going to meet at this time. They are just going to recommend that we move the public hearing to the full council meeting after 7 o'clock. We also have Rule 41 this evening, so there's a sign-up sheet on that. So if we could have the land use meeting meet right now, and then we can start the full council meeting right at 7 o'clock. Thank you.
Public Properties, Land Use, and Community Affairs convenes at 6:55 p.m. First up, acceptance of the minutes. July 15, 2024. Do we have a motion?
Move favorable.
Second.
All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
First item on the agenda, PCO 2-24. Excuse us. We're having a meeting over here. Any conversations, take it outside. Okay, first up, we have PCO 2-24, order on the abandonment of portions of West Pontiac Street and Pontiac Street. Petitioners are City of Warwick and Matthew Izzo. This is Ward 8, Councilman Snappy. We have a request for a public hearing. Do we have a motion for public hearing?
Move to hold a public hearing.
Second.
We have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
And this will be held shortly after 7 o'clock. We have two more items on the agenda. One similarly requires a public hearing. One item after that does not. So for anyone waiting for that third item on this agenda, we will be hearing that after the full council opens. So now turning to the second item on the agenda, we have PCO 8-24. This is Ward 3, Councilman Howe. It is order on the abandonment of portions of Strawberry Field Road, Murray Street, Bunker Street, and Fieldview Drive. The petitioner is the Rhode Island Airport Corporation. Let's see. Do we have from Ward 3 a recommendation to open public hearing?
Move to public hearing.
All right. And a motion from the committee?
I move to open the public hearing.
We have the motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. The committee pauses at 6:57. We will reconvene after the other committees have met. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Ricks. So we will start the full city council meeting in a couple minutes. We will have those two public hearings, and we also have Rule 41, which is public comment. There's a sign-up sheet here. You do not need to, anybody can sign up for public comment, but you do not need to sign up for public comment if you want to be heard during either one of the public hearings. Each is done separately, so everyone will have an opportunity to speak at those. Thank you. Good evening, everyone. I call the August 19th, 2024 City Council meeting to order. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. McAllister?
Here.
Mr. Foley?
Here.
Mr. Gephardt?
Here.
Mr. Howe?
Here.
Mr. Lattiser?
Here.
Mr. McElroy?
Here.
Mr. Ricks?
Here.
Mr. Sinapi? Ms. Travis?
Here.
9 present.
Thank you. Councilman Howe, will you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance? Good evening, everyone. We are now starting at general communications. This is announcements of congratulations, condolences, or community events. I have a few announcements. First up is Director Peter Schaefer will present the 5-year fiscal forecast to the City Council, just as he did last year during a September meeting. The Greenwood Volunteer Fire Company is having their 100th anniversary celebration this Saturday from 9 to 2. And I also ask for a moment of silence for my colleagues and the residents here this evening for Anna Gemma of Greenwood, who recently passed away, and she was the widow of Councilman Gemma. So if we could have a moment of silence. Thank you. Are there any other council members have anything under general communications? Councilman Howe.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to extend a congratulations to our colleague, Councilman Foley, and his wife, Martha, on the promotion of their son, Mike, to captain with the Providence Fire Department. I think we all understand the uniformed services is a very structured job that requires tests and qualifications and certifications. And today he was promoted officially to captain. So congratulations, Councilman Foley.
Anything else from members of the council? Councilwoman Travis.
Yes, Mr. President. I also have a moment of silence. I'd like to have a moment of silence for Captain Michael Ford from the Warwick Police Department.
Thank you. We'll have a moment of silence. Thank you. Any other members of the council have anything under general communications? Okay, we'll move on to executive communications. There are none. A is the acceptance of the minutes from the council meeting held on June 17th. Councilman Howe.
Move favorable action.
Second by Councilman Foley. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Thank you. Now we need acceptance of the minutes for the council meeting held on July 15th. Councilman Howe.
Move favorable action.
Second by Councilman Foley. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, thank you. Next up on the agenda this evening is public comment rule 41. Last call on that. Is there anyone here that has not signed up that would like to be heard? Rule 41, after general communications and prior to the consent calendar, at the last regularly scheduled meeting of the city council each month, there shall be a period of time not to exceed 30 minutes, during which citizens may comment about Warwick City government issues subject to the following stipulations. The total period of time for public comment shall not exceed 30 minutes. Comments need to be brief in order to allow as many citizens as possible to participate. Each citizen signed up and present shall have not to exceed 5 minutes to speak, provided, however, if there are more than 6 citizens are signed up and present, the 30 minutes will be split evenly among speakers. Time shall not be transferable among speakers. The topics for comment shall be issues directly affecting city government. City council members will not respond to questions during public comment period. The public comment session will terminate at the expiration of the earlier of all the speakers concluding their allotted time or 30 minutes. Waiver of this provision requires a unanimous vote of the council. We have 6 individuals signed up this evening. We just want to make sure that the microphone is on. The first speaker is Richard L.
Thank you. Richard Langseth, it's Langseth, Budlong Farm in Warwick. I'd like to bring to the attention of the City Council that we've had some failures with the minutes of the meetings, and it's been resolved, thank God. But I would urge the City Council members, if they have something that needs to go into the minutes for posterity, that they ask during the session, please put the following comments in the minutes. That way, later on, when we go to see the minutes, we can see that there was deliberation. At this point, the minutes are very, very brief. There's hardly anything in the record that can help later on to resolve a conflict. And by the way, some of the things, all of the things that the City Council people talk about are important. So I would think that if you were to say something important, say, please add this to the minutes. That way, the clerk is obligated to put your comments in the minutes, and then we can see the minutes later on. It would be very helpful. Thank you. Another thing, I'm a recent gout survivor. 2 days ago, I could hardly walk at all. I'm much better today. But I noticed coming in that there were very few handicap spots out in the parking lot. And what happened when they reduced the parking from the permanent basis to this new constrained basis, they still didn't recognize the need for handicap parking. There are many people in Warwick who do not come to the meetings because there's no place for them to park. Perhaps the administration could reach out to the handicap expert at the Pilgrim Center and work out a way that we can have adequate handicap parking at the City Hall. I think that's really important for all of us, because sometimes we sprain our ankles or we get gout or whatever, or in fact, we're permanently handicapped and we really need a place to park. So I'd appreciate it if that were considered. I had a discussion with the City Council solicitor about our Buttonwoods question. And I just want to remind the council that I'm asking for a change or a pulling of the ordinance for the Buttonwoods streets, where it's said that the streets are private when we all know that they're public. And there never was a hearing for this matter, and it was inappropriately passed by the City Council a good number of years ago. And I would think in the next few sessions of the City Council, we can have a full discussion about that, and I'd really appreciate if we could somehow soon get that on the docket. Those are the bitches for tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. The next speaker this evening is Rob C.
Rob Cody, Ward 7. Last month, another black mark was placed upon the Warwick City Council with another front page of the newspaper indicating that the status of the council person from Ward 6 has been elevated from defendant Travis to now convicted criminal Travis. After a state police investigation and attorney general investigation, the willful conspiracy and crimes that were committed by convicted criminal Travis have finally been made public, and once again at the expense of the taxpayers. What I did find amusing was that after the judge explained her crime to her and had reprimanded her, she wanted to know who was going to pay her back for the property tax payment that she made during the time that she had possession of the stolen property. It's kind of like getting an Uber to go rob a liquor store, and then when you're caught and prosecuted, you ask the judge to have the victim reimburse you for the expenses that you incurred during the commission of a crime. This is what we have in a Ward 6 seat that makes decisions for the future of this city. And it's just one of the many schemes convicted criminal Travis and her spouse have pulled over the years, such as the numerous credit card schemes and attempted personal injury schemes, of which, by the way, I have every document from the court. On July 17, 2023, in an attempt to shelter herself from the scrutiny of this latest theft scheme, convicted criminal Travis violated my constitutional rights, which has now resulted in a federal lawsuit that once again puts the taxpayer at risk. You should all know that recently the lawyers for convicted criminal Travis have put forth a motion to dismiss the lawsuit, stating that under legislative immunity, convicted criminal Travis has the right to violate any person's constitutional rights. Evidently, her lawyers must have been educated at the University of the Kremlin. Can you imagine that any law would allow an elected official to violate your constitutional rights after speaking only 15 words? Think about what kind of society would proliferate from that. For several months, I came before the council asking that a conversation be docketed to discuss instituting admonishment and removal procedures of any council member that violates a person's constitutional rights. For months, with no one taking steps to do that, it's clear that the council approves of this behavior and ignores the First Amendment of which this country is based upon. Pertaining to the 5-year forecast, recently Mr. McAllister stated he would not hold a public hearing where residents could ask questions until after the election because it would become a political issue. Well, Mr. McAllister, it's not a political issue because going through the 5-year forecast, you can see that in the best case scenario for the next 5 years, the citizens of Warwick will have a maximum tax increase instituted against them. They have the right to ask questions of how this is going to affect them and their businesses and their homes, especially the senior citizens and the people that are on limited income, fixed income. So I would suggest that, as you've just stated today, which is news, that Peter Schaefer will address the city council, that day it will be open to the public to ask their questions about the impact to this looming financial crisis. This financial crisis that Warwick has is not going to end well, as the mathematics of the problem don't lie. And to date, no action has been taken to redirect the financial costs of the city. We're going to leave the next generation with an unimaginable debt that they will not be able to bail out from. 4 years from now, every elected official, past and present in this city, will all be pointing the finger at each other because of the crisis. And that's a fact that you can bank on for sure.
Thank you. The next speaker this evening is Cindy W.
Cindy Wilson. So I read the City of Warwick 5-year financial story. I found it interesting. It said, according to 44-35-10, the Rhode Island state law says that each municipality must submit a 5-year financial forecast, although many do not comply. that was so interesting. So we don't suck as much as other people? Like why was that part of the financial statement to state that some people don't comply, but gosh darn it, we do? The maximum tax increase that we're getting at 4%, the best case scenario, 8.2 million surplus, worst case, 35.4 million deficit. Can you imagine approaching somebody with a business plan and saying, here's the thing, you may make a lot of money, or you may totally just blow up. I mean, that to me is unbelievable. When I was reading it today, I found it hard to read. I'm not a financial person. I found it very hard to understand. But I just can't believe that that's the situation that we're in. I have a business in Warwick, and as everything goes up, you probably all know I have a short-term rental. I have to raise my prices, and it's going to put me out of the market because people aren't going to want to pay. I go online and see what other cities are charging for the same kind of thing, and it's hard to keep up. So I beg of all of you to just have a public meeting, help us understand this, because it's a sad thing to do to the people, the residents. I'm a senior, I'm 67, so I'm on a fixed income. I have a little side hustle going, and that keeps me alive, but it's not easy. And what I'd like to say to the people that are leaving the council, the idiom "like rats leaving a sinking ship" is used to describe people leaving a place, organization, or activity in large numbers and quickly because it's failing. I think you know who you are. C'est la vie.
Thank you. The next speaker is John S.
Good evening. Thanks for the opportunity to speak. I want to continue where Rob C. left off in regards to criminal Travis. Just wanted the people to be aware that because she's a Democrat and there was a Democratic Attorney General, she was let off with filing false documentation with the city clerk rather than 3 felonies, which she should have been charged with if she was an average citizen, or even myself. Not only her, but her co-conspirator husband and the elderly woman that signed the property over to her illegally. All 3 should have been charged with conspiracy and other serious felony charges, but instead just one was, and allowed to skate with no punishment. In regards to Mr. Gephardt, I believe you requested publicly that she step down from the chairmanship of the board of Democratic Committee in the city of Warwick and from the pro temp position to fill in for the city council president when he's no longer available. But you didn't do what you should have did, which required and requested her to resign from this body. That is what should have been done. In continuation of that, I know people are probably aware of, or maybe not, the same situation happened to the property at Graceland with the Presley family. Somebody from out of the country filed false deeds and tried to steal the property. And at the last minute, it was caught and it was able to be reversed before it cost much money and a lot of embarrassment. All over the state, actually Superior Court judges in the state of Rhode Island are having it happen to them also from people that they find guilty of criminal offenses. And I believe the legislature is trying to do something to help out the judges, but nothing to help out the public, especially elderly people who seem to be the target of this scam more often than not. I'm requesting that this body do something to stop this from happening again. All it would take would be the city clerk who accepts and files the deeds. When she receives a new deed or a quitclaim deed, she contacts or they contact the person that is currently on file as being the record holder and owner of that property and giving them a specific number of days to contact the clerk to confirm whether or not it's a valid deed transfer. That would prevent something like this from happening again. It would only take an ordinance or a resolution or some instruction to the clerk to change the current policy. Not a very hard thing to do if you're really concerned about your constituents. Lastly, in my conversations about criminal Travis, it has been brought to my attention because Superior Court didn't bring it to my attention, but in 2017, after I had involvement with criminal Travis, I had filed an ethics complaint, which her lawyer, of course, said it was all a scam and there was nothing to it. She didn't do anything wrong, but beep, bop, the usual. But she was found guilty after a hearing by the Ethics Commission. I also sent her documentation telling her not to vote specific ways
You have 1 minute, Mr. Semino.
in city contracts. And if she did, I would do everything in my power to see that she was not reelected. After that, it come to my attention recently, and I have the document here, she went to Kent County Superior Court and tried to get a restraining order against one of her constituents exercising his First Amendment rights, which seems to be a habit with Ms. Travis, especially in this council with Mr. Rob C. Obviously, the judge wasn't as stupid as her and denied it, point blank, denied it, because it's First Amendment right. So I wanted to bring that to the council's attention, and please do something about these fraudulent deeds being filed with the clerk. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Roger C.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you all for coming. I'll make this short. Roger Cerisi, and I'm running for Ward 7 for council. I feel once again my councilman from Ward 7 has let down his constituents by failing to call for a special council meeting to discuss the 5-year plan that was recently put forward by this administration. A plan that has all the possibilities to put people out of their homes and also to cause businesses to close their doors. Very sad. The question is, why doesn't my councilman want to give the residents an opportunity to ask questions on a plan that appears on face value to be concerning at best? The financial forecast ranges from the best case scenario of having an $8 million surplus to the worst case scenario of having a $35 million annual deficit. This is a pretty wide range of consequences. But most alarming is that the best case scenario includes a maximum tax increase annually for the next 5 years. What would be the tax increase projection under the worst case scenario? And why doesn't Mr. McAllister and Mr. Howe want to discuss these issues in public? I don't get it. For years, Mr. McAllister has avoided answering any questions posed to him about contracts or expenditures and how they impact the residents of Warwick, among other things. That's another story. Now he has before him a 5-year projection that in best case scenario will be devastating to many Warwick residents, particularly seniors. And once again, he fails in his fiduciary duty to ask questions and to let the people who pay the bills ask the questions. Once again, Mr. McAllister shows the city his complete lack of understanding of financial issues that impact the taxpayers, all of us. I'm amazed on how cavalier his reaction to a fiscal document of such magnitude is, but it certainly signifies his complete carelessness and ineptness. If I'm successful in my bid for Ward 7 council seat, I can guarantee the residents of Ward 7 that I will be complete opposite of this current regime. I will vet every expenditure that comes before me. I will welcome the public's input and questions, not cut them off. If I don't have the answer to a question, I will get it and respond accordingly. I will not stand by silent, as Mr. McAllister has done, and ignores constituents. I believe it's a fair statement when I say that my councilman has breached his oath of office by ignoring his constituents' concerns and also ignoring the physical condition of this city that will be passed down to the next generation, the generation before that, and the generation after that. Peace.
Thank you, sir. The next speaker is Karen E.
Hi, I don't have any notes, so I'm going to be shooting from the hip. I have been living in Warwick for 3 years. Yes. Oh, Karen, England, like the country. Okay. So I recently retired, and what I realized is that I'm spending a lot more time at home. And what I'm realizing is that my wonderful neighborhood, which is a very detailed neighborhood, is bombarded by noise pollution. And I've been giving it a lot of thought, and I certainly don't want to affect any people that are making a living trying to keep properties clean and neat. And I also have thought about what people can do when there is a problem in the neighborhood. And when there's a drought, one of the things that we do is we say you can water on Tuesday and you can water on Thursday, but no other days. Something like that could happen to people that are using leaf blowers particularly. And I'm focusing on leaf blowers because this is a huge problem. It's not just leaf blowers, but it's also tractors, it's hedge trimmers, it's a variety of very loud equipment that's needed in order to get the job done. And so we also know that the state and the city are all trying to reach a goal of using less fossil fuel equipment. And there are ordinances that are put on other industries that do use fossil equipment. This is not purely about clean air, but it's also about noise pollution. And I happen to live in a section where I'm in a T intersection with the roads. And I figure I can hear uncomfortable noises from 3 properties down on each side of my house. And because I'm on a T intersection, that also means 3 houses north of me, 3 houses east, 3 houses west, on both sides of the street. And at one point, I calculated maybe 20 to 22 pieces of property that have people coming in and using these antiquated, loud, noisy machines to get their properties taken care of on a weekly basis. So I don't propose to know what the answer is, whether it's regulated by what days of the week people are allowed to come in, whether there's a form of communication from people that are doing the work around when they're going to be in the neighborhood. Possibly they can organize to be there Tuesdays, Monday, Wednesday, and Fridays. That seems complicated. I think that the more logical approach is to try again to get leaf blowers, singling only one of the equipment that's going to be causing noise pollution, is to have the noise blowers be electric. I think that we all need to realize that we're facing this down the road, whether it's this year or 5 years or by, is it 2030? That's the goal, to try to get us to use less fossil fuel. If we need that as an excuse, that it's fossil fuel usage, then we should use that excuse. If it's noise pollution, then there are a lot of things to support that. One of the things I heard was about handicap accessibility.
You have 1 minute, Miss England.
So there are a variety of different types of handicaps, and one of them is being sensory defensive, or we've all known the person that's on the autism spectrum that is very bothered and harmed by loud noises. Well, you don't have to be on a spectrum, on the autism spectrum, to have sensory processing difficulties. So this is for those people as well as the people that are retired and older that have to be at home all the time. This is for me too, because I'm finding it extremely difficult, and I've actually looked to try to move to a quieter place. But that's not the answer either. I do think the answer is looking long range at leaf blowers, being quieter and more environmentally compatible.
Thank you. Up next, going to ask my colleagues on the council. We have not finished the finance docket yet, or the consent calendar. We do have 2 public hearings, so hearing no objection from members of the council, I would like to move to referred business number 1, PCO 2-22, in order of abatement of portions of West Pontiac Street and Pontiac Street, City of Warwick. Is there any objections to hearing that at this time from members of the council?
I said I had a question. So are you looking to hold off on the last 2 speakers for the public comments?
All 6 spoke, sir.
They're all, okay,
Yep.
I misunderstood. Thank you.
Yep. No, I just looking, we haven't finished committees. I'm looking to do the public hearings now. Is there any objection to that? Okay. Hearing none, so we will now move into on referred business number 1, PCO 2-24, committee report, land use.
Recommend opening public hearing.
Councilman Sinapi. The second by Councilman Gephardt and Councilwoman Travis. All those in favor to open a public hearing, say aye. Aye. Okay, thank you. So what we do this evening here is, and we'll do the same program for both public hearings, is right now we are just discussing PCO 2-24. This is the abatement of the portions of West Pontiac Street and Pontiac Street. So what I will do is I will ask, is there someone here to present this petition to the city council? That individual will get up, introduce themselves. They will give a presentation. Then members of the city council will ask questions. Then we will ask the public, is there anyone here to speak for that? The way we do that is first I ask, are there any individuals here to speak in favor of this project? I will give 3 opportunities for someone to speak for that. Then I will say, is there anyone here that would like to speak against this project? Again, we will ask 3 times. And then I will offer, is there anyone here that would like to be heard on this project? And we will ask that 3 times as well. Once we finish that, we will close the public hearing and the council will continue discussion. So that is how public hearings are done. I ask that each speaker please speak slowly and give their name before speaking. We have the stenographer here this evening who's recording both of these public hearings. So at this time, is there anyone here to present PCO 2-24?
Yes, thank you, Council President and honorable members of the council. Attorney Joseph Brennan here on behalf of the petitioner. Address 51 Jefferson Boulevard, Suite 400, Warwick, Rhode Island, 02888. Thank you again, Council President and Council. The petition that you have before you is fairly simple. When you look at the survey, the petitioner had been approached and found that the parking spaces that are being utilized by the current tenants of the building is an odd triangle shape in an odd corner of land, basically, that sits in the corner of West Pontiac and Pontiac Street. Additionally, when the survey is done, which happens oftentimes in Warwick, I've seen these types of petitions before where the building was built over 100 years ago and it just so happens to go onto the street line, even though it's really grass and it's not actually a paved area and the street is large enough to be able to accommodate. So there's really kind of 4 parcels kind of being transferred as part of this, all very small. The first one is to give the petitioner that and square off that portion of his property that would have currently been over city property. So now it can be just his. Then there's two that are one to the north, one to the south of that small triangle piece of land, also squaring that off for the petitioner. And then at the very end on the tip, there's that tip that's being deeded to the city instead. So the city isn't just giving up, but they're also gaining portions. That way, this can be a safer traffic pattern for pedestrians and people who are traveling back and forth, because otherwise they were always crossing the petitioner's private property and they hadn't realized that they were doing so. So this really kind of rectifies everything for everybody. And we're not talking about a lot of land. In total, the land that's moving is about 2,500 square feet. So it's really just small portions everywhere to make it safer and better for the community and for the petitioner himself. I know that as part of these, the petitioner still grants the city any type of easements over that property that they are abandoning for future utilities or any other improvements other than taking in the use of his property. The planning department heard this at their February 14th, 2024 hearing. They voted unanimously a recommendation, and I know that you guys have your local committees as well here at this council. I believe also voted for the recommendation for a passage. With that said, Council President and Council, that is our presentation. I do have the petitioner here. If there were any questions I couldn't answer, but we don't plan to have him speak otherwise.
Thank you, Attorney Brennan. Councilman Sinapi, this is your ward. Do you have any questions or comments at this time?
Only to point out, as was already stated, this is mutually beneficial in the interest of the neighborhood and highly sought out by the neighborhood. So unless there's anyone here to speak against it, I'm looking forward to this getting done.
Thank you, Councilman Sinapi. And we do have the planning director here. They are also on this as well. So Tom, if you could just introduce yourself.
Yeah, Tom Kravitz, the city planning director. I think Attorney Brennan explained it perfectly, so I really have nothing to add, but I'm here to answer any questions should you have any.
Thank you. Are there any questions from members of the council at this time? Are there any questions from members of the council? Councilman Ricks.
I'll just briefly comment that for the reasons I've stated at previous occasions, I'm skeptical. I take a skeptical look at any time that the city is abandoning public property and not receiving compensation for it. Taking a very close look at this particular circumstance, it seems that it's exactly as Attorney Brennan has presented. The purpose of this is to improve traffic safety. I know that this has the support of Councilman Sinapi, and I know that he also does his due diligence in these matters. And so, based on the presentation and that this is really a matter of public safety, improving that traffic pattern, it's really not for the purpose of giving a benefit to the owner of that property, although the owner of that property happens to gain some land as a result. It's a greater benefit to the city for not having to be responsible for maintaining that land and otherwise just set up all sorts of structures or the like to redesign the traffic pattern. That's something that the homeowner would be responsible for. So for those reasons, everything here looks like a great idea, save the city some money while improving public safety. And I certainly have no objection to all of this. And I'd like to thank everyone for their time, their cooperation, and navigating this. Well, I don't think anyone ever came to the city council with one of these different proposals and said that it was easy. It's not an easy process. So thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Any other council members have any questions at this time? Okay, are there any members of the public that would like to speak in favor of this project? Just please identify yourself for the record.
The name is Richard Langseth, Langseth. I think it's a great idea, but I do have a question. Is the public still using this street? Perhaps you could, through the chair, we could have that question answered.
Does the planning director do you have any information on that?
Yes, the public uses the street. They drive on it and walk on it.
So isn't it true that you can only abandon a street if it has ceased to be useful to the public?
Director?
No.
I really would like a better comment than that.
Well, I'm asked and answered.
No, we're rectifying, if anything, there's liability issues here too. It's the right thing to do.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any other individuals who'd like to speak in favor of this project? Are there any individuals who'd like to speak in favor of this project? Are there any individuals who'd like to speak in favor of this project? Are there any individuals who'd like to speak against this project? Are there any individuals who'd like to speak against this project? Are there any individuals who'd like to speak against this project? Are there any individuals who'd like to be heard on this project at this time? Are there any individuals who'd like to be heard on this project at this time? Are there any individuals who'd like to be heard on this project at this time? Okay, hearing none, I will look for a motion to close the public hearing. Councilman Ricks?
Move to close the public hearing.
Second by Councilman Foley. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Okay, we're back to the full council. Are there any other additional questions or comments from members of the council at this time? Councilman Gephardt.
Thank you. Thank you, Council President. Perhaps maybe just, can you hear me? Hello? 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 All right. Maybe just a question for Director Kravitz, perhaps. In the memo from the planning, actually in the memo from Director Kravitz, it talks about a traffic calming request, and ultimately the traffic calming measure resulted in the subdivision. Can you just describe what the traffic calming measure was that resulted in the action?
I'm going to punt that one to the Chief of Staff.
Chief, just identify yourself for the record.
Good evening, Bill Facenti, Chief of Staff to Mayor Picozzi. The traffic calming measures, not sure if you're familiar with this area. When you go down East Avenue, you take a right onto Pontiac Street, and it's basically a free-for-all. There are two streets with this little tiny monument in the middle of them, Padula Square. And the association, East Natick Village Association, back in 2009, in their master plan, proposed or had a priority of making it a plaza, that area more of a plaza, to delineate those two streets and to basically prevent tractor trailer trucks that are thinking they're on Pontiac Avenue and not Pontiac Street, and making U-turns across private property, public property. So the city, through the Community Development Office, and the council, councilman from the ward, Councilman Sinapi, have allocated funds for traffic calming improvements, making the plaza, basically extending it forward to delineate West Pontiac and Pontiac Street, also extending the a landscape barrier to prevent cars and trucks from turning in front of and across the petitioner's property, designating parking spaces for the residents as well as for the general public.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other additional questions for members of the council? Okay, hearing none. Councilman Sinapi?
Request favorable action.
Do we have a second? Second by Councilwoman Travis, Councilman Gephardt, and Councilman Rex, and Councilman McElroy. Any additional questions or comments? Hearing none, the clerk will call the roll for favorable action.
Mr. McAllister?
Yes.
Mr. Foley?
Yes.
Mr. Gephardt?
Yes.
Mr. Howe?
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser?
Yes.
Mr. McElroy?
Yes.
Mr. Ricks?
Yes.
Mr. Sinapi? Ms. Travis?
Yes.
9 yes, first passage.
Thank you. First passage. Okay, so that completes the first public hearing this evening. Thank you very much, Attorney. Next up, we have another public hearing. So my first question is there any objections from members of the council of hearing this public hearing at this time? Okay, hearing none. We will now move to PCO 8-24, in order of abandonment of portions of Strawberry Field Road. A committee report, land use.
Recommend open public hearing.
Councilman Howe.
Recommend open public hearing, favorable action.
Second by Councilman Foley and Councilman Ricks. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Okay, we are now in the public hearing. Once again, we will follow the same format that we just did for the previous public hearing. I will ask, is there an individual here to present this petition to the city council? We will then have members of the council ask questions. Then we will move to the public, where I will ask, is there anyone in favor of this project? I'll give 3 opportunities for that. Then I will ask, is there anyone here to speak against this project? I will give 3 opportunities for that. And then we will offer 3 opportunities if individuals just want to be heard on this project. So hearing that, is there someone here to present PCO 8-24 to the city council? And again, please just identify yourself for the records.
Thank you, Council President and honorable members of the council. My name is John Goodman. I represent the Rhode Island Airport Corporation, and we are here following up on our planning board meeting to seek the road abandonments related to the South Cargo project. From the moment we started this project, we proactively included funding and design for the construction of this wall. No one had to demand that we do this, and we are currently moving forward on the construction of the noise and visual barrier. We'd like to move forward to complete the construction of the sound wall, but that is dependent upon the city council taking action on the planning board's recommendation. RIAC and the Warwick Planning Department have agreed on the purchase price, which I believe is $409,000 for the road abandonments. And we also understand that the city expends significant taxpayer funds for the maintenance and upkeep of these roads, which was recognized by the planning board when making their recommendation for abandonment. So again, we just appeal to the council to approve this. We do have, there's questions from the council. We have our acting senior vice president for engineering here with us and our consultant on this project as well. Thank you.
Thank you. And I believe, as you mentioned, that the planning board has made a recommendation on this as well as the director here.
Yes, Tom Kravitz, City Planning Director. Yeah, the planning board at its meeting of June 12th rendered a unanimous vote to forward to the council a favorable advisory opinion to abandon these rights of way. We follow the typical protocol that we do every time we're approached with a situation like this. And we obtained various city staff input, police, fire, DPW, engineering, and there were no objections to forward the abandonment. Here, if there's any other questions.
Thank you, Director. Councilman Howe, this is Ward 3. Councilman Howe.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I would like to tell my colleagues that I'm sure we've heard the news, seen the news of the project that's moving on. The state of Rhode Island, the federal government, the Rhode Island Airport Corporation purchased numerous houses from the city of Warwick to expand an airport. And one of the reasons for that is to be business competitive. Looking at this through a lens of a community, of course, we could say, well, we really, would prefer that, things kind of stay the way they are. But looking at the lens of we're already this far into the project, such as an expanded runway, and seeing how this project of cargo facility is an economic growth for the city as well as for the state on airport property. And that's something I have to make clear to my colleagues. Please understand, this is happening on airport property. The abandonment is going to satisfy my request to RIAC that RIAC has agreed to pick up of building a barrier, a sound barrier between the expansion on RIAC property and a divider, if you will, between the community. That is on Strawberry Field West. If you stand on that street while the jet craft are idling, the fumes hit you if the breeze is blown in the right direction. We've had this discussion. I won't beat this drum much further, but I will say this is something that I worked very closely with John Goodman. And by work, I mean we communicated quite a bit. And I have to say, John Goodman has done a phenomenal job in getting the information out, answering the questions when I ask them, when the city asks them. Excuse me. Excuse me. His team has done a phenomenal job and have been responsive. We've debated. We've gone back and forth. But this is for that barrier wall to prevent noise, to prevent fumes, to prevent primarily, I'm sorry, I'm going to repeat myself, the noise of the idling aircraft, the operations. And if you remember, this is not what's being discussed this evening, but this is also part of the negotiation between the administration and RIAC of keeping the vehicles that are operating at that cargo facility off the city roads. So this is just one part of many parts. And I respectfully request, after many months of back and forth with RIAC, that my colleagues and the planning department, that my colleagues approve these abatements of these unoccupied streets. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Howe. Members of the council, any questions or comments at this time? Councilman Gephardt.
I have just two to start. It's not clear.
Councilman, we can't hear you again on your mic.
How's this? Better. It's not clear, at least to me, from what I'm looking at. This is the street view, which I demarks the streets that are to be abandoned, or the portions of the streets that are to be abandoned. I understand this is related to the sound, to the berm that is meant to go between, or the wall that's meant to go to reduce the impact of the noise and the fumes. Whereabouts on this map will that feature be installed?
We did bring some figures to show it.
Thank you, and just please identify yourself for the record.
Sure. My name is Dawn Miniker. I'm the acting Senior Vice President of Infrastructure for the Rhode Island Airport Corporation. And we did bring some figures to help visualize. So this is a rendering. This is a rendering of the proposed wall and berm. And then this is a poster board that was used during the environmental assessment in which the wall was included. So you'll see the development is on airport property right here. And the green is where we're proposing to have the sound and visual berm and wall. It's a 6-foot berm and a 9-foot wall. So the abandonment is a portion of Strawberry, Field View, Murray, and Bunker. And surrounded by, as John Goodman said, properties that were previously purchased by RIAC.
Okay, thank you. I think that answers my question. I was imagining that I hadn't visualized the wall headed, parallel to Palace Avenue. So I was trying to understand where Fieldview, Murray, and Bunker came in. So that that clarifies that for me. My second question is just related to the monetary compensation. I don't see included in the information we are provided anything as to the appraisal for the streets.
The appraisal? Yeah, so we did do an appraisal, and also we did a review appraisal. That was shared with Mr. Kravitz and the planning board.
Hi, Tom Kravitz, City Planning Director. Yeah, the appraisal was received. It's typical to ensure that in properties like this where the owner is being compensated, that the clerk has the fee, both particularly appraised amount prior to making application. It's not typical to include the actual appraisal, but I certainly have it and can get it to you.
No, I mean, included or not, so can we assume that the, city stipulations on using registered with the city appraiser were followed?
Yes.
Okay. I guess I'm struck by the amount of abandonment and the relatively low dollar number associated with that, but perhaps it's just the proximity to the airport that's diminished the value of the streets. If anyone else has any other comments on the appraisal, I'll take them. But other than that, my questions are answered. Thank you.
Councilman Ricks.
Yes, a couple of questions. To start, I would want to direct the questions to the planning director. Just to follow up on Councilman Gebhardt's question as to the appraisal, exactly what metric was used, or how was it decided that that amount of square footage would equate to $409,000?
The appraiser analyzed the square footage of the right-of-way, which is slightly wider than the paved area. That was one correction that was picked up on during the planning board process. Without having the appraisal handy to talk about it and analyze it, I think we should. I'd rather refrain from answering questions by the appraiser. I'm sure the applicant, though, can, if you have it with you, Dawn.
Sure. Yep. So they used comparable sales. That was their method. And it really boils down to $1 per square foot. And so we're looking to obtain 3.58 acres from the city. And that's at $2.65 per square foot. And again, that was based on comparable sales in the area.
When we're talking comparable sales in the area, exactly what area are we talking about?
Yeah, so there are, in the appraisal, there are some, so let's see, so essentially vacant land was used as a comparable sale. And again, like you said, there's not a lot of right-of-ways being purchased. So our appraiser used his knowledge of the area. He used the fact that it's close to the airport. We have airspaces and imaginary surfaces that we have to keep clear, so that limits the development. So this appraiser is experienced in appraising properties adjacent to an airport. So all of those are factors.
And, I can appreciate that does lower the value of that land probably very substantially. It's also an issue where I'm not entirely certain if that's truly a proper way to perform an appraisal under the circumstances. I remember some years ago, now, I'm not saying that it's an unlawful way to perform an appraisal, certainly not, but appraisals are opinions, and I'm not sure if I agree with the justification for that particular opinion. And by way of analogy, I recall a situation many years ago when there were some abutting homeowners or nearby homeowners nearby to the Johnston landfill, and they were having various issues that one can only imagine living next to the Johnston landfill, and they wanted the state to consider buying their properties. I won't go into the details. Short story, the state decided to go ahead and buy out that property. Shortly after, the neighbors threw a little cookout, and the cookout had to be shut down because the fire marshal showed up and said, "You're too close to the landfill. The way that the breeze is blowing, you can't have an open flame." Well, obviously, there's a lot of diminution of value of the property when we're talking about whether it's the Johnston landfill or the airport. So what the state did when it was determining the value of those particular neighbors' properties was it took a look at an appraisal as if those properties were located in a different part of the same town, not considering the fact that they were in fact abutting the landfill. So I think that Councilman Gebhardt raises a very good point that a bit over 3 acres being sold for $409,000, a little bit over $2 per square foot, that's an incredibly low amount, even if we're looking at effectively non-buildable land. I mean, there's certainly something to be said as well that we're talking about certain strips of land. There are, of course, factors that would cause these pieces of land to sell for less than the land would normally sell for if it was a rectangular block or the like. But I do have some hesitations on the sale price. Beyond that, another question that I would first ask the planning director, but the applicant may have more of a background on this. I'm not certain, that's why I'm asking. So the second question being the proposed berm to redirect the sound. Have there been studies on similar berms or the like to determine that this is the appropriate height, shape, and the like to cause a significant reduction in the transmission of sound that the neighbors would experience?
I have not contemplated that, given the agenda item being discussed tonight.
If the applicant would be able to provide any comment if you do have that information.
Sure, yeah, the wall was assessed during the environmental assessment where all of the sound was studied and showed that the barrier and the wall at a 6-foot berm and a 9-foot wall height did provide noise mitigation measures. Yep, and that's all posted on our website, the entire study.
Well, very good. I know that, again, it's an area where some have, where there can potentially be different opinions because every piece of land is unique. But I know that this is something that a lot of people have spent a lot of time on to make sure that this is as effective as it can be. I know that Councilman Howe has worked very hard on this issue for many years. And also, there are some parallels to the last public hearing in which the purpose of this abandonment is not for the benefit so much of the person or entity taking the land, so much as it is for the benefit of the city and for the neighbors, in that the whole idea here is to try to reduce the noise that these various neighbors would experience. So while I do have a little skepticism about these topics, I'm going to keep an open mind through the public comment. Thank you.
Other members of the council have questions at this time. Councilman Lattiser.
I just have a couple of questions and then a few comments, and I would like to reserve my right to follow up with questions after public comment. So to Director Kravitz, if this land, street, roads, otherwise, let's just call it all land, Strawberry Field Road, Murray Road, Bunker Street, and Fieldview Drive, these are, they're all connected, or they could be all connected. Oh, if it's abandoned, they'll all be 3.4 acres?
Correct.
Okay. So isn't it possible, we're talking about the value of the land, and I have serious reservations as to whether or not this number we're talking about is even close to fair. And the references are to homes. So what about a reference to, even if it requires planning, zoning variance, council approval, what about manufacturing? What about a plant that wants to build cabinets and is not necessarily concerned with planes flying overhead and noise and so forth and so on? They're, you know, in a contained work environment. I think that would certainly weigh in differently on the value of that land. So to just assume that the only functional use of that property is for residential, I think that is not accurate. To the lady from the airport, what was the total gate for last year on passengers coming into the airport?
Do you want to speak to that, John?
That's probably about 3.5 million for last year. And again, I know the questions asked why these are the roads we're talking about. I think there seems to be some conflation between the properties that the FAA has purchased, which the city does not own, and the roads. So when you're talking about a factory being built, I think you're saying a factory would be built specifically on that road that would be abandoned. There would be no road, but there would be a factory built on the road. So I just want to clarify that we're talking about the roads here.
No. What I'm talking about is if the city council at some point in time were to, and the planning department and zoning department, all the stars align themselves. If this property were in fact abandoned, I asked, would it become one plot of 3.4 acres? And the answer was yes. Now on that, you can build a factory.
The total amount of the roads themselves that are being abandoned.
The roads would be part of it, right? So the abandonment, you're looking for us to abandon roads. So if we abandon roads for you, we can abandon roads for a factory.
Correct. You can build a factory on the road.
That's my point. So to present this, that, you know, this is only worth 400 and some thousand because who wants to build a house over there? I don't think that's totally accurate. And I don't think
a house could not be built there.
That's a fair I don't think it's fair presentation. So
a house could not be built there, just to clarify.
Then why are you comparing the appraisal value to, you know, what you could put a house up there for? Or would anyone want to?
I'm so sorry, Mr. Councilman. If I can make clear that the airport already owns the property, we're just abandoning the roads. The airport owns all that property. If you are aware, then I apologize. I just wanted to clarify that.
All those roads, is that what we're talking about in the 3.4 acres?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. That's what I'm talking about. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm sorry.
Now, the reason I asked the question about the gate is because from the beginning of my tenure on this council, I sat in on presentations and promises from the Airport Corporation. And going back, the promise was, give us the okay to extend the runway. And within 3 years, we're going to increase the gate from 3 million to 5 million. I think that was back in 2014 or so, somewhere thereabouts, maybe 15. The gate never increased anywhere near it, and now you're telling me that in spite of extending the runway, the airport corporation taking more and more property from the city of Warwick, paying no more to the city of Warwick in pilot, you still haven't gotten to the 5 million. In addition to the property that the airport corporation has acquired from car rental agencies, and those businesses are gone, which produce revenue to this city. Now, the airport corporation wants to acquire more land. I have concerns with that. I have issues with that based upon past experience. And at this point, Mr. President, I will certainly welcome comment from members of the public who perhaps have far more knowledge regarding some of this stuff than I do. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other council members have any questions or comments at this time? Okay, so next up is we're going to ask if there's anyone here in favor of this project. I will ask that 3 times. Just please come up to the mic and identify yourself. Then I will ask, is there anyone here to speak against this project? I will ask that 3 times. And then I will offer an opportunity for anyone who just like to be heard on this project, and we'll offer that 3 times as well. So at this time, is there any members of the public here to speak in favor of this project? Are there any members of the public here to speak in favor of this project? Are there any members of the public here to speak in favor of this project? Okay. Are there any members of the public here to speak against this project? Just please come up to the mic and identify yourself.
Good evening, Council President and Council. Michelle Komar, a Ward 1 resident. And I have a few questions, probably about 5 topics. And I'm probably going to echo a little bit from Councilman Ricks and Councilman Ladisser and Gephardt so far. I'll try not to repeat, but have some new information. This sound berm is not an independent project. Probably wouldn't be constructed without the freight cargo facility. Who's the proponent of the freight cargo facility? It's 2 private companies, FedEx and UPS. And they're the main funding sources for the cargo facility. FAA is funding a small portion of the project, and that's just the aprons for the airplane to approach the cargo facility. And I didn't make this information up. I've attended RIAC's workshops. So I just wanted to know if anybody from UPS or FedEx, who is the proponent of the funding source for the cargo facility, is here tonight to explain why they need the cargo facility and therefore why this sound berm is needed. Anyone from those 2?
Well, we're just here to talk about the abandonment. That's the only thing that's before us this evening, is the abandonment of the, if you're for or against the city abandoning this property.
Thank you, Council. I did try my best to tie them in. I want to ask if there's an expert willing to testify from RIAC, one of their consultants, about the effectiveness of this sound berm. Is it going to work? I heard a little bit from the project manager that said it's going to reduce the noise. I need to know by how much. How effective is this sound berm going to be? What I don't want to see happen is another RIAC land grab. I'll just call it grab because I don't know a better term right now. But we've seen the airport expand to gain more real estate. So I'm asking if there is an expert willing to testify to the effectiveness of this sound berm.
Mrs. Komar, I'm not an expert of what you're requesting, but I would like to make a general comment, but I don't want to interrupt your time. May I make the comment?
Sure.
Thank you. Council President, my colleagues, the property, and this is just for clarification, The property that is being discussed, the airport already owns it. The roads are within within the property the airport owns. So the airport, as the Councilman Ricks identified, as strips of land. That's what we're speaking about, the abatement of that roads tonight. You're looking for, Mrs. Komar, you're looking for information on the berm. The berm was something that we talked about before this project even came up. As you heard the testimony from the RIAC representative, this is something that RIAC is building whatever they build on their property. Before they even announced or before they got into the depth of this cargo facility, I would stand on Ward 3 residents' properties on their porches and go speak to them. While jets were idling, the air would blow jet fumes to my face. In the summer, in the fall, in the winter, they would constantly say, in the fall, they would leave their windows closed because sometimes the jet fumes were too much. So one of the things that I came up with, well, one of the things that was discussed with RIAC, I won't say that how about a berm, how about a barrier? And where that idea came from, Mr. President, was and Mrs. Komar, if you drive down Route 90 in Massachusetts, they have those barriers across the side of the highway. That was a desperation, at the time, a desperation call. Can we do something? Yes, there's noise, yes, but it was something to deflect the fuel fumes, something to deflect the activity of a growing airport that just became an international airport. So this is what this abandonment is about. And that's where the idea of the wall came, or the idea of the barrier came from. And it was something that, upon agreement between the city and RIAC was not required to do, but agreed to do at the request of myself and the city. And I hope that clarifies and kind of makes things clearer for everybody. Thank you.
Well, I gladly let you interrupt me, Councilman, but I don't debate what you said about fumes, but this sound barrier has never been promoted by RIAC to improve or help with air quality issues. It's sound. And I'm just asking, is there someone that can give expert testimony how successful this sound berm is going to be?
Again, before us is just the abandonment of these streets. It is not the sound barrier. That is not what we are voting on this evening. It is just the abandonments of these streets.
Thank you, Councilman. Well, for every project I've heard about an abandonment, there's a proposal that goes with it for how it's being used. So I think my question has relevance here. So there's no testimony to how effective this sound berm is going to be. I just want to bring the council's attention to Rhode Island General Law, Chapter 24-6-1. It's entitled Highways, Abandonment by Towns. And the first section I'm reading is Order of Abandonment. And how I read it, and I won't go word for word because the council can ask the solicitor for his opinion, is that the use of the abandoned roadway has to be gone. It's of no use to the public. I think the council approved a driftway for the warehouse project. It was an old cow path. Well, that had no use for the public because the public didn't use it anymore. But the public does use this area to walk their dogs, to just walk and be outside. This is their home. It may not be where we want to live, but it's where they live and where they want to live. So I ask if the council is voting on something that hasn't been proven, because this provision is whenever by the judgment of the town council or any town, a highway or driftway in the town or any part of either has ceased to be useful to the public, the town council of the town is authorized to so declare it by an order or decree that shall be final and conclusive. And I won't keep going. So to me, you have to show that there's no public use at all. And that's not true in this case. And if any of the council want to ask for a legal opinion, I welcome it because I'm not an attorney. But I have read this law and it makes sense to me. We're not here to do a benefit project for a cargo facility. You have to show there's no public use left, and that this project fails to do that. And that is 24-6-1 of Rhode Island General Laws. So we know RIAX has been looking for money. UPS and FedEx are funding the cargo facility, FAA, the little apron for the approach of airplanes to the building. How is RIAC going to fund the berm? What is the funding source? How much money is it going to cost to be constructed? And what is the timeline? And what's required here that the city, the mayor was pursuing, was a petition so that there was a roadway system that would be built to mitigate truck traffic, to keep it off of Post Road and Jefferson Boulevard. And need to know what that cost is. We want to make sure this is a viable project that's actually going to be constructed and not just a land grab. So if the council does seek to approve this project, I suggest some conditional approvals. That the cargo facility is constructed and operational. The berm is constructed and significantly reduces sound. The mitigating roadway be constructed so that truck traffic cannot use Post Road or Jefferson Boulevard and instead must use the Airport Connector Road. Now, the mayor was pursuing a memorandum of understanding or agreement that seemed to flutter out. He had a petition. He dropped that without announcing anything to the public. But these were his concerns about truck traffic on local roads, Post Road and Jefferson Boulevard. And we want to make sure that that roadway that they are proposing to mitigate that, which is a rotary system, is feasible, engineering feasible to be constructed, and RIAC has the funds. So I don't know what you want in your conditional approval, but I think steps 1, 2, and 3 of the conditions be constructed within 5 years. I don't know how many years RIAC would expect to need to finish constructing the cargo facility, the berm with its sound mitigation improvements, and the mitigating roadway system to direct truck traffic to Airport Connector Road. So I'm not hearing a lot of answers here, but I'd like to know if my suggestions that I'm asking for a conditional approval, how long would it take RIAC to complete these 3 projects?
And we can get you that information. I don't think they're prepared to answer the timing for those 3 questions right off the bat. This is the first they're seeing it.
I think they probably addressed it in their environmental assessment and their engineering cost estimates. What is the funding source? Do they have the money for construction of the sound berm and the mitigating roadway system?
Again, do they have the money to purchase these roads is the question. And they're nodding, yes, they do have the money to purchase these roads, which is before us this evening.
And how about the project that is going on the roads, the sound berm?
Again, just before, I'm sorry to keep repeating myself, but we are just here to talk about the road abandonments, not the whole project itself. It's not the berm. It's not the individual items. It is just the abandonment of these roads.
I think it has to be associated with a use, and that's what we brought up at the planning board meeting. And the planning board actually said this is necessary because of the cargo facility.
You have 1 minute, Ms. Clement.
Thank you. So I'm very uncomfortable approving this project with these unknowns. I think those 3 conditions with deadlines for construction need to be in place to approve this project. The appraisal is low. And I think we have, the city council needs to look at if all public usefulness of the property is gone, and that's not true. So we'd be in violation, or the council would be in violation of General Law 24-6-1 if you approve the project tonight. I think I've just about covered everything. I think a lot of public input went into the planning board to make sure plans were correct. And there wasn't a taking of private property, which one plan set showed. I believe the owner is here tonight. I don't know if he's speaking, and that was corrected. So
Thank you very much. Your time
Thank
has
you.
expired. Is there anyone else that would like to speak against this project? Come on, please identify yourself for the record.
My name's James Italiani, and I'd like to broaden my comment a little bit. I don't want to say I'm completely against this, but you brought up, Mr. President, a number of concerns, and so did this nice lady. I don't think we have enough information as to whether or not that it should be abandoned. Because I think the question that she brought out is it just going to be abandoned, or are we going to ignore what's going to be done for the benefit of the city and we citizens? So what I'm begging you to do is to put this on hold and get the proper information that we all need, such as $2 and some odd cents a square foot for land around here, I think is an absolute insult. As you councilman brought up, it's not what it is being used for, it's what is its highest and best use. That's never been brought up. Are the sound barriers going to be efficacious for what they're going to be built for? Nobody can answer that question. There's so many unanswered questions that no one has the information to be able, or should not, approve this. They should put it on hold. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak against this project? Go ahead, sir, Mr. Love. There'll be another opportunity as well. Mhm.
Well, I live on Strawberry Field Road, and I'm like the last house on Strawberry. Oh, Kurt Teets. Kurt Teets.
Thank you. You guys speak right into the mic. It's very difficult to hear in here. Sorry.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
I have a map here, and it seems to show where the road will actually end. I'd like to speak to her because she got that picture there, and I just want to know if it's the, is that's what we're going to be left with after these roads may be taken or whatnot, if this is going to be.
Sure. Can you just repeat the question? I'm sorry, I didn't.
If this is going to be the area where the roads is going to be taken, they have some lines across the road that existed at different points. And if those are the points that we'll only have access to, I'd like to know if that's the case.
Sure. Can you show them the map that you presented
Because
earlier? Yeah, so you can get a better look.
And then he's facing it to you.
I got it. Okay. Sure. The road's going to end right here. So your property's right here.
So we got to go on the record. Yep. We're just changing the mic out.
I understand. It seems okay. I'd like to ask the lady something else, though. I mean,
Sure. Can we just get the answer to the question you made on the record?
So the road will end a portion of Strawberry Field and a portion of Fieldview Drive.
the only thing I'm wondering,
Here.
back here, and I see where I see the construction and everything looks fine because it seems like the berm is gonna be over here. It comes across the back, and you leave quite a bit of land behind my place there. And that seems like you're gonna be leaving all the way down some land behind. But wouldn't these people need a chance to get out somewhere if they walk behind the open area, that barrier space that you allow?
Right.
a
Well,
building?
we're proposing to build the barrier and the wall on airport property. So if they're near that wall, they're technically on airport property. So there's,
Well, it seems like I can see the barrier, and also I can.
Sir, we
almost
got to,
see
I'm
the-
sorry, we have to
I
have
can
everything
see
on the
the
record.
barrier and almost where you're gonna put the fence up, because I see the markers down, so I can see the barrier and I can see the fence, and leaving certain different, well, you have it figured out on your plan there. But I see where I'm gonna end right, will anybody have access to that land to go back with their dog or anything like that if they wanted to walk?
well, the land surrounding these roads that we're requesting to be abandoned are all RIAC owned property. It's all RIAC owned. So right now,
But I have to get back there, to cut down, to get back to cut trees and stuff like that, overgrowing.
Again, sir, we need you on the microphone. We can't have a private conversation. It's a public
I have to
hearing.
get back there sometime to get rid of some trees I don't want growing, that's growing through my fence on my property that I want to clear up, So I need access to get around to the back of my property if no one lives there. I don't know how you're gonna cut that fence. So I don't know. Let's see.
Maybe we can get your contact information and we can talk to the airport corporation about your particular
Yeah,
situation.
I just wonder, you just want to leave it all like that? Fine, I guess. Everything's fine. I have no objection to the project. I just would like to understand.
Sure, yeah. So that would be my recommendation, if that's all right with you, sir. We get your contact information, we connect you with the airport, and you're going to have a one-on-one meeting to discuss your individual situation, with exactly where your property is and the effect. I think that might
Yeah,
be
right.
best.
That would be better.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, sir. Is there anyone else here that would like to speak against the project?
My name is Richard Langseth, Langseth, Budlong Farm Road in Warwick. I am just absolutely amazed at what just happened. I think it's the duty of the airport corporation to fund counsel for Mr. Teets so that he can appropriately address this body. He has significant problems with this. He's not a trained lawyer. He needs representation. Always before the court, when a person comes up, the Constitution asks that he be represented competently. He needs competent representation here. It's obvious. And I urge the council to delay this so that Mr. Teets can present himself with appropriate counsel. I'm just amazed. I had no idea this was going to come up. I have a whole prepared body of stuff I'm going to talk about today, but I just want to impress upon you folks that this is really important to Mr. Teets. His street is being abandoned just after his property ends. And if the street were abandoned in his property, he would gain half of the property and he would have a buildable lot. What's going on now is they're abandoning the street just after the end of his property, which is not a buildable lot. It's only 2,500 square feet. But under the new Sakarchi bill, he has a buildable lot if that street were to be abandoned. So I really strongly ask that RIAC fund counsel for him so that he can be appropriately represented before this body. Now getting off on the other things, one of the big questions was, will the berm work? We really know the answer to this because there is an existing berm built about 25 years ago. And if you look at the news of the time, when that existing berm was being built, or just after it was being built, it was said, and everybody knew, it did not work. So why would this new berm work when the old one didn't? And in fact, they're tearing down the old berm to put up the new berm. Now the other problem with the berm is it goes the wrong direction. The theory is that this berm will reduce the noise from the freight terminal, right? However, the berm goes 90 degrees angle to the freight terminal. It's going to do nothing to reduce the noise for the freight terminal. And Mr. Lattiser brings up a great point, and Mr. Gebhardt started it with the appraisal. This berm is being built so that the airport can build an industrial facility behind it. It's the only reason for the berm. It doesn't do anything for the freight terminal. It is truly a land grab so that the RIAC can build an industrial facility behind it. So it's entirely relevant to ask the question. When it comes to the appraisal, the duty is for the planning director to receive the petition for the abandonment and then hire an appraiser. This did not happen. What happened was RIAC presented a check for $409,000 to purchase the road. The city has the money. RIAC thinks that it's buying the road already before we had the hearing. This is entirely inappropriate, right? But what's more inappropriate is RIAC did not pay the planning department the money so that the planning department could do a proper appraisal. RIAC did the appraisal on their own. The ordinance requires the planning department to order up the appraisal and RIAC to pay for it. Now, when we get to the appraisal, this is a really interesting question, and it's one that's been vexing me for a long time. The entire property is 20 acres. These streets are embedded in the property. Yes, the streets are 3 acres plus or so. The value of the streets is the value of the whole property. It's just not the value of the streets, but it's the value of the industrial facility. Now what happened was the representative from RIAC said, this is vacant land. And we can go back to the tape and we'll see that. This is not vacant land. This is an industrial facility built in a residential area for which RIAC is asking the city to sell for $2 a foot. It's worth far more than that. And I would urge the council to not pass on this item tonight, but to request that the planning director have an appropriate appraisal done following the ordinance, not this cooked up thing that RIAC did for which it passed a check to the city. That's really quite inappropriate. Now we'll get to the meat of what I need to say. The petition is invalid. The petition does not include Strawberry Field Road. Everybody keeps saying this is a Strawberry Field Road petition. However, Strawberry Field Road is not in the petition. It's a flaw. It's a flaw in the petition. City Council can't move forward with abandoning Strawberry Field Road when RIAC has not petitioned for it. RIAC has to come back with an appropriate petition that says Strawberry Field Road. This one just doesn't do that. That's another reason for delaying and finding out what's really happening. In addition to Mr. Tietz's problem, which is real, we also have a problem that RIAC has not presented the proper petition. Now it goes one step further. When Mr. Goodman stood up and presented, he said, I represent RIAC. Mr. Goodman he's not allowed to represent RIAC. He's not a member of the bar. He's exercising the corporate practice of law without being a member of the bar. That's another reason why the city council needs to delay and request that RIAC bring in counsel who are a member of the Rhode Island Bar rather than some employee who has no authority to do this kind of thing. Where's the RIAC executives? Where's the president of RIAC? Remember in the old days, Mr. Dillon used to come, president of RIAC, and he would answer questions. He was a person of authority. He knows the answers. We really need to have the corporate executive of RIAC before the city council, not a staffer. I really think that that's another good reason why the city council needs to delay this until RIAC can bring in their corporate executive who can speak on behalf of them for the future, what the real plan is. The real plan, by the way, is to build corporate hangars and all that other kind of stuff.
You have 1 minute, Mr. Langseth.
I'm sorry, this is a public hearing. This is not a city council presentation.
You have 1 minute.
I asked the
Thank you.
solicitor. I asked the solicitor for his opinion about when you're having a public hearing, people are being cut off. I have a lot more things to say, and I really think that this is entirely inappropriate for the city to attempt to cut off during a public hearing. If he can't agree to that, then the city council should agree that I can speak longer.
Sir, you have 30 seconds left.
No, this is very, very inappropriate. I asked for the city solicitor's recommendation.
Sir, you can't ask the solicitor for anything. The solicitor works for the city council. At this time, you still have 10 seconds left.
Okay,
Would you like to
I am going to ask the city council to ask to extend my comments. They're very, very important.
Mr. President?
No, I'm not ready. I will take a motion to give you 2 more minutes. If there any objection to giving this individual 2 more minutes, we understand his position. Again, we are just talking about the abandonment of these roads. I believe he's already had 10 minutes of time here. I'm happy to give him additional time, but this is not something, we already understand his position on this, and that's what the public hearing is part of. Is there any objection to giving this individual two more minutes?
I object.
Mr. President? Mr. President?
Oh, I have not acknowledged you. I have not. Okay, so I just made a motion. It had to be unanimous. It was not unanimous. Okay.
Mr. President.
So, Councilman, I'm not ready to acknowledge you yet. So, Solicitor, you said a vote on the motion that I made is a majority vote, so I should, the clerk can call the roll?
Per Rule 20, skipping to the middle under Rule 20, it talks about no citizens' remarks may exceed 10 minutes. However, the 10-minute limitation may be waived by a majority voice vote. And so it would be a majority vote.
Okay, so at this time, I've made a motion to give this individual an additional 2 minutes. All those in favor say aye.
Mr. President,
Aye.
I thought he just said we need a second on that. He said
Okay.
a motion and a second and then discussion.
Okay.
Thank you.
Is there a second to my motion? Second by Councilman Ricks. All those in favor?
Discussion, Mr. President.
Councilman Lattiser, on the amendment only. Go ahead.
I would like to hear the opinion from the legal counsel to the question that Mr. Langseth asked. He asked the question, does that 10-minute rule apply in a public meeting? I would like to have the legal expert answer that question. Whatever the answer is, I'd like to hear it.
So, Solicitor Wells, again, what I pointed out was only a council member can ask the solicitor. You just asked, so we're going to get the question.
Councilman Lattiser has raised we'll call it a point of order to defer on the procedural determination. Rule 20
of the city council speaks in its entirety. Any citizen of the city of Warwick may be heard on any document, resolution, or ordinance prior to passage by the city council by appearing before the committee at which the proposed ordinance resolution has been referred for hearing before the council when an item is referred for public hearing, comment, or considered under unanimous consent or otherwise upon the favorable majority of the vote of the city council is compliant with the Open Meetings Act. I'll repeat the under unanimous consent or otherwise upon the favorable majority vote of the city council as compliant with the Open Meetings Act. So we are, just from a standpoint of where are we are in a public hearing. So he's eligible to be heard. The rules further continue. No citizens' remarks on any item may exceed 10 minutes. However, the 10-minute limitation may be waived by a majority voice vote. This time limitation shall not apply to any individual, entity, or designee thereof specifically invited to appear and speak on a properly noticed topic. So the 10-minute rule is in effect. Per the rule, the council president has made a motion. It's been seconded by Councilman Ricks to extend Mr. Lansec's remarks by 2 minutes. And so that's on the point of parliamentary clarification. So that back to any discussion on the motion.
Thank you. Any discussion on the motion? Discussion on the motion, Councilman Howe.
Thank you, Mr. President. I am urging my colleagues to vote against it. First of all, Mr. Langseth used the majority of his time to speak on behalf of a citizen who already, or speak his own opinion of what a Ward 3 resident might have to say when the Ward 3 resident already acknowledged that he will speak to the RIAC representative. Number two, we are not abandoning. He's used a majority of his time to talk about how we're abandoning or requesting the abandonment of Strawberry Field. We're not. My final and most important part is that this is a Ward 1 resident. This is a Ward 3 community issue. This is an abatement of Ward 3 neighborhood. So the airport affects the entire city, but this discussion of this abatement is related
Thank you, Councilor.
to...
We got to stay just on the motion.
I'm sorry, what?
Yeah,
well, that's why I'm asking that. I think he's used his time ineffective and his 10 minutes are over.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments on the motion? Councilman Lattiser.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. So once again, we just spent about 10 minutes or more just kind of debating about whether to let a member of the public speak. When we've gone over this time and time again, it would have been a lot easier to let him speak and a lot less confrontational. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments on the motion? Okay. Okay. Any additional questions? Okay. The clerk will call the roll for favorable actions to give this individual an additional 2 minutes.
Mr. McAllister?
Yes.
Mr. Foley?
Yes.
Mr. Gephardt?
Yes.
Mr. Howe?
No.
Mr. Lattiser?
Yes.
Mr. McElroy?
Yes.
Mr. Ricks?
Yes.
Mr. Sinapi? Ms. Travis?
Yes.
8 yes, 1 no. 2 more minutes to Mr. Langseth.
Thank you. 2 minutes, Ms. Lansett.
This is a statutory hearing. This is a hearing required by the General Assembly of the State of Rhode Island to let the people speak on whether the road is to be used by the public still or abandoned. This is not an internal City of Warwick hearing. I can't believe that I am going down the same road that Mr. Cody went down. We have a constitutional right to free speech in this country. For the city council to go against the legislature who demands a public hearing on this matter is abhorrent to the public interest. And I can assure you that if I'm not granted the amount of time required so that you can be thoroughly briefed on all the things going on with the airport, it will go much further than any of us want it to go. I have been refused access to the green cards. I don't know if the airport has paid for the public notices. I am before the Attorney General right now on the green cards. I can't see the green cards. This is just going way too far. And I just can't possibly believe that I'm being put in this position. I am just.
30 seconds, Mr. Langseth.
I will continue talking until they take me away. This is totally, totally inappropriate. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else here that would like to speak against this project that hasn't had a chance to speak yet? Yeah. No, there's someone behind you I was pointing to.
My name is Elizabeth McGovern, and I live on Murray Street. And as far as the noise and the fumes, the berm they have now doesn't work. There are times if I walk out in my backyard, I have to turn around and go right back in because of the smell. There are times I can't talk to someone right in front of me because of the noise. So I don't see building another berm with another wall. You know, air moves, air flows all around. It comes up from the bay, you know, and everybody who lives in that area along that road is subject to that all the time. So, I mean, if they're not utilizing that area right next to my house to have this big ugly wall put up there, that's really not going to do a thing. Besides maybe lower everybody's property value. I don't know. That's my 2 cents. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else here that would like to speak against this project? Is there anyone else here that would like to speak against this project? Is there anyone else here that would like to speak against this project? Is there anyone here that would like to be heard on this project? Is there anyone here that would like to be heard on this project? Is there anyone here that would like to be heard on this project? Yep, go ahead, sir.
John Simino, Ward 6. It's okay if I speak on this, right? I'm not in Ward 3. Can I speak on this?
Yes, sir.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Welcome to America. My opinion on this is, from what started off the conversation with Councilman Howe, was that he was selling this approval on the abatement of these roads in this property owned by the airport based on the fact that this wall was going to be built at his request. So that would make it more palatable to the rest of the council to approve this process. $409,000 for this piece of abatement of roads. I would like to know, and I think Mr. Lattisaw brought it up, and Mr. Gephardt. It appears that they need the roads to tie in all of the parcels of land, the lots that the airport already owns, but there's roads that dissect it. They need those roads so they can make it one big parcel. And from my understanding is, so then they can build this facility for FedEx and UPS. How much money is FedEx and UPS making for the ability to use this property in this storage? The appraised amount that they should be given to the city should not only be based on the amount of land that's being incorporated, it should be on how much profit the corporations that are going to get off of you allowing them to complete the process. Because apparently without the roads being abated and given to them, this project can't go forward. So like any other negotiation, if Mr. Trump was here, he'd probably be able to tell you better than me, but you have them by the cojones. They can't go and do what they want to do without your approval. So you tell them what you want for the property. They don't tell you what this gentleman said, that the airport corporation did the assessment, not the city. So the airport's telling the city how much it's worth, instead of the city telling the airport how much they want for the property. So it's up to the council to step forward and do the job and force the city to do their job and come up with a number that satisfies you, not the 409,000 that satisfies the airport, because that's apparently what's taking place here. And maybe there's some promises of jobs that are going to be given after people leave this council, which is forcing them to push this farther and to try to hoodwink the public and the rest of the council members. I don't know. But it seems strange to me that even the president, the selling point of this whole process was the abatement of the land was sold by, we're going to build this beautiful berm and wall to protect the public. But then when the public tries to question about the efficacy and the size and shape and everything of this selling point, oh no, we can't talk about that. We're not here to talk about that. We're only here to talk about abating the roads. Well, the roads shouldn't be abated without that wall. So one correlates to the other, and it should be all part of the same questioning process before the city council. Not, we'll talk about that at another time. Is the council and the public ever going to get a right to talk about this berm and this wall being built? Or just the abatement? And once we do the abatement and we say you can have the roads, that's it. See ya, bye. So they should be united together, because the main selling point that was proposed by this council member was this big fabulous berm. So let the public question about the berm. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to be heard on this project?
And I apologize, I have to speak this many times at one meeting. What I've heard tonight from this city council, and
identify
you in
yourself.
particular,
You gotta
from
identify
keeping-
yourself.
From keeping the public from speaking. James Italiani, thank you. I'm sorry. I'm appalled at my council president and most of my council people for allowing or disallowing my fellow citizens to speak, especially when this is not a council mandated, limited discussion. It's a state requirement. It's a constitutional mandate that we, the people, are free to speak. And this has got to be changed, my fellow citizens. Most of these people are up for vote or another
Sir, do you have any
candidate
comments
is.
on the
So
actual
we have
petition
got to
before us?
fix the inability of our city council to allow us to speak and allow our freedom of
Sir,
speech.
I'm going to ask
Thank
you to please speak on PCO 8-24. Are there any other residents that would like to speak on this project? Are there any other residents that would like to speak on this project? Are there any other residents that would like to speak on this project? Okay, what I'm looking for now is a motion to close the public hearing and come back to the full council, which we will give every member of the council an opportunity to speak again.
Motion to close the public hearing?
Second by Councilman Foley. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Okay, we are back in the full council meeting. Any questions or comments from members of the council? Councilman Ricks.
One brief question. Is there an attorney representing the Rhode Island Airport Corporation present this evening? A question.
Just for the record, she said no, correct? Councilman Ricks, just for the record.
A question to the City Council Solicitor. I have not been able to find this provision in the Rhode Island general laws, but it was my understanding that a petitioner coming in front of the City Council who is a corporation or other type of entity other than a natural person would have to be represented by an attorney at a public hearing. I'm not 100% certain as to the answer of that, but I believe that that may be required.
If you can proceed with other comments, I'll do some research at this moment to double check and confirm.
Thank you. One other comment for the moment. So I do have some reservations as to the dollar amount on this, and when examining the petition and the proposed quitclaim deed, I saw that while the petition does clearly state that in the paragraph entitled first, the petitioner seeks to obtain abandonment of the following portions. I'll skip ahead. The reason for the petition is to obtain property atop which a sound barrier wall may be constructed west of its former location to accommodate the South Cargo Facility. And it continues. So the purpose is quite clear, but reading through the petition and the quitclaim deed, I don't see anything in that sample quitclaim deed that would restrict the Rhode Island Airport Corporation from potentially in the future using the land for a purpose other than a sound barrier. Obviously, the intent is for that land to be exclusively used for a sound barrier that is to the exclusion of any other type of building or structure or the like, other than, I suppose, open space. So I do have some reservations. This is something where I personally, really, in my role as a city councilor, not simply a personal matter, but I individually in this role would be more comfortable if there were an attorney present for the airport corporation. And just as I know for a certainty that in a court of law, whether it's an LLC or a municipal corporation or any sort of entity, public, private, quasi-public, in any court of law here in Rhode Island, that type of entity would have to be represented by an attorney. I'll defer to the city council solicitor's opinion, but I would feel more comfortable if there were an attorney present for RIAC to answer that type of a legal question on the restrictions that would go along with this abandonment. I'll yield my time. Thank you.
Thank you. Other members of the council? Councilman Lattiser.
So I have a follow-up question regarding a comment from Ms. Comar, and it's the legal counsel, and you can research this one while I'm doing my other points. Is her comment regarding 24-6-1, is that correct? So she had made a statement on that, and I'm looking for your legal opinion regarding that. The second question I need to present to you is whether or not Strawberry Field Road is part of this petition, as was identified by Mr. Langseth. And if it is not, how does that impact this? So while you're checking that.
I can answer those two questions.
Perfect. Okay, I'm going to just yield my time while you're answering. Go ahead.
So Ms. Comar did read accurately the opening lines of 24-6-1, the general laws, which reads, whenever by the judgment of the town council of any town, a highway or driftway in the town or any part that, of either has ceased to be useful to the public, the town council of the town is authorized so to declare it by an order or decree, and that shall be final and conclusive. The general laws gives that determination to this body to decide. So it is something for all of you to decide, and it's in your judgment. So this council is authorized. You examine all the testimony, what you have heard. It's the council's determination, and case law has followed up to say that it is not something that they review. It is something that they give that deference to this body to determine. So it is right for you to sit here and decide for yourselves, and the nine of you are in charge of that. And as it relates to the question about the petition, the petition that I have seen as part of this file does itemize and reference Strawberry Field Road, so I'm unclear as to what deficiency was cited at that case. There are answering the councilman's question. Sure. The petition that is part of the file that I have seen here does directly reference both in title as well as in the petition itself a portion of Strawberry Field Road. So I'm unaware of a defect based on the evidence that has been presented to me on that point. So on those 2 points, it's allowable to proceed. I'll get back to Councilman Ricks's comments as well.
So I just want to make a few statements. First of all, I disagree with the positions that some of the discussions that was taking place was not appropriate, I guess, because you got to speak to the item. Well, this item is an abandonment of a series of roads and properties. And in order to make an intelligent, informed decision, then I think those questions are not only are they pertinent, I think they're very well presented. So if you ask me to give up something, I want to know why you want me to give it up. And I think those questions were very appropriate, and I think they were spot on with what we're here to vote for. And with all due respect to Councilman Howe and the time and effort that he has put into this, I absolutely feel this is much more than a ward issue. That UPS facility and that FedEx facility that is being discussed here and is very much a big part of this abandonment, that affects the entire city. It affects the entire state. I am a firm believer in a ward issue. Sure, it's a ward issue, and typically I don't get involved in that. This is something that I think far exceeds that with when you bring in the gameplay from FedEx and UPS and what the real reason is for abandoning this. The airport corporation, they should on their own put up this berm that Councilman Howe has worked so diligently to get. We shouldn't have to abandon any properties in order to do that. They should do it because it's the right thing to do, assuming that it's going to work. And those questions were asked by members of the public, and those questions weren't answered as to whether or not it's going to work. Apparently, from testimony we heard tonight, the one that's there now doesn't work. So I think in addition to that, the questions that another member of the public, I believe was Ms. Komar, she had asked but couldn't get answers to, I think RIAC should have those answers right here, right now, readily available. And that is with regards to the construction, the operationals, the berm sound reductions, the truck traffic. So I would ask the airport corporation, there's a senior vice president here, if this were to pass, would you agree to those 3 amendments? That in order to fulfill the approval of this, would you agree that it only becomes valid upon construction, operational aspects of your proposal, that the berm does in fact reduce sound and poses a benefit to the people that live in that area, and that truck traffic would be redefined and redirected, as I believe Mayor Picozzi has been really pushing for and fighting for some time. So the questions, if you allow her to answer, would be received. And I also feel that, especially given the testimony from all the members of the public, from Councilman Ricks, Councilman Gebhardt, there is far more questions this evening than we have answers. I think significant questions, and we don't have the answers for them. And I think that it would be prudent upon us to exercise our due diligence and hold this item until the Airport Corporation has the time to be prepared, comes before us with legal counsel, and addresses all the concerns and questions from the council, as well as the many questions that were posed from the general public. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. And do you have a response for Councilman Lattiser?
Sure. Yep. So I would like to respond to your question about the wall. It's something that we should be doing. So we put the construction documents out to bid last March. The contractor, we executed a construction contract in October of last year to build this berm and wall. We have actually already started building the wall or the berm on airport property. As we mentioned before, we own all of those parcels. We just don't own the roads. So we have already started building the berm on our property, on our parcels. Now the issue here is there'll be gaps in the wall. If we don't get this road abandonment, we're still gonna build the berm, we're still gonna build the wall on Ryak property, but there will be 3 gaps where we cannot build because those are city-owned streets. The wall and the berm, will it work? The answer is yes, it will reduce sound. And that was studied in the environmental assessments. We had 2 public workshops last year, one last January, one last April. The studies are posted on our website. I don't know the exact reduction, but I believe it's around 5 decibel reduction. But we did do that study, it will work. The traffic. We did a supplemental environmental assessment for the roundabout, which received a finding of no significance from the FAA this past July. So we are moving forward with the roundabout. Our board of directors just approved that construction contract. And then to answer the next question about the construction schedule, we are planning to start construction of that cargo apron. We just received our federal grants this week. We are starting that construction in October of this year, and the estimated completion of the cargo apron, the access road, and the roundabout is November of next year. Did I miss any questions?
Yes, you answered the questions, but you also raised a much larger concern for me with your comments that you've already begun to build the wall, but unless we approve the abandonment of those roads, you can't complete the wall, and that's not going to serve the purpose. That makes this whole issue even more concerning with me, is the fact that the Airport Corporation just said to this city council that we started the wall, but unless you give us those roads, we can't finish it, and it won't work. That is not acceptable to me. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other council members have any questions or comments? Councilman Sinapi.
So the solicitor touched on at least some of it, but I went through what the Supreme Court of Rhode Island said about this process, and they care about whether or not the procedures were followed. The representation is made here tonight, unless I'm mistaken, in which case someone please correct me, the procedures were allegedly followed. They care if an abutter says they'll be damaged. The only even potential abutter who came said they had no objection. I understand the concerns about representation, but unfortunately that's not how it works, at least in a civil matter. Not to mention that that would be a dangerous precedent. And the overall summary of the situation, I mean, it's RIAC land, it's Warwick roads, for which we're currently responsible. By abandoning those roads, the city gets money, we get a completed sound barrier, we have less liability and upkeep regarding those roads. I mean, that's a series of wins for this city. And as far as the legal process, I mean, I understand that it might not be preferred or ideal, but the law states what it states. And the Rhode Island Supreme Court has already weighed in as to what that law means and how it should be interpreted and effectuated. So it's one thing if people want to petition the General Assembly to get those laws changed, by all means, please feel free. But the law as it currently stands, as pointed out by the solicitor, appears to support the project and the circumstances as well, at least unless there's an abutter who had come up to speak and I somehow missed it and said there would be damage, but it didn't happen to my recollection. So again, I understand the misgivings. I am no fan of RIAC by any means. Even before I got on the council, I would classify my view of them as not positive, we'll put in the gentlest way possible. And that has not changed. If anything, it's gotten worse. I was there for the planning board meeting to address what was just stated in the crowd. The abutter stated he had no objection. He did not state that he had an objection. And there's a stenographer here for which the report could be checked. But regardless, the first planning board meeting where this came up, if it had gone from there to here, this would be a very different conversation. That planning board meeting, or rather the presentation therein, was a train wreck. It was awful. But even the planning board acknowledged it and sent it back. The airport got their act together. They presented it accordingly. I just don't see how we can deny it other than on the grounds that we don't like RIAC. Granted, I don't like RIAC, but that's not a reason for me to say no, unfortunately. Not when, according to all representations here, the law was allegedly followed, and the city is benefiting handedly from this, and no abutters are being damaged per the testimony provided. The only testimony alleging damage is from non-abutters. So I feel like I don't really have much of a choice but to vote in favor.
Thank you, Councilman Snappy. I just was conferring with our legal counsel here, so I just wanted to get some thoughts from the council members. I think a number of legitimate concerns have been raised. I think Councilman Snappy did a good job of kind of explaining where we're at, but I'm being advised by the solicitor that there are some issues that he would, it may be to our benefit to do some additional research on to make sure that everybody is covered, make that everything is the way it's supposed to be. We have a meeting in a couple of weeks. I believe September 4th is our next meeting. So I'll let the solicitor speak to this. Like I said, we just did a quick consult here, but I'm under the thinking right now that maybe we should take a step back, get these questions. There's allow for some the solicitor to do some additional research to answer Councilman Ricks's questions, other questions that may have come up. We would what I would recommend is to continue the meeting continue this portion until the next meeting, which means the public hearing would continue, which would allow individuals to continue to be able to speak on this. I think, we put a lot of time on this, but we want to make sure everybody is heard, everyone gets their 2 cents in. But I personally, and again, it's up to my colleagues as well, and we'll hear from the solicitor, that I would take the solicitor advice is maybe that we, take some time, let him do some additional research. The city solicitor could weigh in as well if we have some additional time. The RIPAC attorneys can become involved as well. So Solicitor Walsh, I didn't mean to steal all your thunder there, but I just wanted everyone to know what we were discussing, so all my colleagues are on the same page.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would concur with your remarks. There have been a couple of ambiguities and things raised that I think warrant further attention from this body and allow us the time to appropriately address them. And so my recommendation to this body, given no apparent emergency between now and the September 4th meeting, would be appropriate to continue this item to the next hearing, and we can get some clarity on the ambiguities that have been asked.
So I will make that motion. First, if we can get a second, then we can have some discussion. So I will make a motion to continue this. Second by Councilman Ricks, Councilwoman Travis, Councilman Sinapi, Councilman Gephardt, Councilman Lattiser. Any questions or comments on the motion? Councilman Sinapi.
Yes, so that being the case, I'd urge either those listening, either here or at home, if you know of an abutter, or if you are an abutter and you are damaged by this prospective project, please inform the council, come and testify, or somehow submit written testimony, assuming that's even allowed. You'd have to check first. But we can't be making definitive decisions based on other people who are not abutters stating that abutters will be damaged. So please, if there's an abutter who's going to be damaged, for the love of God, say so. You're not going to be retaliated against or anything like that, but it needs to be stated. We can't make the decision on guessing.
Councilman Lattiser.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd point out that I didn't see anyone jumping up and down at this podium in favor of it, but I do believe that the couple in the back are abutters, and that lady, I believe she did have objections to it, for the record.
Okay, thank you. Okay, is there any other questions or comments on the motion before us to hold? Councilman Howe.
Could I ask for clarity? I understand that Councilman Ricks is challenging the fact that we're having a meeting without a legal representation from RIAC here.
There are myriad ambiguities that are being addressed. That is, or that have presented. That is one of them. So I would.
So could I ask that we elaborate on a couple more? Like, what are the other ones? I understand that one.
I'm happy to discuss. I don't think it's appropriate at this time. I think that is a legitimate one, and there are additional questions that have been raised. One of which would be compliance with the Ordinance 113, I believe, regarding the protocols for the appraisal itself. So that would be another one.
Okay, Mr. President, may I, through the chair or through you, Mr. President, ask Mr. Kravitz, Planning Director, a question?
Thank you.
Mr. Kravitz, this went through all the necessary procedures to get to this point?
Correct.
In the planning department?
Right.
And the recommendation by the planning department and all the procedures were?
The planning board made the positive.
Excuse me,
advisory.
I'm sorry. I'm being advised that we can only discuss the motion that's before us. We're not in discussion on
The motion to
merits.
hold, Mr. President?
Correct.
And that's what I'm getting to. So the city, Mr. President, has a process and procedure to ensure that there are numerous check marks on the paper done, and the city did that. And again, I understand what Councilman Ricks brought up, but it seems to me that this was a meeting of like, to the point where even Councilman Sinapi was like, kind of, I hate to say it like this, we had public comment, and then all of a sudden it's like, please, anybody, please, anybody. I'm a little baffled by all of a sudden now we have a myriad of issues where I understand Councilman Ricks's comment, but as far as I'm concerned, and I'm stickler for procedure was followed. So that's my, we're going into this vote and I'm just confused. I'm just trying to figure out what the procedure within the city was done. We had this meeting. Councilman Ricks brings up something that's a valid question, and now it just seems to have snowballed. And that's all. I'm just confused on that part because I think it's also fair for the citizens to know what those issues are, but also for the people seeking the abatements and the people that I have to answer to in my neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any more questions or comments just on the motion to hold?
Move the vote.
Was there, I just like the last shot. Is anyone, we got a second on move the vote?
No further discussion.
Okay, there's no further discussion then. So the clerk will call the roll for favorable action to continue this into motion to hold to September 4th, the next meeting. Favorable action is yes to hold. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. McAllister?
Yes.
Mr. Foley?
No.
Mr. Gephardt?
Yes.
Mr. Howe?
No.
Mr. Lattiser?
Yes.
Mr. McElroy?
No.
Mr. Ricks?
Yes.
Mr. Sinapi?
No.
Ms. Travis?
Yes.
5 yes, 4 no to hold.
Okay, the motion to hold passes. At this time, I would request a 5-minute recess. We still have a number of things to complete this evening. We have to go back into committees, and I think the members of the public who have been waiting for those issues. We will be back here in 5 minutes. We are going to start, go back into the Ordinance Committee before Finance and Public Safety, because I believe there's individuals here that are just here for ordinance, not ordinance, land use. Thank you. So we're gonna do land use now, because we have individuals that have been waiting here for the one item on there. So if we can have the Land Use Committee meet.
The City Council Committee on Public Properties, Land Use, and Community Affairs reconvenes at 9:46 p.m. We have one item left on the agenda. This is PCR 65-24, a resolution authorizing the mayor to execute an navigation easement to the Rhode Island Airport Corporation on property known as 0 Lydic Avenue, that is Assessor's Plat 3123, Lot 141, in exchange for just compensation. Let's see. On this item, I don't actually see on the agenda who the sponsor would be. I believe that Lydic Ave, it is in Ward 2. Oh, I see. I may split Lydic Ave with Councilman Howe. So we do see Councilman Howe's name on the recommendation. Do you have a recommendation as to the navigation easement to the Rhode Island Airport Corporation on or affecting Lydic Avenue?
I would say positive, favorable action.
All right. Let's see. Do we have anyone here to present this from the city?
Tom Kravitz, City Planning Director. This navigation easement is being pursued by RIAC to cut trees, to keep the trees at a low height for flight, approach, and takeoff. There's been several of them in the past, just since my time here, going back 3 years, and we followed the same procedure as we'd previously done. Here to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you. Yeah, it seems that, who knows, maybe way back when they just clear cut the area, and perhaps it's taken this long for the trees to grow to those kinds of heights. But I know that Lydic Avenue has been there for many, many ages, probably predating the modern airport corporation. So yeah, just for the public's benefit, this is strictly for the purpose of trimming those trees, making sure that they don't rise to that height or otherwise interfere with the airplane's ability to, well, as to that location as of right now, their ability to land, because at least under the current configuration, airplanes are not taking off that direction, they're landing that direction. But regardless, the easement is for the purpose of takeoff or landing, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Any comments, members of this committee? Any comments, members of the council? Any comment, members of the public? All right, hearing none, do we have a motion?
Favorable action.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
The City Council Committee on Public Properties, Land Use, and Community Affairs adjourns at 9:50 p.m.
Thank you, Chairman. We'll do intergovernmental committee next. I apologize. I thought the residents were here for that, but I believe some people are here for the intergovernmental committee. So if we could call that meeting at this time.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Jimmy, intergovernmental. Sinapi, Councilman Sinapi to you. Huh? You, finance, intergovernmental. There you go, sir. I'll let you borrow mine. You didn't bring yours.
Well, I don't think I got a sheet for that.
Right here. Let's get going. I'd like to get home before tomorrow.
It is now 9:51 and the Intergovernmental Committee is now in session. First order of business is the acceptance of minutes from the committee meeting held on June 3rd, 2024. Do I hear a motion?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. The first item on the calendar is PCR 70-24, a resolution in support of the City of Warwick Local Multi-Hazard Mitigation Plan. Council President McAllister.
Thank you. I documented this on behalf of the administration, and I believe the planning director is here to speak on behalf.
Hi, Tom Kravitz, City Planning Director. Sean Henry of the Planning Department shepherded this project, and the city hired a consultant from VHB, Carissa Mills. They're both here, so I'd like to ask them to come down, and Carissa can give you a very brief overview and answer any questions you may have.
Good evening. Thank you for your time. My name is Carissa Mills. I work for VHB. I'm also a Warwick resident, so I've learned a lot tonight. Just to give you a heads up, the city is updating their hazard mitigation plan. This is looking at natural hazards, your hurricanes, your flooding, etc. There's a copy that was filed for this evening. This process started back in 2023. We've had 13 members of the Hazard Mitigation Plan Committee. We looked at vulnerable assets throughout the city, your flood-prone neighborhoods, your streets, your wastewater supply, your water supply system, wastewater infrastructure, et cetera. And we looked at a variety of capabilities that the city already has. This is a prescribed plan as per the Federal Emergency Management Agency, and it goes through state review. So it's going to cover a lot of different things. But the meat of this plan is to look at a variety of mitigation actions to help the city reduce their risks and protect the public from these natural hazards that have been identified by the committee. There were 22 actions in there. Some are already underway, which will be good because this plan has to be reviewed every year and it has to be updated every 5 years. So we like to have things in there to show the federal government that the city is making progress on these actions. What we are asking for tonight via the resolution is approval by the council to send the plan up to the state for review and to FEMA for their review. They will likely have some editorial comments, enhance certain sections. And then the next phase will be to make those edits as per public comment, as per the state, as per FEMA. And then once FEMA agrees to a plan that we have submitted up to them, they will send a letter to the mayor, I believe, and possibly the planning department saying that it's approval pending adoption, which means the planning department will be in front of you again saying, do you approve this plan? That is not a time for discussion. That is for tonight. And so you will see this plan come to you again for formal adoption. Once it's adopted, it's good for 5 years. By having this plan, not only are you reducing the risks from these hazards if the actions are implemented, but it also qualifies the city to apply for annual FEMA funding. So that's usually a good benefit as well. And I'm also here if anyone has any questions regarding the plan or the process or anything like that. Thank you.
Questions from the committee? Questions from the council? Questions or comments from the public?
Right here. Hi, folks. Barbara Walsh, Ward 2. I have a question about whether you would delay your approval of this plan, sending it to the mayor for another 2 weeks. And I want to raise one issue about advertising, which is why I'm here tonight, because that then generated my knowledge of seeing this last night. And I spent a couple of hours perusing it and could barely get through it. As you know, it's a very long document. But the way it was advertised to the public, I know you might say, well, it was advertised, people could comment, blah, blah, blah. Well, it wasn't advertised to some types of people like myself. I don't use social media at all. I don't use a computer at all. Some of you may or may not know I am totally blind. I don't see anything. So I don't see any notices that are put up in the traditional places. And once material comes to me, it's very hard to spend a couple hours reviewing it. I'm extremely lucky my husband tolerates reading a lot of these things to me. And he's here tonight with some notes because I'm not able to take notes either. So everything I'm going to say is from memory and it will not be exact. I apologize for anything I may misspeak, but that's what happens when you keep your whole world in your head and you don't have any other guiding methods to help you remember. So he's going to help me with some of the notes I asked him to take for me. The other issue is there are ways to advertise to disabled people and seniors who may not be as technologically astute as most people. And I have two suggestions for that I will raise later because they're not as perfect, but they're the underlying reasons why I had no knowledge that this study, report, review was being undertaken. None. No knowledge of it whatsoever. So I want to raise a couple concerns and hope that if you find them to be legitimate or credible, at least to the degree that I have a chance to share some other thoughts with whomever, Mr. Kravitz, I assume, I'm deferring to him as kind of a lead in this process, that maybe I can get a couple weeks to raise the issues that I'd like to raise. And I want to start with one that's concrete for me, the animal shelter. The animal shelter is a love of mine. I've been a volunteer there for the city for 30 or 40 years. So I was around when it flooded 10, 12 years ago, and I was part of the mad dash to get those animals out of there in a 2-hour window. It was an awful process, and the way it's addressed in this plan is simply one sentence that says the animals will be evacuated to the Thayer rink. But it doesn't say anything at all about how they get there. It doesn't say that there are only 2, occasionally 3 people working in that shelter, and they have no vehicles by which to transfer animals in cages and crates. When it happened 10, 12 years ago, there was a lot of cooperation from other city agencies and departments. A really wonderful guy from the sewer authority ran over. The police department helped. The animal control officers came over. Public Works came over. They all had vehicles such that they could transfer about 20 dogs in cages, and volunteers rushed in to take out about 30 cats. So all of the animals, all of their different foods and medications, all has to, go to another site, and you can't just jam them all together because there are risk factors with aggression increasing in animals under stress. With 2 staff people, the only reason it happened was because the executive director of the shelter is absolutely terrific. Ann Corvin is the best of the best, and she made it happen. But that shelter flooded to its ceiling. If she didn't get those animals out of there, they would have drowned sitting in confined spaces and cages, and it would have been an outrage by the public. It would have been horrific. But she did manage it, and it all happened. But there's nothing in this study that says there should be a formal line of communication and a clear delineation of who in the police department, public works, etc., will be there to help move those animals in a similar case. I'm not suggesting there's a structural problem with the building. I don't think there is. But there is. This is a plan. I mean, we're supposed to be planning for things that aren't, likely, but they do happen, and they may happen occasionally and never again, but they're dire when they happen. That's the point of a plan. I believe in planning. I believe in the planning department and all the work that went into this, but I'd like to see something formalized that the shelter staff can call A, B, C, and D to help them transport those animals out of there, so they're not making 20 phone calls in the middle of a crisis. There's also a very interesting omission in the list of agencies where throughout this whole report, there's a thread of consolidation, cooperation, communication between and amongst offices. The animal shelter isn't even listed in the list of agencies in that long litany of offices and agencies listed. They don't even show up. Okay, now once they get to Thayer Arena, which is run by the Parks Department, the Parks Department isn't listed in that list of agencies either. So shouldn't they have a say about how these processes would flow? Never mind the fact that they've been listed as the morgue for the city, and maybe they should be at the top of the list for a generator in case they're needed for that purpose. But nonetheless, the building would need electricity in order to keep the animals clean, providing them water and electricity to clean the cages, etc. So I don't know if it says anywhere in there about a generator for the Thayer Arena, but it should. It should also list Parks and Recreation and the animal shelter in the list of agencies where it currently does not. Another thing I didn't find, again, in going through it for a couple of hours, so it might be in there. I apologize if I misspeak here, but I don't remember reading anything about citizens who have to evacuate their homes, bringing their pets with them to city-run shelters. We all know from a lot of research, people don't often leave their homes in emergencies because they won't leave their pets behind. And then you have to, like in Louisiana, pick a person with their dog off the roof or on top of a car hood. There needs to be accommodation made for the pets of people who must evacuate their own homes. And I don't remember seeing that in there either. So animal issues? Okay. Next issue that I just want to raise is throughout the theme of this is also the need for mitigating flood issues with vegetation and green infrastructure and more trees. And I'm not seeing anywhere where there's actually any planning or budgeting put into accomplishing any of this. I know the planning department has some kind of responsibility for trees, but if we're supposed to be planting more trees, then there needs to be a bigger priority for how we do that. The Providence city has a resiliency office. We need a resiliency office. That should also be in this plan so that we're in the 21st century. We need somebody to look at the policies and practices within every city department to say, well, if we're proclaiming the need for all these trees, how are we going to get them? And, you know, maybe we don't need X in order to get Y, and help department heads kind of sort out the issues that there's no champion. There is nobody looking at spending in all of the different city offices to say, well, do you really need that? Why don't we do it this way? Do we have anybody that looks at purchasing to buy the leaf blowers that another woman tonight spoke about? Leaf blowers are a fossil fuel mess. There have been bills put into the state legislature.
Mrs. Walsh, you have 1 minute.
For several years, they haven't passed. But that doesn't mean with our bidding practices, we couldn't be buying items like that, e-vehicles, whatever. But a resiliency officer who has generalizable ability to go across city departments would be, really helpful. And I'd like to see something more proactive. On page 96, it lists the hindrances that get in the way of us doing the right things. All of those issues, I am so glad somebody had the foresight and the skill to get that section in there, because I think sometimes people don't want to hear the bad side of what we do. And all of those issues should be #1 priorities throughout this report. The hindrances that get in our way are that we are reactive and not proactive. And that's true. If we're going to look at planning as a process to be proactive, we don't do it as often as we should, particularly with climate change and resiliency. The issues in that page 96 hindrances section are really important issues that should be reviewed in a way to put them at a higher priority. So I'm simply asking, give us a way to have input in the next 2 weeks, and let us come back to you with a renewed approach to some of these issues that may have been neglected. And I do defer to Mr. Kravitz to evaluate some of the credibility of these issues and others. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions from the public?
Hi, good evening again. Michelle Comar. I was just informed that the consultant has my comments because I emailed them to the planning department. So I may not have to touch on all of them, but I had a couple of new ones. And I, like Barbara, are not a social media person. I just don't have time. So Barbara called me or sent me an email last night and said, did you see this? So I just dove into it last night in the wee hours. So I might have missed things, but I'll try to handle things. So the main issue I have here is if somebody were to pick up this document and we all had flood warnings that we've got to evacuate, what would they be looking for? And I think the two major things are the evacuation route and where are the shelters? Where am I going? We see signs all over the place, evacuation route, but what's the destination? So I read into the report and it mentioned that Vets, they called it high school, it's now the middle school, but Vets is a designated Red Cross shelter. And Pilgrim today is a shelter as well. So my question was, what about the new schools? What about new program and new toll gate? Are they both going to be emergency shelters for the public? Because we've got to list those right up front in the report, where to go. And I contacted the school department, and I did not get an answer on that. So I don't know if these new schools are going to be equipped to handle the public for shelter with pets, without pets, in an emergency. I was really taken aback that fire station number 4, in one of those tables, page 1, well, I won't skip the page, but station 4, it implies that they don't have a generator. A fire station doesn't have a generator backup. Now, when we have storms, everybody goes to Home Depot or scrambles to go get generators. So if we don't have one in place, my question was, how does that impact the functions, operations of Station 4, the fire department, and the citizens of Warwick? I couldn't believe there was no generator available for Station 4. And this is all contingent on future funding. Well, I wish some of those funds that we use for COVID relief went into these necessary safety issues. So WSA has 2 generators, but we need to take an assessment of all the departments and get them loaded up, all the public buildings with generators. I sent all the council people a report, memo done by Janine Burke. She was the executive director at the Sewer Authority when they had the 2010 flood. And she wrote a really good after the event, how the city responded to this natural disaster. And it was really good because she says, don't ever underestimate. People tell you it's a 500-year storm, but you better make sure it may happen. Because 500-year storm is very unlikely to happen in our lifetime. Well, this was a 250-year storm with Patuxent River flooding. So she said, don't underestimate, and make sure you got all your provisions set. And sometimes you won't know until it happens. For instance, the wastewater treatment plant got flooded from the Patuxent River, breaching over the levee, and from DOT drainage, which drained the flooded I-95 into the plant. So they got hit from both sides, which, by the way, isn't really mentioned in this report, because we need to follow up. I think DOT fixed that situation, and of course, the levee was raised. But Janine pointed out they ran over to the animal shelter, which is nearby, and wanted their drainage plans so that they could open the drains and let the floodwaters out. And they couldn't find them. Nobody knew where they were. So that kind of hindered their recovery. So I look to you to read her memo, because it shows how everything needs to conceal together. They weren't even a member of some of the emergency groups, but they ended up being one of the main focus of the disaster area in that flood. Some of the wording in here caused concern. It's on page 114, 175 Post Road in my ward, which was a controversial industrial project. There was a table in here that said 175 Post Road has been removed from the floodway. Tenants are aware of risk. So to me, that means they did a FEMA map amendment and drew different lines for the floodway. So I got a phone call from a couple people that have been watching that project, and the planning department answered that question. That's not what they meant, but that's what it reads. So I guess the developer at some point in time took the development footprint and got it out of the FEMA floodway for that project. But that's very misleading wording. The WSA, besides accurately depicting what happened during their flood event in 2010, they need to give some guidance on an option for those residents and businesses in the city that have grinder pumps. Grinder pumps are dependent on electricity. When there's no electricity in a power outage, how do people operate their wastewater, their bathrooms? And for how long? There's a little bit of storage in reserve. How long can they keep using their homes, stay in their homes, and then what happens next? In the 2010, the mayor encouraged gyms to let people come in to shower and do whatever they got to do. So that hasn't been addressed because we're going to have a wide range. I don't know how many grinder pumps we have for private residents in the city, but I've already heard some stories about some power outages where people had buckets in their front yard. And we don't want this to happen. They need a contingency plan. The WSA needs to address this. There are 3 dams mentioned in the report that are privately owned. The Little Dave's Dam, where Dave's Market used to be, the report says that they don't know who the owner is. That's a high hazard dam. If it fails, there's significant loss of, property, probable loss of life. Nobody knows who owns it. I don't think anything's done about it. Then we have Camp Warwick Pond. That's a significant hazard as well. And then a lesser one, Grist Mill Apartments, a high hazard. The report kind of indicates that nobody's really reached out significantly to these private dams. I think we need some kind of annual inspection to be done. You have to hire a consultant. There's plenty of dam consultants in the state, just to see where we stand on those that are high hazard or significant. And these are 3 that are mentioned in the report. Then I'm going back to my email I already sent to the planning department, see if I can bring anything major up in front of you tonight. The animal shelter, Barbara mentioned. For people that are watching the Bucky Brook Phragmites removal project, this report says that 3,600 tons of debris. Really wasn't debris. That kind of sounds trash floated down. It was Phragmites and sediment. And it was removed in 2023, and the level of Warwick Pond dropped. Doesn't say how much. That would be interesting to know, because it's kind of promoted that this was a flood mitigation project, and that somehow there was a benefit here. Again, like I said, the new high schools, there's questioned this, and I didn't get the answers from the school department, but the report says that the new Pilgrim High School is going to be more energy efficient than the old because it's air conditioned. And I remember coming to a council meeting where the school department said, these new schools are not going to have air conditioning in the classrooms. So what I found out from the school department is that's true. No AC in the wings of the classrooms. They're going to have tempered air. And that technology is you take out the bad air, the hot air, and you draw in air from the outside, and that has to be cooled. That uses more energy. Our new schools, 2 new high schools, will be using more
You
energy.
have 1 minute, Ms. Coma.
Thank you. Than the old schools. And so that statement is incorrect in the report. And I just want to ask you about the generators. If VETS continues to be a designated Red Cross shelter, and the 2 new high schools act as shelters, service shelters, do they all have generators at these planned shelters? So overall, I wasn't comfortable with the report because it put off too many things in the future. And when you need it, it's not going to be there in an emergency. So it's kind of disturbed to see the put off and that we haven't done enough already. And I'd like to see teamwork, a protocol set up for different teams taking care of different problem areas or issues in the city. And I don't really see that continuity and teamwork flow yet. It's kind of like you have kids
Time's
in
up,
your
Ms.
household.
Colma.
You want to have your emergency plan. Okay, this is our code word we use. If we get separated, we're going to meet here.
Time.
Thank you. And I wish the city did more of that coordination. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments from the public? Hearing none, do I hear a motion?
Move favorable action.
I hear a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. It is now 10:20 PM and the Intergovernmental Committee is now adjourned.
Thank you, Chairman. Next up, we'll go back into the Finance Committee.
The time is 10:21. The Warwick Finance Committee is back in session. We will pick up where we left off. We are now on item 15, which is meeting the threshold of the 50,000. I will go to members of this committee, members of the council, members of the public, and I will find out if anyone has any items that they would like to discuss from the bid package. Starting with the Finance Committee.
No, thank you.
Per request of the council president, I am going to request item number 37. That is bid 2025-118. Be put aside for discussion. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Are there any items that members of the council would like to pull for discussion? Councilman Lattisaw.
Thank you, Chairman. Item number 16, 2023-440, analytical testing of water samples. Item number 17, 2025-114, purchase 2 vehicle lifts. Item number 18, 2025-114D, vehicle lift installation. Item number 19, 2025, sorry?
Number 19 was done, Councilman.
Oh, that's right, sorry, okay. Item number 20, 2025-143, purchase of 8 solar-powered speed signs. No, actually, forget that. I already asked my question on that one before. Item number 23, 2025-117, aerial and ground ladder service. Item 24, 2025-116, generator maintenance. Item 25, 2024-080, HVAC services. Item number 29, 2024-162, various automotive parts. Item number 31, 2024-067, fire apparatus, annual pumping. Item 33, 2025-145, body repairs to RS-75. And that's all of them.
Are there any other items that members of the council would like to discuss? Councilwoman Travis.
Yes, but like, I don't have my numbers, but might be number 16.
Could you turn on your microphone, please?
2025-122, the purchase of roll-up cots, wheels and lids.
Could someone please, I couldn't.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Item number 15.
Item number 15. Okay.
Okay.
The purchase of roll-up cots, wheels
Thank you.
and lids.
Thank you. Found on
That's
page
all.
53. Was that all, Councilwoman?
Yeah, Ed took the other one.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other items members of the council? Are there any items that members of the public would like to pull for discussion from the bid package? Any items members of the public would like to pull from the bid package? Hearing none, we'll go in order. The first item is bid 2025-122, requested by Councilwoman Travis. This is found on page 53. It is the purchase rollout carts of wheels and lids. Director, you have the microphone. Councilwoman, you'll have the floor after he identifies.
Thank you.
Eric Earls, Public Works.
So, you gonna talk, oh, you're waiting for me to talk, okay. I have a problem with, I know you're looking for more wheels, more lids, and the carts itself, but I have already sent in a couple of times where they drop these from high up. Is there a reason? Is there something wrong with the arm? I've seen it, I witnessed this, I took pictures, I sent them in, and even Saturday, my next door neighbor, and I saw it fall, and it doesn't fall low, it falls from high, falls, and there goes the lid right off the bucket.
It's possible it's something wrong with the arm. It's also possible that the driver's going too fast and, you know, trying to get his route done, not making excuses, but these are probably the things that could have happened. If you know specific dates and routes, then I can get that to the supervisor and make sure that any driver is, you know, doing it the way he's supposed to, because we do work hard on that. You know, we want them to put it down and place it so that people don't have to come and pick them up off the ground, never mind damaging them.
Yeah, that's what I was worried about, the damage, and then we have to buy more. But I rode down Oakland Beach Avenue one day, and there were 6 on their sides that fell. I'm not saying all 6 were damaged, but I witnessed 2 one day, just recently. But Saturday, I saw my neighbors, and that when I went over to look, and it cracked. One corner of it cracked right off the top. I just wanted to bring it to your attention because, for you know, that's another almost close to $50,000 we got to invest to getting more. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Gebhardt.
I'll add to that. I just got a message earlier or yesterday from a resident that lives on Diamond Hill, and it's only recently, but like all up and down the street after pickup, all the bins are over. So I don't know if it's something that changed or it wasn't particularly windy that day. I didn't see anything that led to it, but definitely seems like something's going on.
Yeah, I can talk to the supervisor about that. It is the kind of thing that we've talked to the guys regularly about. You know, it's not, they shouldn't be doing it, right? They should take that extra half a second to put it back correctly, knowing that there are people out there that might struggle to pick them up. And I know that's also one of the mayor's pet peeves with the sanitation operation as well. So we've been on the guys, but every once in a while, I think they need a refresher on that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Are there any further questions from members of this committee? Are there any further questions from members of the council? Are there any questions for members of the public? Thank you, Director. The next item is item number 16, bid 2023-440, analytical testing for water supplies. This is a rebid. This is requested by Councilman Lattiser. Director, after you identify, Councilman, you have the floor.
Thank you. Identify again.
Just identify.
Eric Earls, Public Works.
Councilman Lattiser.
Thank you. Director, this extension is 75% more than the original bid, which is pretty excessive. And I guess my question is, who does the math on these things? I mean, it doesn't seem to be so difficult.
There's a reason. The reason that it's higher is that we're doing the lead service replacement throughout the city. So we're replacing people's lead services. So as a result of that, there's additional testing because after the service is replaced, you test there as well. So there's that's what makes it more, is that you have approximately 200 services in the city that are going to be replaced. Lead's being pulled out, different materials being placed in, and then after that's done, you have to sample. So that's why it's higher, to accommodate for that difference.
Good answer. I would suggest that, perhaps next time that information be included in here in the first place, because it makes all the sense in the world. Thank you on that, Director.
Thank you. Any further questions from members of this committee? Questions from members of the council? Questions from members of the public? Thank you. The next item is item number 17, bid 2025-114, purchase of 2 vehicle lifts. Director, please identify. Councilman Lattiser, you have the floor.
Eric Earls, Public Works.
So I guess we can start off by asking, this appropriation here, this was after your capital budget was put out, right? This comes out July 8th, 2024.
I believe these items were in the capital budget.
For the record,
Councilman Gebhardt's checking it. Okay,
Councilman
there you
Gebhardt
go.
said he's checking.
He's the capital budget guy.
He said they are.
Yeah, there you go. For the 2 vehicle lifts, it was in there? Okay. But what wasn't in there, and thank you for qualifying that, Councilman Gebhardt. Thank you, appreciate it. If I ask the question, I have the answer, right? So the bigger question, well, never mind, that'll go to the other part of this. So in this estimate that we have here right now for $42,954, I don't see anywheres in there where it speaks to installation and removal, which really stood out to me from a business perspective as to why that wasn't addressed in the first place, where you've got this item you're bidding on, you're requesting, which you need, but it seems to me that this item, as far as installation and removal, not being included in this, wasn't questioned in the first place, which would stop us from having this next bid item. Like I guess, Director, the question is, who is reviewing these bids that come in? You put out a request for this item and you get the number, but it doesn't include labor and installation, or it doesn't include freight, or it doesn't include poles, or it doesn't include whatever. And it's constantly having to come back to the city council for additional appropriations, and we need to have more money, and we need to spend more time on the council floor going over it. Who is reviewing these? Is there any type of a double check on this thing?
I'm not sure what your concern is. We have one for the purchase, and then Part B is for the installation.
Yeah, I know. Pot B comes after Pot A. So why wasn't it all in one item in Pot A? It looks to me like Pot B was an afterthought of Pot A.
It's possible. It's possible that we received the quote for the installation, and then when we found out that we needed them to do the install, otherwise it would void the warranty, that we went and we got the information for the install. I don't know exactly. I don't know exactly why it's 2 parts, but obviously we are addressing both of those issues tonight.
I understand that you're addressing both the issues, but I would think that this issue could have been addressed earlier. All set, Chairman.
Thank you. Are there any further questions from members of the council? Questions from members of the public? Thank you. Next is item number 18. This is 2025-114 Bravo vehicle lift installation. Director, and then Councilman Lattiser.
Eric Earls, Public Works.
So to my point earlier, the date on this original item was July 8th, 2024. And then July 16th is when it was discovered that, oh, we don't have the installation or the removal. So, therein lies my point. The other question I have is, these other items, are they necessary? I know you have them scratched, or someone has them scratched off, and it's only holding in the 16,000 and the 37,000. Are any of these other items, are they going to be necessary for you to do this? The rolling jack, internal air lines, post, vehicle, passenger vehicle adapter, ambulance adapter. We got a whole bunch of new ambulances, right? So wood wide frame truck adapters. Are you going to need any of those items?
If they are scratched off, then no, we would not need them.
You will not need them.
Will not need them.
Okay. So we shouldn't expect to have them come before us in the future. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councilman. Any further questions from members of this committee? Questions from members of the council? Questions from members of the public? The next item. So I'm sorry, I might have put my notes wrong. I have it as Councilwoman Travis, but Councilman Lattiser, you requested item number 23, bid 2025-117,
Yes,
correct?
sir.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. Aerial and ground ladder service inspection and testing. This is found on page 102, and the chief, after you identify Councilman Lattiser, you have the floor for your question.
Assistant Chief Jason Obenhauer, Fire Department.
Councilman.
Just bear with me 1 minute, please. I have a lot of notes here, like 10 pages, which is what happens when you get 48 bids in one night. So just have patience. I'll get there. Oh, here it is. Okay, got it. So are you going to be using aerial only for the items that you don't have bids on?
No, so lift-in services we've used for the last couple of years. They had the bid for the last 2 years. They haven't been very responsive to our requests for testing. They've given us months out of scheduled dates when we need our aerials and our ladders tested. They did eventually send somebody from Michigan to drive down to do our testing for us, so they're not very responsive to us. They are a little bit less expensive than the other vendor who submitted a bid. So we're requesting that both vendors be awarded. That way, if we get another delayed response from lift-in services that say we'll see you in 6 months, we have another vendor that we can default back to.
So what type of a notice do you give lifting services that you need work or test? This is all testing, right?
It's
So this
annual
is-
testing.
This is
So
all,
we test the same time every year, typically in the fall before the weather gets too cold.
so how much notice do you give them? Do you call them a week before, a month before, 3 months before?
If you award the bid tonight, we'll probably give them a call this week and request that it be done before the end of the year. And last year, they weren't able to do that. We did it in the middle of the winter.
So you're saying that last year, in spite of them having a 3-month notice, they're not able to respond?
They weren't able to respond until the middle of the winter, and even then, they had to send somebody from Michigan to drive down to do the tests.
I see.
Obviously, with a lot of excuses as to why that happened. So they are less expensive than the other vendor. So we're willing to, at least award the bid to them, give them a chance to respond adequately as we would like. But if the same thing occurs again this current year, we would like another vendor on there that's local that we could call to get the test done, especially if we're waiting to put a truck back in service.
Right, right. So is there, and because there's quite a difference. You know, you go from 677 to 845.
Correct. That's why we didn't just go with the other,
Yeah,
the more expensive vendor.
That's a big difference.
It is a big difference.
And are you able to give them if a 3-month notice doesn't work, is there any reason why you just can't tell them, say tomorrow, say, hey gang, you know, we need you down to station ABC to do XYZ testing by the end of January?
Yeah, we can give as much heads up notice as long as we have spend authority and there's a bid in place. We can give them that as much heads up notice as we can with the authority. The issue becomes when we have a truck. So anytime that any work is performed on any of these ladder trucks to the aerial part itself, they need to be retested before it's put back in service by the standard.
Okay.
So our issue is if I try to put a ladder back in service that had some ladder work done, I can't wait 4 months for them to come and have the truck out of service waiting for them. So we need another option.
Good point. Good point. All right. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Thank you. Are there any follow-up questions from members of this committee? Are there any questions from members of this council? Questions from members of the public? Thank you. Next is bid 2025-116, generator maintenance and services. This is requested by Councilman Lattiser, found on page 104. Chief, please identify. Councilman Lattiser, you have the floor.
Assistant Chief Abandonment from the Fire Department.
Chief, could you repeat your name, please? No, I'm only kidding. So, Chief, I notice in the bid document, item number 1, it says semi-annual preventive maintenance service on all 9 listed generators. But in your paper, you speak to non-preventative maintenance. What is the difference between non-preventative maintenance and maintenance?
So preventative maintenance is when they come out to do the routine manufacturer recommended twice a year oil change, filter changes, the thing, and inspect the generator, make sure it's in operating condition. Any problems they find with it or any mechanical breakdowns of those generators, if they have to come out for a repair request, like a work order on a repair request for a generator that's not operating, or if they find something on their maintenance visit that they need to repair, that I consider it's not preventative, that's now a breakdown. That's where we get the hourly rate comes in.
Would that non-preventative maintenance, would that come out of the semi-annual preventative maintenance service?
Nope, the preventative maintenance service, that fixed number just it's specific to each generator.
Okay.
And they have, they have to change filters once a year, change the oil twice a year. They have a very regimented schedule for the manufacturer of those generators that they need to follow. They do all those checks for the preventative maintenance. If they find problems with the generator, it's then an hourly rate. They quote us typically. They'll say, this needs to be repaired. It's going to cost us, these are the cost of the parts, and this is how many hours we're quoting you for repairs. And then we'd evaluate the quote, see if it's fair, and then authorize the work.
Okay. And I'm going to assume that you have a list of all of these preventive maintenance things identified?
Yes, that's in the bid specification. Okay. It specifies each of the generators by make, model, number, and the maintenance.
Okay. Thank you. I'm good with that, Chairman.
Any further questions from members of this committee? Questions from members of the council? Questions from members of the public? Thank you. The next item is bid 2024-080 HVAC services for city-owned businesses. This is found on page 106. This is requested by Councilman Lattiser. Director, please identify. Councilman Lattiser, you have the floor.
Eric Earls, Public Works.
Director, when was your department made aware of this heat air conditioning item had failed over there at Pilgrim Center? What you have identified in your first paragraph for your position paper?
That's good. I think it was, so it was the second week in July.
Okay. Also, in that same paragraph, you said it has failed, is extremely rotted, and needs to be replaced. Who services these items? And extremely rotted. That's not like, okay, it was fine, 2 or 3 months ago, and now here it is, extremely rotted and needs to be replaced. Who is doing these things? And does these people who are inspecting these things, servicing these things, do they bother to notify you that, oh, by the way, if you got some rot occurring on this, or do they just simply wait until it's extremely rotted and needs to be replaced? And then we're stuck with paying the bill.
Our guys go up and they'll do the preventive maintenance, change out the filters and that type of thing, but they're not HVAC technicians. So it's possible that when they're doing their preventive maintenance, they're not looking at the internal components of the HVAC unit. If it's something underneath with, the condensate not draining properly and it's rusting that way, they might not even notice it until the mechanism fails. And then we'll have our HVAC contractor go out, diagnose the problem, and that might be when, you figure out what's going on. Like I said, we're up there doing our regular preventive maintenance, which is, similar to changing the filters and whatnot. But
right.
A lot of times we don't know there's a significant problem until the unit stops working, just because we don't have that expertise.
So it's not like there's a service contract that somebody comes in once a year and, does a service maintenance like, we do on our furnaces at home, let's say.
No.
Okay. That's all I have on, wait a minute, hold on. Oh, no, there is one other question. So, it says on last item taken, award 6-12 on March 18th, 2024, PCR 27-24 was approved in the amount of $85,000. Go further down, the last line, it says, current contract period, August 30th, 2023. I don't understand the discrepancy between the award on March 18th, 2024 and contract period, August 30th, 2023.
On March 18th, I think we may have increased the cap, which is what that is referencing.
So on March 18th, you think that was the increase of the 85,000? And
yeah, page 109 shows that request permission to increase from 80,000 to 165,000.
Okay, that was on March 18th. Okay,
Yes.
so that was the increase. In the original was the August 30th, 2023.
Correct.
Okay. All right, thank you. That's it, Chairman, on that one.
Thank you, Councilman. Are there any further questions from members of this committee? Are there questions from members of the council? Are there questions from members of the public? Next is bid 2024-162, various replacement automotive parts for the police vehicles. This is found on page 118. Major, please identify. Councilman Lattiser, you have the floor.
Good evening, Major Andy Sullivan for the Police Department.
Good evening, Major.
Good evening.
In this item, this bid item, what do you have left for monies in that particular line item right now?
So this particular one, the original spending authority was 40,000. We have spent 36,000, and we need to get to November 17th. Correction, 16th.
So you lost me. What do you have left in that account now?
We have 4,000 left
4,000
out
left?
of original
Okay.
40,000.
And do you have any encumbrances as of today?
That I'm not sure. There may be some invoices that have not yet arrived at our station, so they're not encumbered per se, but we haven't received them yet.
I was wondering about that because you're looking to increase spending authority by 20,000, and I was wondering what the basis is for that arbitrary number of 20,000.
Yeah, it is a little aggressive. We just want to make sure we get to the end of the bid expiration without having to come back yet again or having to scramble or put any repairs on hold.
If you could, once you find out what encumbrances, if any, you have up until today, if you could just shoot me an email on what those are.
Sure.
Thank you. I'm all set on that, Chairman.
Are there any further questions from members of the committee? Questions from members of the council? Questions from members of the public? Next, we will discuss item number 31, bid 2024-067, fire apparatus annual pump testing and services. This is found on page 128. Chief, after you identify, I'm going to hand it over to Councilman Lattiser.
Assistant Chief Umben Howard from the Fire Department.
Chief, so this bid expires 9/20, and you go on to state that the current bid, and that the fact the department requires annual testing and maintenance to be performed this fall at an estimate of $20,000. I mean, like I had said on one of the other items, I think it's a pretty simple process. Why wasn't that known before or during the budget process? So why is it that it's just all of a sudden determined that, oh my God, we need another 20 grand for testing that we should have known and should have been prepared to have in place already?
So this isn't a budgetary issue. The budget is correct for this. It's the spending authority. So this one's on me. This is an oversight by me. Originally, this bid was only for testing, not for the maintenance side of it. In the previous years, it was always just the testing. In this bid, we added maintenance into the bid so that it was basically two services being done under one spending authority, and I failed to increase that cap to accommodate for the maintenance, which is actually the more expensive part of the two. So this one's on me. When I put this bid package together for the initial approval, I overlooked the maintenance side of it, and it didn't calculate that into what we had requested for spending authority. So now I'm coming back to undo my mistake.
Okay, so this 20K is, it's all about maintenance, has nothing to do with testing, because the testing is already accounted for.
Well, we did testing and maintenance already once. This is a 2-year bid, so we did it once already, and we spent just about $15,000 between maintenance and testing for the first year. We're assuming when we do it again this fall, when we do our annual testing and maintenance, that we're going to spend at least 15, if not more, depending on what we find in the maintenance part.
Okay, thank you.
Questions from members of the committee? Questions from members of the council? Questions from the public? Thank you. Next is item 33, bid 2025-145, body repairs to Romeo Sierra 75. This is found on page 143. Director, introduce yourself. Councilman Lattiser, you have the floor.
Eric Earls, Public Works.
Thank you.
Thank you. Director, what was the actual date that the department received this vehicle? I know it's here, it says it's 2021, but when did you actually get the vehicle?
I don't have that information in front of me. Yeah, I don't know exactly. But this was, I think this was one of the ones that when I came on board, we bought 3 and then 2 kind of in rapid succession right around, I don't know, the end of 2000. I'm sorry, 2020. And I think this was among that group based on the number, that 75. And so I would guess that it probably came into service probably early 2021.
And I'm asking because my next question is, what is the warranty on this truck and these various component parts?
I know that our team is really good about keeping up on the warranty. This type of thing, it's relatively common, but not so common that it would be a warranty item, I don't think, because it's kind of an anomaly when it happens, because the piston pushes back and it just creates friction with the floor of the truck, and that's where you get the kind of erosion, if you will, and that's how it fails. So I don't think it would be under warranty 3 years later.
Well, I'd appreciate it if you would just, verify that.
Absolutely.
And you're probably correct, but I think in the interest of a $10,000 item, I think it's prudent to do due diligence and ask if it's under warranty. Maybe, who knows? Maybe it is. Maybe it's not. In this breakdown, it has various items. It's got 34 hours of labor. It has an item that says lab-guide, assistant, computer, AVEC, GRAI. What is that?
I'm sorry, I don't know exactly what that is.
It seems like it's a computer kind of thing, right?
Yeah, except that the quantity's 2, which...
It's calling for 2 of them for $1,240. And I think that certainly would generate a question about warranty. What the hell's a computer? Maybe it controls these other items. I don't know. Maybe it has nothing to do with those other items. But I think it's something that would warrant, a question and to review what the warranties are, and certainly at least know what it is that we're getting, that we're paying $1,240 for. Obviously, you're not going to be able to do that tonight, but if you could check on that and get back to me on that item as well. So it would be when the vehicle was purchased, what the warranty is. I'm sorry, let me back up. When you actually took the vehicle. And I think that's important because some of these vehicles, as we already saw, it's taken us 34 months to get them. We're buying a 2024, pick them up, and maybe we're going to get it in who the hell knows when. But when we take delivery is important in how it relates to the warranty. And then also on this item of the guided assistant computer, whatever it is. And that's that's all I have right now, Mr. Chairman. If you need, I think I could probably find a couple others, but I don't have to.
Are there any questions for members of this committee? Questions from members of the council? Questions from members of the public? The final item that was requested is item 37, bid 2025-118, regional analysis of impediments to fair housing 2024 to 2029. Council President McAllister.
Thank you. I'm just asking for PCR on this. I'm going to recuse. I am on the board of Rhode Island Housing, so out of abundance of caution, I'd like to recuse on this, so if we can get a PCR.
PCR 78-24. Thank you. Any follow-up questions to PCR 78-24? Any questions from members of the council?
I just thought the council president had something really hot and heavy to share with us on that one.
No. Any questions, comments from the public? Thank you. May I have a motion on PCR 78-24?
Move favorable action.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. May I have a motion on the consent calendar PCR 73-24?
Move favorable action.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. Next is PCR 74-24, resolution to abatements. Good evening.
Good evening. Neil Dupuy, Director of Assessing. This month, we have abatements in the amount of $48,183.49. For the most part, they're new exemptions that people didn't apply for before the tax roll was certified, but I'll answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you. Councilman Gebhardt.
Hi, Director. There's a number of that are listed as clerical errors. I haven't seen that previously, or very intermittent. So was there a batch or something?
It's more just trying to make a distinction. These are things that we could have and should have caught had we had a little more time. The difference here was we did a munis upgrade just prior to billing, and some of the things that I don't want to categorize as things that dropped off, as we used to call it, and blame it on the computer. These are things that we could have and should have caught.
Okay. Got it. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any further questions for members of this committee? Questions from members of the council? Questions from members of the public? Hearing none, may I have a motion?
Move favorable action.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Thank you. The final item is PCR 71-23, a resolution relative to issuing requests for proposals for the American Rescue Plan Act community projects. Mr. President, I don't want to step on your toes, but this is just a continuation for the projects that are being requested by each ward, correct?
Correct.
Thank you, sir. You want to add anything to that? Thank you. Councilman Gebhardt.
I have one. It is to install a bike rack at Sandpoint Beach at the end of Ives Road in Potawatomi.
Is this the time we add these in?
No.
Yeah.
My bad.
I wasn't sure myself.
This is on, Mr. Chairman, this is on existing items that are actually in the procurement process and/or for consideration. This is just to clear the record to tie it up so that it was properly requested by the council. And so this is more an administrative item. As it relates to any future items that people do need, I believe we have docketed already a item about the new ward projects account. For those of you that have already exhausted ARPA allocations, but so just to distinguish
Got
again,
it.
sometimes we conflate those issues, but
Thank you. I was mistaken.
That has to be in your capital budget.
I was going to do a motion to take Ward 2's, the rest of Ward 2's to my ward, but okay, since we can't do that. Are there any questions pertaining to PCR 71-24? I won't do it.
Very good.
From members of the committee, members of the council, members of the public. The time is now 11:04 p.m. and the work, I'm sorry, yes, I need to do a motion. I apologize, I am jumping ahead. May I have a motion for PCR 71-24?
Move favorable action.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. The time is now officially 11:04 and the Warwick Finance Committee is done. Thank you so much to the council members.
Mr. Chairman, how about PCR 76-24?
They already recommended that.
that had, Councilman, that had already received a favorable recommendation. It'll be back before the full council.
Oh, got it. Okay, thank you. Yeah.
We just concluded Finance Committee and are heading to Ordinance now.
Ordinance Committee can meet at this time.
I apologize. Can you hear me? I've been here for 4 hours to hear about the claims, and you guys haven't touched the claims.
We'll do claims. We'll do public safety now then. Thank you, sir. We'll do that committee at this time.
So just before I guess, what's your last name?
My last name is Marinaro.
So we'll call public
Public
safety right now.
safety. If we could come up. Public safety is called to order at 11:05. That's the guy. Ask him if that's him. Can you? I didn't hear him that well. Thank you, Tim. That's him? Okay. Thank you. The first order of business is acceptance of minutes held on June 17th. Do we have a motion?
Move favorable action.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Second is acceptance of minutes for the meeting held on July 15th. Do we have a motion?
Move to approve.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right, first item is PCR 7524. And first item is acceptance of minutes from committee meeting held on June 3rd.
Move to approve.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
I'm going to ask us to move Mr. Dante Marinaro
Correct.
claim to the first. Now, the recommendation was to deny, and the reason being it wasn't filed in a timely manner. You have something to say to that, sir?
Yes, sir. To my defense, this is
Can you-
not
Could you do me a favor? Can you talk into the mic as tight as you can?
closer. I appreciate it. To my defense, I'm going to say that this is not a blow-up tire or a rim damage that you hit a pothole and you, oops, I did this, and at the time that it happens. Anything else in a vehicle, it can happen during or after time you find out what exactly was going on. My wife was driving that car for a good couple months. When I switched car with her, I noticed that they had a very badly clank noise. I thought that it was something that the Renegade have typically in the rear. After driving it for a while, I noticed that it was getting worse. Then I took it to a mechanic and I was told that the left strut was shot. At the time that the car got fixed, and between one thing and another, I ended up being probably early May when I was all done, and I filed a claim. I don't do this for a living, so I filed a claim when I had a chance, and that's why I ended up on May some.
Any questions, comments from members of the committee?
Sure.
Councilman Rick.
Yeah, my concern about something like this is that there doesn't seem to be anything to tie the damage to a specific day. I understand from the report that you were regularly driving over part of Jefferson Boulevard and that area that was in a very bad condition. Of course, that can contribute to wear and tear on the vehicle, but I wasn't seeing anything that was showing that there was a specific incident on a specific date where that was what was causing it to begin to have that noise. And then because it's showing the date of the incident as February 7th, that's well out, and then it was reported. It states on May 6th. That's well outside of the 7-day period that the statute sets.
I understand. I can assure you, and if you are a driver, you cannot tell me that you can identify a strut shot in 7 days. Number one. Number two, I've been driving on and off to where my wife actually go to work because I've been dealing with Supply New England. That intersection, you cannot deny that until probably April or even May was all a disaster. It was very, very bad. And even now, I think the Jefferson Boulevard from Service Avenue probably all the way to the airport is being milled, which tells me that even during that repair work that the town did or the city did on Jefferson Boulevard, you still had bad spots on Jefferson Boulevard. So I understand your concern and your rules about the 7 day, but you cannot deny the fact that that could have happened even outside of the area where my wife drove. And no disrespect, but I would like to know how many times your wife told you that the oil is going bad. Because that is the major issue.
Thank you,
If
sir.
I could tell my wife, why you didn't tell it, that's what they do.
Thank you, sir. Any other comment from members of the committee? Any comments from members of the council?
May I point something out?
Give me one
Sure.
sec. Any other comments from members of the public? Okay, sir, go ahead again, please.
I want to let you know that I checked with Paul Bailey's and Tasca. That strut costs about $500 the part alone.
As the chair, I understand our concerns about the timeline. I understand what Marinaro.
You can call me Dante, it's easier.
Dante is saying, and we know that Jefferson Boulevard has been horrendous for a long time. That coupled with this gentleman being here for 4 hours, if not 5 hours, to plead his case, makes me side with him, and that the timeliness, although an issue, should not be a deciding factor. That being said, you have another comment, Councilman Ricks?
Yeah, I suppose that my other concern here is that really at a certain point, it gets into more the general wear and tear. I drive around on a lot of these bad city roads a lot myself. I drive on Jefferson Boulevard a fair amount, but if everyone who had wear and tear on the shocks and struts and the like came in with a claim, it'd be half the city. And you know what? Condition of the roads at sometimes, maybe I'd be, maybe that wouldn't be the worst thing in the world, but the standards, the general laws, and the way that we've done this in the past, it's really looking at specific instances. It's looking at things like that. So I see something like this as more of a wear and tear type of situation.
Let
that
me
happens
ask you
over
this,
time.
30,000 miles on a strut is wear and tear?
Thank you, sir.
I apologize.
No problem. So I'm looking for a recommendation and a motion
Councilman
from
Fuller.
members of the committee.
Can I say a quick thing?
I'm sorry, I didn't see your hand, sir.
Just to point out, while Councilman Ricks's concern is valid, it's worth noting, I think as the claimant pointed out, the damages are well above 300, like we're over triple. So it's not like the man's getting a windfall here by any means. In fact, he's not even being made close to whole. And even if we're factoring on wear and tear, I'm not a car expert, I fully admit it, but I just, unless he's outright lying, it doesn't make sense that much damage. It doesn't make sense, let me rephrase. It doesn't make sense that there wasn't at least $300 worth of damage caused by the pothole under these circumstances. But again, not a car expert, not going to pretend to be. So do what you will.
Thank you. Again, do we have a motion from a member of the committee?
I make a motion for $300.
Second. All in favor? Aye.
Nay.
All right. Thank you. Now, sir, just so you know, I know you've been here a long time. This is the committee. There's a recommendation to the full council, which would be about 20 minutes.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
with Councilman Ricks asking, voting in the negative on this, he is requesting it be voted separately so that if we could assign it a PCR.
Okay, thank you. Do we have a PCR, please? Hold on a second, please. What was that again? Thank you very much. All right, back to the docket. The next item is Mary Donovan. And the recommendation is to approve in the amount of $500. Any comments from the committee? All the paperwork was in order as seen in the checklist. Who's that? I'm sorry. On Mary Donovan? Huh? I'm sorry. Yes, we need a PCR on this one also. PCR 8024. 8024. Yep, thank you. All right, do we have any comments from the committee? Comments from the council? Comments from the public? Hearing none, do we have a motion?
Move to approve in the amount of $500.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right. I can't hear. I'm sorry. Oh, I thought she was talking to me. The next one is Sarah Kennedy. Is that Mary Donovan? Yes. Okay, thank you very much. And the recommendation here was to approve in the amount of $96.83. And as seen on the checklist, all the paperwork was there. Do we have any questions from the committee, from the council, from the public? Seeing none, do we have a motion?
Move to approve in the amount of $96.83.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
We did him. And the last one is Ambrose Dwyer. They lost his wallet and it had $100 in it, and the recommendation is to approve. Do we have comments from the committee? Comments from the council? Comments from the public? Hearing none, do we have a motion?
Move to approve in the amount of $100.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Last thing, and I'm asking Councilman Sinapi on this. PCR 46-24, this has been paid and adjudicated, I thought. So do you wish to make a motion to?
What's the name on it?
Say what?
What's the name?
Corrigan.
This was the item that went through the trust.
Yes. This one went, I'm sorry. Are you talking, Mr. Walsh?
Yes, thank you, Councilman. This item was referred to the trust and delayed from a period of time, and our understanding is that the trust made the determination and has remitted a $300 payment on this claim.
Yeah, as far as I'm concerned, we don't even have the ability to weigh in. The trust weighed in. They took it out of our hands. So do with it what you will.
Can you make a motion to withdraw?
If I'm allowed to, sure.
You can request it. The committee can.
I request the committee withdraw it.
All right, do we have a motion to withdraw? PCR 46-24.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
This committee is adjourned at 11:19.
The Ordinance Committee may convene at this time.
I don't think I'm on that. About that. Oh, my God.
Ordinance will convene at 11:20 p.m. for some reason. First thing we have is acceptance of the minutes from July 15th, 2024. Do we have a motion?
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
All right. Next, we have PCO 7-24, an ordinance to prohibit parking on the northerly side of Major Potter Road between Quaker Lane and Spencer Woods Drive. This is Councilman Gebhardt, and this is second passage. Councilman Gebhardt? Councilman Gebhardt requests favorable action. Is there any questions or comments from members of the committee? Any questions or comments from members of the council? Any questions or comments from members of the public? Seeing none, do we have a motion?
Move favorable action, second passage.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. That concludes ordinance at 11:21 p.m.
Solicitor Walsh.
The time being 11:21, it's been some time since we've all been reminded of Rule 21 regarding meeting curfew, but it would be appropriate at this time should the council wish to conclude its business tonight, it would entertain a motion to suspend the at least provision A of Rule 21, which says no discussion or no new items can be brought forward before the body after 11:30 p.m. Provision B of that is also that we adjourn no later than midnight. A waiver of Rule 21 requires unanimous consent.
So I'll make that motion to waive the rule to continue the meeting. Is there any objection? Okay, hearing none. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, we're going to continue to move forward. Councilman Foley, we just need your vote. We are going to suspend Rule 21 and continue the meeting this evening. Do you have any objection to that? Okay, thank you. Let the record show that it is unanimous. Yep. All right, thank you, everyone. We are back to the full council meeting. If you are following along here or at home, we have done roll call, salute to the flag. We've done general communications. We've done executive communications. We've done the acceptance of the minutes. So now we have done public comment Rule 41. So now we're on item 1, which is the consent calendar, PCR 7324, committee report, finance.
Favorable action.
For action, Councilman Howe.
Move favorable action.
Second by Councilman Foley. Go ahead, Councilman Howe.
The following bids were given favorable action: 2024-385, 2025-066, 2025-065, 2025-113, 2025-039, 2025-107, 2025-140, 2025-139, 2025-141, 2025-038, 2025-151, 2025-084, 2025-142, 2025-122, 2023-440, 2025-114, 2025-114 Bravo, 2025-143, 2025-105, 2025-080, 2025-117, 2025-116, 2024-080, 2025-126, 2025-062, 2025-062 Bravo, 2024-162, 2025-144, 2024-067, 2024-467, 2025-145, 2024-083, 2025-146, 2025-096, 2025-097, 2025-100, 2025-152, 2025-153. I also repeat that one. 2025-153, 2025-123, 2025-111, 2024-180, 2022-170, 2025-119, 2025-112, 2025-147. That concludes the consent calendar.
Thank you. Any questions or comments that were not asked earlier this evening in the finance? Okay, number 2, PCR 74-24, resolution relative to abatements, committee report, finance.
Favorable action.
For action, Councilman Howe.
Move favorable action.
Second by Councilman Foley. And the dollar amount, Councilman Howe? $48,183.49.
I thank you for that, Mr. President. Yes.
Thank you. Any questions or comments on the abatements? Okay, hearing none. Claims, PCR 75-24, resolution relative to claims, committee report, public safety. For action, Councilman Foley.
Thank you. One claim for Sarah Kennedy in the amount of $96.83. Approve. And Ambrose Dwyer in the amount of $100.
Do we have a second to that? Second by Councilman McElroy. Any questions or comments that were not asked earlier in this evening in public safety? Councilman Ricks.
Second.
Oh, okay. Thank you. And Councilman McElroy, second as well. Any questions on the consent calendar? Okay, hearing none, the clerk will call a roll for favorable action on the consent calendar.
Mr. McAllister?
Yes.
Mr. Foley?
Yes.
Mr. Gephardt?
Yes.
Mr. Howe?
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser? Mr. McElroy?
Yes.
Mr. Ricks?
Yes.
Mr. Sinapi? Ms. Travis? 9 yes, consent passes.
Thank you. The consent passes. Councilman Howe, I believe a number of items have been pulled from the consent calendar. First item, Councilman Howe.
The first item is formally bid, favorable action. I apologize.
For action, Councilman Howe.
Move favorable action.
Second by Councilman Foley. Go ahead, Councilman Howe.
Thank you, Mr. President. It was formally bid 2024-116, firefighter occupational medical evaluation rebid. It is now PCR 76-24.
Okay, and it's been moved favorable in second. Questions or comments on this? Councilman Lattiser.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll be voting no on this item. It's not because I particularly disagree with the requirement, but I disagree with the process that took place with this bid. There's been numerous times, plenty of times, when I've asked department heads, well, did you call out to other vendors? Did you find out or ask why they haven't bid on something? And this is clearly one of those cases. So if it's not all right to do it every other time, that's what occurred here, is a reach out was done. And if you're going to do this as a rule, fine, great. I don't have a problem with it. But that's not what happened here, so I'll be voting no.
Thank you, Councilman. Any other questions or comments? Hearing none, the clerk will call a roll for favorable action. Yes.
Mr. Foley?
Yes.
Mr. Gephardt? Mr. Howe?
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser?
No.
Mr. McElroy?
Yes.
Mr. Ricks?
Yes.
Mr. Sinapi? Ms. Travis? Yes. 8 yes, 1 no, motion passes.
Thank you. Motion passes. Second item, Councilman Howe.
Thank you, Mr. President. PCR 77-24 with an amendment, favorable action.
This is bid number 2025-115 is now PCR 77-24.
You are correct. It's formally bid 2025-115 water tank rental site, and it has an amended amount, which gave it a PCR, 77-24, and that was favorable action.
Mr. President, we discussed an amendment, but it was, the committee recommendation was to hold it until November.
I'm sorry, yes, I have it written, kind of scribbled in there. Recommendation was to hold PCR 77-24 till September 4th.
Okay, hold PCR 7724 to September 4th. Number three, third item pulled off, the bid number 2025-118 is now PCR 78-24. Councilman Howe.
Favorable action.
For action, Councilman Howe.
Move favorable action.
Second by Councilman Foley. This is the one that I'm going to recuse as abundance of caution. I am on the board of Rhode Island Housing, and this award is going to Rhode Island Housing. Any questions or comments on this? Hearing none, the clerk will call a roll for favorable action.
Mr. McAllister.
Recuse.
Mr. Foley.
Yes.
Mr. Gephardt. Mr. Howe.
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser.
Yes.
Mr. McElroy.
Yes.
Mr. Ricks.
Yes.
Mr. Sinapi. Ms. Travis. Yes. 8 yes, 1 abstention, motion passes.
Thank you. Motion passes. Number four, I believe, is a claim, which is PCR 79-24. The recommendation was for favorable action for $300. Councilman Foley?
Yeah, so moved.
Second by Councilman McElroy. Any questions or comments on this?
Marinaro.
Marinaro. Any other additional questions or comments? Hearing none, the clerk will call a roll for favorable action.
Mr. McAllister.
Yes.
Mr. Foley.
Yes.
Mr. Gephardt. Mr. Howe.
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser.
Yes.
Mr. McElroy.
Yes.
Mr. Ricks.
No.
Mr. Sinapi. Ms. Travis. 8 yes, 1 no, motion passes.
Thank you. Motion passes. The next item that was pulled from the consent calendar is the claim of Donovan is now PCR 80-24. Favorable action for $500. I believe we'll have Councilman Sinapi to recuse on this one. Councilman Foley.
Move favorable action. In the
Second.
amount of $500.
Second by Councilman Howe and Councilman McElroy. Any questions or comments on this one? Hearing none, the clerk will call a roll for favorable action.
Mr. McAllister.
Yes.
Mr. Foley.
Yes.
Mr. Gephardt. Mr. Howe.
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser.
Yes.
Mr. McElroy.
Yes.
Mr. Ricks.
Yes.
Mr. Sinapi. Ms. Travis. 8 yes, 1 abstention.
Thank you. And I believe that is the last item that was pulled from the consent calendar. So now we are on referred business. First up is PCO 2-24. This is the public hearing. This was moved for favorable action. The second item, we had another public hearing, which was PCO 8-24. This will be held until September 4th. We are now under unfinished business on the agenda. First up is PCO 7-24, committee report. Committee report ordinance. For action, Councilman Gephardt. Second by Councilman Howe. Any questions or comments that were not asked earlier this evening in committee? Hearing none, the clerk will call a roll for favorable action.
Mr. McAllister.
Yes.
Mr. Foley.
Yes.
Mr. Gephardt. Mr. Howe.
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser.
Yes.
Mr. McElroy.
Yes.
Mr. Ricks.
Yes.
Mr. Sinapi. Ms. Travis. 9 yes, second passage.
Thank you. Second passage. Number two this evening is PCR 46-24, committee report, public safety.
Move favorable action.
To withdraw?
Oh, I'm sorry, the one withdraw. I'm sorry, that was to withdraw.
Yeah. So it would be favorable action to withdraw this item. Do we have a second to that? A second by Councilman Ricks, Councilman Howe, and Councilman McElroy. Any questions or comments that were not asked earlier this evening in committee? Okay. Hearing none, favorable action to withdraw. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. McAllister.
Yes.
Mr. Foley.
Yes.
Mr. Gephardt. Mr. Howe.
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser.
Yes.
Mr. McElroy.
Yes.
Mr. Ricks. Mr. Sinapi. Ms. Travis. 9 yes, motion passes to withdraw.
Thank you. Motion passes. We're now moving to new business on the agenda. First up is PCR 65-24, committee report, public properties.
Move favorable action.
For action, Councilman Ricks.
Move favorable action.
Second by Councilman Foley. Any questions or comments that were not asked earlier this evening in public properties? Hearing none, the clerk will call the roll for favorable action.
Mr. McAllister?
Yes.
Mr. Foley?
Yes.
Mr. Gephardt? Mr. Howe?
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser?
Yes.
Mr. McElroy?
Yes.
Mr. Ricks?
Yes.
Mr. Sinapi? Ms. Travis? Yes. 9 yes, motion passes.
Thank you. Motion passes. Number 2 this evening is PCR 70-24, Committee Report, Intergovernmental.
Favorable action, Mr. President.
For action, Councilman McElroy.
Favorable action, Mr. President.
Second by Councilman Howe. Any questions or comments that were not asked earlier this evening in committee? Councilman Lattiser.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. I'm going to make a request to hold this based upon the comments, questions, and concerns of members of the public on this item.
Do we have a second to Councilman Lattiser's motion to hold? Councilman Ricks, yes. Do you have a date, Councilman?
Till September 4th.
Okay. Questions, comments?
I just would like to know if possible from the department whether or not on their end it's okay if it's held.
Anyone from the administration have any comment on the proposed motion to hold? This is the multi-hazard mitigation plan.
What was the reason for holding, Councilman? I'm sorry.
Yes, so there was some questions about advertising issues, animal shelter evacuation, generators. There was also questions about whether the new schools were going to be serving as shelters, will they have generators?
So there's going to be additional public comment during all the rest of the approval process. So if we could keep moving this forward, it's been dragging for quite some time. So we'd like to get this approved and ready to go for additional public comment.
Yeah, but it'll be additional public comment, once it gets to the General Assembly, right? And then it's going to come back. So these questions and concerns, I think, are valid. I think they're significant, and they should be addressed before it goes to the General Assembly, such as the schools, as an example, such as generators in Station 4. If these different facilities are going to become emergency shelters, then I think those questions and those concerns should be addressed before it goes to the General Assembly. And 2 weeks for the administration or the school department, whoever else, to provide the answers to those questions, I don't think 2 weeks is going to be making a big difference because the General Assembly isn't going to be dealing with it till January anyways.
Well, Councilman, you can do whatever you choose. I mean, it's just, we would like to get this going. We'd like to move this forward. I think the comments and the questions were addressed previously through the public comment process and all the meetings we've had. So it's your pleasure.
Any other questions or comments?
That's my opinion with it.
Any other questions or comments? So we have a motion to hold. Councilman Howe.
Then I would agree with what the chief said, that the process, this is what goes on, what was described earlier. The process was taken, the process was played, and therefore we move forward with the process. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Any additional questions or comments? Okay, so there's a motion to hold until the September 4th meeting. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. McAllister?
No.
Mr. Foley?
No.
Mr. Gephardt?
Yes.
Mr. Howe?
No.
Mr. Lattiser?
Yes.
Mr. McElroy?
No.
Mr. Ricks?
Yes.
Mr. Sinapi? Ms. Travis? 3 yes, 6 no, motion fails.
Okay, so we move back to the favorable action, which was seconded. So is there any other questions or comments on favorable action? Councilman Sinapi.
Other than to just point out that it sounds like any other additional concerns can be addressed going forward in the process. So I would move the vote, or more specifically, move the question.
Thank you. Any other additional questions or comments? It's been moved and seconded. So a favorable action on PCR 70-24. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. McAllister?
Yes.
Mr. Foley?
Yes.
Mr. Gephardt?
Yes.
Mr. Howe?
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser?
No.
Mr. McElroy?
Yes.
Mr. Ricks?
No.
Mr. Sinapi? Ms. Travis? 7 yes, 2 no, motion passes.
Thank you. Motion passes. Number 3 this evening is PCR 71-24, Committee Report Finance.
Favorable action.
For action, Councilman.
Move favorable action.
Second by Councilman Foley. Any questions or comments? This is resolution relative to issuing requests for proposals for the community projects. Hearing none, the clerk will call roll for favorable action.
Mr. McAllister?
Yes.
Mr. Foley?
Yes.
Mr. Gephardt? Mr. Howe?
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser?
Yes.
Mr. McElroy?
Yes.
Mr. Ricks?
Yes.
Mr. Sinapi? Ms. Travis? 9 yes, motion passes.
Thank you. Motion passes. Referral and advertising. First up is PCO 11-24, an ordinance amending the zoning ordinance of the city of Warwick, Rhode Island Custom Builders, and PCO 12-24, an ordinance amending the zoning ordinance of the city of Warwick, Rhode Island Custom Builders. Moving to unanimous consent. Ward 1, anything to docket under unanimous consent?
Pass.
Ward 2.
Pass.
Ward 3. Pass. Ward 4.
Pass.
Ward 5.
Pass.
Ward 6. Ward 7 passes. Ward 8. On the mic, I can't hear you.
Councilman Sinapi is requesting unanimous consent of the council that the second passage of PCO 224 be docketed for second passage at the September 4th meeting.
Okay. Is there any objection to that?
So, hearing none.
Hearing none,
unanimous consent
we will,
to docket.
it will be docketed for at the next meeting. Ward 9, anything to docket on unanimous consent? Okay, Councilwoman Travis.
There be no further business of the honorable body of the docket.
All those in favor to move in the docket session, say aye. Aye. Any objections? We are now in the docket session. I have 2 items to docket. First is resolution in regards to ward projects. Finance. And the second item is a resolution in regards to the 2025 City Council calendar. Intergovernmental. Ward 1, anything to docket this evening? Pass. Ward 2.
Pass.
Ward 3. Pass. Ward 4.
Pass.
Ward 5.
Just 1 second, Mr. President. Okay, so an ordinance, and it's a requirement that the finance director present to the council a regular or special meeting that allows for the members of the public to ask questions on a yearly basis.
Ordinance. Ward 6.
Pass.
Ward 7 already did. Ward 8. Ward 9. All right, we are adjourned.